Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the live. This should be an interesting live today. We're talking about past lives. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like and share up here, that'd be wonderful. I'm just adjusting a few things here. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome, welcome to the live. If you wouldn't mind hitting a like, to share, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. It helps the algorithm. Tonight's going to be an interesting night, as requested. People wanted to talk about past lives, so that's what I'm doing. Oh, I'm here. Have anybody else home? That's another question. We don't know who's here yet. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
Hello, beautiful one.
Oh, make me blush.
We're just starting.
I can see that. There's just me here.
Yeah.
We're all alone,
Yeah.
Grim.
Oh no, what we doing?
I don't know. I just got out of the bathtub.
I can't say that
myself.
phrase in case Honey comes in because she hates that phrase.
What's that?
I was gonna say a phrase, but Honey hates
But
it.
you're scared of Honey?
Well, no, when I say certain phrases, she hates it because it takes her back. It gives her flashbacks of somebody.
Well, hurry up and say it.
I was gonna say, where we going? What we doing?
Oh, yeah.
Where
I don't have
To
any
and
idea
fro,
about
where
who
do we
that
go?
is. Did she walk
hates
in?
that.
No.
No. And she
Okay.
hates the word. Like, sometimes I used to use the word paramount, but somebody else used paramount, and every time I use it now, she's like, ah. I'm like, oh. It ain't my fault somebody stole the damn word.
Well, you know, words aren't meant for just one soul.
All right. What's up with that? Man, before I came in here, I decided I wanted to go in and see what was going on. Well, that was trippy.
Where?
Like, in my mind today.
You went
Just
where?
before I I was in the bathtub, right? And I wanted to get in that mode. Hello, Callie. I wanted to get in that mode.
Callie, go.
I wanted to get in that mode because I've been feeling a little
Hello.
off here and there today.
Hi, honey.
So I wanted to get in that mode today, so I went in the bathtub before I came on the live, and I listened to
You
some
were in the
shaman.
bathtub just before?
Yeah, and I put the shaman music on that I gained from somebody. But anyway,
I had
put the
to get out of the
music on.
bathtub because my phone went from 100% to 14%. So I got out.
Wow.
So I put that shaman music on, right?
Yeah.
Oh my! I went in, and holy crap, Ola! The things I was seeing, it's like I haven't done it in a while. I was getting images flashing in my head nonstop. I was like, yo, hello, download.
Wow.
I was seeing images, faces. I seen a wolf face. I seen a human face. I seen it has to be an Egyptian. I seen his head. I'm seeing all kinds of heads popping out left and right. It looked like I was in a crowd of people. I was like, yo, hello.
My watch app says I dream, but God, it's very rare that I remember a dream lately, which sucks because I used to, But I also I had this amazing book. It was just kind of a pamphlet I think I got when I worked at a health food store in Southern California.
Yeah.
It was a really cool shop. It was like I lived just over the hills from the beach in Southern California,
Oh yeah.
the Malibu Hills. So, what the hell was the point of that? Shit. What were
You
we
were talking
talking
about a
about?
book. You said something about a book.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're talking about a book.
So, anyway, I worked at this health food store back then, and I got lots of good books there. And keep in mind, this was when I was, I don't, maybe right out of high school, and I was going to a local junior college before I transferred to the university. So I was living at home, working at the health food store, going to the junior college, and this pamphlet type book talked about all these different amino acids and the things you were trying to achieve and the way to combine the amino acids to reach those ends. And one of them, it was for lucid dreaming, and it worked like you wouldn't believe. And amino acids are just building blocks of protein, and
Yeah.
I realized I wasn't taking the specific combination of amino acids, but you'd think if I eat enough protein, I might be getting, but apparently not. Because I last remember seeing that book. My sister probably has it because I lived with her for about 8 months, and so it's lost and gone forever if it was left in her house. But anyway, I sure wish I could find that book again because it really helped me with some things that I was trying to do, and I can't remember what all I could do with it, but it made I was in control of everything that happened in my dreams, just about, because
That's how it is with me.
and I
That's
can't.
wonderful.
Yeah,
That's
that's
wonderful. That
really
because a lot of
awesome.
people can't control their dreams.
I used to until I don't know.
Well, there was a bunch of shifts, and energy's been changing lately, so that could be the problem. And I would suggest looking inside. And when you go to sleep, you have that twilight before when you wake up, and when you go to
Yeah,
sleep, you have that twilight.
yeah.
So when you do go to sleep, you say, "I want to remember this dream." You set the intent, and then you should be able to remember that dream.
I'll try.
Eh?
I,
You have to believe. If
yeah.
you just
Oh,
say,
yeah. I mean, I
it's
know
all
it can
about
be
how you
done.
believe.
I know it
If
can
you,
be done, and I try, and
yeah,
I've got those intentions. But
totally.
I had forgotten about that book until recently. That book, God knows, it was. My husband died in '84, and I lived with my sister probably from eight. I had to make. It scared me when I saw your face because it was like, I
Right.
I
I
know how
have a
else. Okay.
towel partially around me, so I was like, oh shit, am I covered?
Oh no.
I would be scaring people.
Hello, yes you are. How are you? Welcome into the live. Thank you for coming. If y'all wouldn't mind hitting the likes and the shares, that'd be great. If you feel like donating, that's cool. If not, that's cool too. Donating helps the algorithm to TikTok, and it also supports us live in the videos and the stuff that I have for these videos, because once I hit 10K, I might do a giveaway soon on certain bracelets that I've made.
Hey, did you check
So,
out that link I sent you?
not yet. I have a bunch of everybody's like, did you read this? Did you read that? I have been doing so many things lately it's very hard to like multitask at this point.
That's okay.
Uh,
I can
yeah.
barely. I mean, I took a bath today, and I'm satisfied. And
Oh yeah.
I was nice to everyone I came across online because I haven't seen a soul since yesterday for sure. And I might not have seen anybody yesterday. I'm not sure.
Hey, all the days are running together now, so you never know,
Yeah.
you know?
I lost 2 days last week. I know for sure because I thought I'd been taking all my medicine every day. And then one day this week, I looked and it was like, oh shit. I was like 3 days.
Oh
And
no.
it was like, what the hell? Where have I been? And, and I missed blood work I was supposed to get for my, it's called an INR, for my blood clotting timing.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a message from the physician's assistant going, you were supposed to have blood work done September 30th. And I was like, oh shit.
Oh no.
And I think I got it done on the 3rd, or Friday, I guess is when I got it done. Maybe Saturday, I don't even know. And so they haven't seen, and it was still high, so it was a good thing I missed a couple of days worth of blood thinners because my blood's higher than the therapeutic dose. So
Oh no.
it's like I can't cut myself. And I
Well,
sure as hell
you
can't
look
get an
within inside
ulcer.
yourself. You look within inside yourself. You know you can control that because you're in control of your universe. You're controlling your body. So if you look into yourself and say, "I'm not going to do this. This is not going to happen. This is not going to happen," and you believe it, it's going to manifest itself, and it's going to happen for you.
Well,
Because like I
I'm
manifested. I
trying to
needed
keep
money.
I'm trying to keep my head right. You know,
Yeah,
I'm trying. It's hard, man. I
very
watched a
hard.
video earlier that said, "Oh, if you're seeing this, which is bullshit, obviously, because I went to her page to look at her videos, so it's not like it popped up for me magically, but yeah, I was meant to see it because I clicked on it to watch it. But one of it said it's time to get up, get back on your feet, and push. And it was like, she's like, yeah, it's been a hard year. And it was like, you don't even have a clue. A year ago, I couldn't even walk. I had 5 surgeries. Yeah, it's been a really fucked year, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the fact that I can walk at all right now,
It's a
and that
blessing. It's a miracle.
yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I was scared. My surgeon was scared. It was obvious. That's why he sent me I went to 2 different specialists and had 2 other surgeries so that he was satisfied. He thought I had breast cancer. And I'm going,
Oh
nah,
no.
I don't think I do. And I had blood coming from my nipple.
Oh,
And it
you
was
might want
like,
to edit
no,
that.
I had 2 babies. I nursed each of them for 2.5 years apiece. Nobody in my family's ever had breast cancer. I don't have it.
Some of those words we might have to edit
Oh, I'm
because,
so sorry. I'm
yeah,
so sorry.
TikTok's been getting really bad lately. So,
It didn't even occur to me the C word.
yeah, when you talk about your
Health.
woman parts, yeah,
Oh,
sometimes it
oh God.
blocks me. It
We
gives me
can't we
trouble.
can't pretend like women are human, can we?
Oh,
Yeah.
apparently not. We're on here trying to do the spiritual thing, and you're talking about that, but
If you were
society's
having a
rules,
vasectomy, it'd be fine though, wouldn't it? I betcha.
right?
Anyway, I was fine, but he wanted the okay from all the other doctors, and just I don't know, the look on his face and the way he talked to me, he seemed scared to me, and that made, when he told me all the bad things that could happen, I know that. I've had 10 or 12 surgeries by now. And I know everything they go over. I know all the, I know I used to be smarter. And I
Oh
think
no, you're
it's,
always smart. Come on now, you're always
well, I
smart.
mean, I'm not stupid, but I used to be smarter. I know I was.
You are smart. You just don't use that knowledge anymore. It doesn't make you any stupid. You're smart. You just don't use that knowledge anymore because whatever, like you do, like everybody does. Whenever something doesn't serve a purpose, you
We
just
let
boot it out
go.
to the curb. Like I did, like a year ago when something didn't resonate with me, I found a way to sabotage it and get myself kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
Wow.
Was that a relationship
Well,
or a
kind of.
job?
Well, you could say a relationship.
Well,
I put myself into a predicament, and
yeah.
I kind of sabotaged it.
You did it on
Because,
purpose?
well, yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Well, you knew better
Because,
anyway,
well, the
right?
reason why I
That's what
sabotaged it
sabotage
was
means.
because a lot of what was said wasn't true, and I'm like, well, why am I going to bother? So you know what? Let me just add some more fuel to the fire, and let's add more fuel to the fire. So that's what I did. It. I tried to convey a bunch of things to certain people, but they didn't want to understand. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just give it to the universe. You know what? The universe handled it, and I'm fine with it. I don't hate anybody. I like everybody. I love everybody. I'm here to empower everybody. I'm here to empower you, everybody in here. And I'm not going to call this a show because I don't think it's a show. I'm not going to call it a podcast, all that. No, this is a live. And
It's a
see, within a
TikTok
live,
live. Yeah.
yes, this
It's
is
a
a
TikTok
live.
live.
It's alive, and
Yeah.
it's alive because you guys are the heartbeat of the live. You guys are the energy that goes through this live. You guys are the heartbeat. You guys are the blood. You guys make this work. This is all for you. You guys are live. It's not just my life. It's all of your lives. It's yourself and everybody else here that is expressing themselves
Yeah.
in a safe space. When anybody gets out of hand, they're going to be removed. And that's just how it's going to be because I'm not playing games with people. I mean, I'm loving and loving light, but I can love them from afar. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't care who comes in here. I don't care who listens. I really don't care. And if they disagree with me, you can just scroll on up or scroll on down. I mean, that's just how I'm going to be, and that's how it is. I know who I am. I know the dragon I am. I know the power that's within me. I am not going to be controlled like I have been for almost a year. And and that's the thing too. When you give control to other things,
Yeah.
you're giving that control up.
Yeah.
You want that control, you want that power, you take that back. And that's what each one of you do have done. You took your power back. You had those circumstances, you took them back. And that's what we need to do. We need to empower each other, show that love, show that compassion, and bring it on.
With men.
Right.
Yeah, bring it on.
Not
You
not
bring
you.
it
I'm talking
on.
about being in a
Because,
relationship with one. It's like if this doesn't suit me, I mean, you meet me and tell me you want me to commit to you when I don't even know you. Maybe after I have a clue who you are and how you think and how you treat me, I might think about it.
because for a year and a half, I've been getting information from the universe. And when I explained it to certain people, I would get ignored. But you know what? The truth is in this paper, these papers here that they wrote me. It is self explanatory. It is self explanatory.
What is that?
The
Juice on letter?
universe, huh?
What is that? A juice on letter?
No, that's one of the, that's when I was about a couple months ago, I was taking a bath in there, and I
Judy's
Well,
here.
you need to take your power back, and I hope you took your power back, Catherine. Um, and what I, when I was on that mountain, I seen this light. It gave me all this knowledge I wrote on a piece of paper, and I've told you
Wow.
guys that knowledge they gave me, and I share it with everybody because that's the message, and those are the words from them. It just came through this human husk that's here now
Yeah.
to share the message with you. Oh yeah, can I channel? Oh yes, I can channel. Do I have any problems with channeling? Well, on certain things and certain aspects of it, yes. But in some aspects I don't because I know what I hear and I know what I seen and I know what I witnessed. So it might be my truth, but in other people's reality, it's not gonna be their truth because they're on a different vibration from me,
Hmm.
and that's fine. That's fine. If you're on a different vibration than me and I'm over here, you're over here, well, still, why can't we work together as one? We're all
Yeah.
working we're all spiritual. We all need to be working for that one goal. And what's the common goal? That common goal is to what? Work
Ascend.
together, ascend, and to work together as a collective,
Yeah,
as
and
a
if,
group
if
of
the
people.
spiritual community can't get along, how do we expect everybody else to?
Right. Exactly. If if all these different religions and all these different spirit workers cannot work together, what's the point?
Well, we need to get some shit taken care of soon because it's going down bad.
It
In the
is.
middle, we're going to be in World War III if we don't get our shit together pretty quickly. I
Exactly.
think.
And all we can do is raise the vibration and hope we jump another timeline because what's going to happen is going to happen and it's there because it needs to happen. I mean, everything that happens in this world happens for a reason, and we have to accept it. Even though we can't change it, we have to accept it and learn from what's going on, so we can better ourselves and humanity.
Well,
Yeah.
I agree. I
I
the
mean,
worst the worst that could happen is that I have to reincarnate again, right?
and what's that? Really?
Wow.
I mean,
Just
we've
come back
been
down
there,
here
done
again.
that.
You've been there, done that, and you don't have no fear. If you let go of that fear, you don't have no fear over nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
I have more
Let
people
go of the
over
fear.
there than I do over here. All my dogs are over there.
I don't happen, and I've had these premonitions, and see that's the funny thing when you get these people talk about the future. I've said this before. Oh, I can predict your future. I can do this. I can do that. Well, you really can't predict the future because everything that you're doing, in the minute I tell you what that future is, you're
It's
going
going
to
to
change. You're
change.
going to alter. And the reason why I had a premonition, and the only reason why I tell it is because I want people to change it.
Really.
I know lots of things. I see lots of things that I can't say. I know lots of things that I can't say because the universe says, do not say this, do not say that, because it alters people's courses. But there's certain things I say because I want it to change.
Oh.
And I want humans to learn that
Well,
if we don't change, we're going to be going down in that hole, and we don't want to go down in that hole.
No.
You want to ascend. You want to
Yeah.
ascend.
I want
Each
to
planet.
offend. Or
Each
I want to
planet.
go. I don't want to suffer. I mean,
No.
that's always been my goal. I don't want to suffer. I want to go quickly, and that's one thing that my genetics did. Most people in my family are here one minute and gone the next, and that's a
And
blessing, man. My grandmother was eating a piece of apple pie, and they found her on the floor with her half-eaten piece of pie.
we love them just the same. We love them up there, and they love it down here, and they love you up there, and they love you down here.
Yeah,
Everybody says, "Oh, I'm gonna die." Well, we're all gonna die. Eventually, we're gonna die. So why fear it? It's gonna happen. You just don't know when.
yeah.
Tomorrow,
And
I could go down the street and be having a
I've
clock.
I've already skipped so many exit points that I thought this is it, this is it, this is the one, and I didn't just lay down and die, though, and I didn't take any of those exits. So it's like, here I am. I'm still
Because you
kicking.
because you have a goal, you have a
Yeah.
destiny and a future. You have a path you need to lead. You that happened to you so you could learn to be better and to help other people when they're into that space.
I already was.
Yeah.
I mean, I just got to experience for the past, well, not the whole year, because obviously I'm able to get in my car and drive now, but I don't go very many places because I can't walk very far at all. But,
Oh, sorry to hear that.
well, I mean, I can walk. I can stand on my own 2 feet, whereas I couldn't for a really long time. And the fact that it had to be put off as long, it was like 6 months. It had to be that my spinal cord was compressed by 40%. My doctor says that's why. My surgeon told me it'd probably be about 18-month recovery,
Wow.
and October 11th will be 12 months. So I figure, and I've been going to physical therapy twice a week since February. This week was off because my physical therapist went out of town. So I didn't, and it was just as well because I lost days and I don't know what happened to them. So I probably would have missed physical therapy along with
Yeah.
everything else.
Oh, and today's topic is past lives. If anybody wouldn't mind hitting the little likes up here
Oh,
and
oh,
sharing
oh.
and donating up here would be cool if you can. It's all at your discretion, but if you want the algorithms to go, we need to keep this going, keep the tapping and the sharing going, and we got to keep that flow going. We got to go with the flow.
Yeah.
I'm still searching for my path, and I'm floundering. Well, when you're floundering, I would advise you take some time, commune with yourself and Gaia, and I know it's hard, but you have to find where your safe space is, and just feel your surroundings, if that would help. Um, but yeah, you know, a lot of what we do and a lot of our actions, other people see. We could use 1,000 words, but they look at your actions. If they see you doing the good, they're gonna do good, and they're gonna learn from that. And a lot of people, they don't practice what they preach,
That's true.
as the old saying goes. And for certain people, all I'm gonna say is, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it.
Mm, okay.
I had to throw that out there.
I don't wish
Um,
anything.
Hi, Trina.
Hello, welcome Trina, welcome to the live, welcome to the live. Anybody has any stories you want to talk about your past lives? Please hit the guest request. Um, Share your story so others can learn from it. They might be inspired by that and find it inspirational, and it might empower them. So if you're up for that, hit the guest request.
I don't know anything about my past life.
You don't know anything about your past lives.
I
I
only know that.
Well, some people like to do star readings, and some people like to do past lives. Some like to do dreams. Um, I do a little bit of both. I mean, all. I do a
Yeah.
little bit of all. Whatever I feel the universe tells me, whatever my guides tell me, I tell it. If I don't feel it, then I don't say it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hmm.
Do you remember? Y'all remember past lives? I remember a few of my past lives. Um, some of them are really interesting. And I found it out myself. And but I did have some assistance back then with that. I give credit to where credit's due. I did have some assistance with that, with certain individuals, and with me knowing that, I came into my own to know who I am, and I took my power back. Yeah, I just have a lot of deja vu, and yeah, we spoke about deja vu the other day.
Yeah.
That a lot of people have that deja vu moment, and a lot of that deja vu moment is in yourself. Your other self is in another reality, and it's happened, and it bleeds over. So when you're doing something, you're like, "Oh man, I just did that." That's because your other self did it.
I haven't even had a deja vu in a lot of years that I can recall. Anyway.
And there's been a lot of shifting, and so you really, every time you get to a position, like it's been happening since January, since I came here. I came back here, and I found myself evolving for something about January 1st. As soon as January 1st hit, I woke up, I felt like I was shot by a bolt of lightning. And ever since then, I've been on a roll. I've been on a roll, and I've been getting more inspiration, more downloads, and it seems like ever since then, everything's been what do you call it? The domino effect. Everything's been dominoing because a lot of what I've been saying now, I've actually, like I said in the other lives, that anything that I have said, I've looked in other places and the same people are saying that, and I don't go do research like everybody else. I don't do all that. Whatever, like I said, whatever I get is from the universe. I give it, and I tell you guys after I confirm it by other sources, other channelers, other spiritual people. I look at them and say, did they say that too? Oh my God, they said that. Like this one lady, this other. I was over here saying this mess of stuff for like 6 months. I go on YouTube and I come across this lady, and she posted a video like 2 days before after I said it, and she's like, and everything that I had said, she had said in that one video. I'm like, holy crap, that confirms it right there.
Yeah.
I found it very, very cool that that I got that confirmation. Did I need it? No, but it was good to have that. To feel. Some might say it was validation to know that I'm not completely freaking nuts.
Yeah.
But when I heard and when I read that, I was like, whoa, wow, and that makes me happy because it makes me happy to know that the information I'm getting from the universe is correct because other people are saying the same thing. No matter where I'm going, they're saying the same thing. So I know I'm not wrong. That's just how it is.
I don't have any memories of past lives as memories, but I've had 2 different recurrent dreams. One was, I've mentioned it to you guys before, I think. It's like this bohemian village that's multicolored, all stacked on top of me, and it's like, yeah, man, that's my place. This is where I belong. And I was always so happy to. What?
Did you see what Honey said? She goes, "You guys, wow."
It's the day for the bath. I put about 3 cups of Epsom salt in mine, and I bet I was in there for 3 hours.
I got my bathtub before I come on here, and I was lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, I got out before.
I was yawning, and I'm tired. I got in that bathtub. I put on that shaman music, and I put in that Himalayan sea salt, and bam, here I am. Energized as all get out.
I only got out of the tub because my phone was at 14%.
Oh no.
And I knew there was a live I was going to be going. There were 2. There was your live, and there's another live. And this gal, I met her in Alien T's live. Have you ever been to one of his lives?
Yeah, I like his lives. He's very
I really
inspirational.
do too.
I like his lives. I just don't have enough time to be doing all that because I'm trying to sell those earbuds,
But you
and
don't have to do everything he does. The one thing that I really like about it is nobody talks over anybody else. That
right.
everybody has got that down pat. Everybody keeps their microphones muted. And then like today he had once a month he's been doing this poetry thing in the morning, and
Yeah.
I enjoyed it so much. And the poems, there was a collective poem written, or two of them, and they were amazing. But the people that were there that shared their poems, it was like, man, you guys are so talented. But anyway, I had heard that repetitive dreams. What's that called? See, I started taking
Repetitive
lion.
dreams.
What? Recurrent.
Repetitive dreams. Reoccurring
Recurrent dreams.
dreams.
Yeah. So that one in the Bohemian Village, I feel like must have been a past life, because every time I saw that village, I got so happy. Ouch. And knew I was home.
Hmm.
A
So
lot of
that's
those dreams, yes, and that's the thing about past lives. Whatever you, I've come to realize, and I'm one to see patterns within certain aspects, and it's really weird because sometimes when I see people, I see patterns, and I see things that are connected and things that are not connected. I don't know how to explain it. I guess I can try to. Do you know when you see somebody's head and it's like I see into their head, and you see like I see things connected inside their head, and I don't know why I see this, but I see this, and it's like, and I've come to realize that what that is all your past lives are still reside within you, within your DNA, because and within your soul. So every time you're reliving, every time that you resurrect or come back or recycle yourself or whatever you want to call it, that part is still locked within your DNA. So as time progresses in your life right now, everything that you're experiencing right now, you need guidance in, and that's why you get these past life experiences. Because, and some people go, well, I remember being this, I remember being that. It's because there's information in their past life they need to know. So that opens up for them, you know what I'm saying? Because,
yeah.
like I was saying, if you open up every single one of your past lives, you're going to be a raging maniac, and you're not going to be able to
Oh
control it. You're probably going to be in the same something, beating the wall, going,
yeah. Well, there's
and
enough karma in one lifetime, much less
yeah, right.
multiple.
You can't control like if you relive.
No.
Oh, one time you might have been a mass something. One time
Yeah.
you might have been a serial something. Another one you might be a preacher. Another one you might be a orphan, and all that would affect your life today. And you don't need to remember that because that's not a part of this path that you're on. You know.
Honey might have been my husband in a previous life.
Well, you never know. You know. You know.
She
You
was
know.
definitely the dominant of the two.
It's all about synchronicity, and every person you met in your life, you most likely met in another life.
Multiple. Yeah.
Yeah,
And some of
and
them are placeholders.
yeah,
Um, the other past life, whether it's a memory or not, I don't know, but it was another recurrent dream I used to have all the time. Was like being in some kind of giant stadium,
hmm
and it had really steep stairs, and I was trying to climb out, and it was just horrible. I hated this dream with a passion because it was horrible. But I had to get on, like, it was so steep, I had to like hug the stairs and crawl up them. It was really
Were they white stairs?
white stairs.
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
There was pillars.
So what's that mean?
You were in Rome. You were in the Roman Colosseum.
I was told that I had a reading probably like 1985 that I was told I was a Roman soldier at one time.
That
And I
could
was-
be.
And told me that I was real cocky.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, well, you know, I could see that. Me as a man, as a Roman guard, yeah, I probably
Oh no, you were in a
was.
guard. You were in a guard.
Oh, well, whatever.
Well, you might have
I
turned
mean-
into one, but you originally didn't start as that.
I don't
I
know.
know what I know what it was. I see it right now.
But
You started out as you were taken prisoner, and you fought in the arena in Rome as a spectator. You won, and you became a gladiator for the Romans.
And you became a gladiator for the.
After that, you became
a
a guard to
gladiator
Caesar.
Diane, I think your microphone's going off again. There. What, Brim?
Oh, you just did a pitch similar to the dragon in the picture. Oh, that's cool. From what I see is that you were you grew up. You were taken from a village, and you were an orphan for a little bit, and then when you got older, they took you, and you fought in the arena. You became a gladiator, and after that, because you were so skilled, you won the arena, and you won your freedom as being a Roman centurion.
Huh.
You became a royal centurion, and you were guarding Caesar.
Got to
And
live
actually,
to
if
fight
I can
another
remember,
day.
it was not Julius, the other one. No, it's not Julius. The one. What was his name? Oh, it's right there. It's right there. Tiberius. Tiberius, I think. I think that's the name. I'm having a hard time. Tiberius. It begins with a T. Tiberian, Tiberia, something like that.
Well, thank you for that, Brim.
Oh,
I
you're
hated-
welcome.
I really hated that dream, and apparently they made me crawl my way out of that place.
Well, every dream has a meaning. Maybe it was there to inspire you to crawl out of the mess that you were in at that moment.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't had that dream in a really long time, and I haven't had the dream about the colorful Bohemian Village either. Now, that place made me happy.
Can you say the Bohemian Village one again? Maybe I can pick up on it this time because I'm more in tune. Because I went in today.
It's a real colorful place, like built on a hillside, it seems like. And when I come, my perspective is like ground level, looking up at all of these multicolored like houses or apartments, or they were all stacked on top of each other. It was just super colorful, whimsical, and I loved the place.
You were an animal.
Huh. Was I a dog?
No.
Was I
Oh, yeah.
was I a mouse?
No. I'm laughing because I see what it is.
What is it?
A big fluffy bunny.
God, I was gonna say a rabbit.
A big fluffy bunny.
That's
You were
why-
white with pink
that's
eyes.
Why I'm so short with a belly.
Wow.
You were white with pink eyes.
Yeah. I always hated those kind of. I always hated pink-eyed rabbits. I mean, I don't hate them. I wouldn't hurt them or anything, but I don't like pink-eyed rabbits.
As I had a dream. Hold on. Whoa, what was that? Done. As a child, I had a reoccurring dream that I had riding a white stallion. I only could ride and handle.
That's cool.
That sounds like white stallions are basically for royalty, and they're only allowed to ride the white and black horses. So you're most likely royalty. Hello, spiritual. And I'm getting royalty. Royalty. Hold on. Let me look at the picture. Who was that? Judy.
Yep.
Princess. You were a princess, and you were princess, and you rode the white horse. Yes. Did it have a golden bridle? It was brown and gold. Because if it had a golden bridle, then I'm seeing the right image. And if it doesn't resonate with you, that's cool too. But that's what I'm seeing. A golden bridle.
Do you want to hear the rest of my past life information that I have?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to answer her in a comment.
Yeah,
Oh,
no problem.
sure.
I'm sorry. Another was from a reading that I had in Seattle, probably 1985. And he told me that in this lifetime I took care. My first husband, was unalived, not by a person. And I had this reading probably a year later, and he said, you took care of your spouse in this lifetime, and he took care of you in a previous lifetime where a tree fell over your legs and crushed your legs.
Wow.
And he took care of you in that lifetime where, I was the patient and he was like the same kind of situation, just completely different.
Yeah, I'm
And
feeling that energy with you. Yeah.
that struck
You,
me recently, considering this situation I've had with my legs.
do you want to, you have that model. Let me see. You have that model of, do unto others as they do to you.
Yeah.
See?
Well, except I treat others the way I want them to treat me.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they do bad to me, I don't do bad back. I just say, it was nice knowing you. Goodbye.
Same
Right.
here.
It's so much, you know, I think it's my age and the number, my first husband is gone. I didn't have a choice to stay, and I
Age is
think
but a
and hope
number.
we would have. But, nowadays I can take care of myself. I would love to have an amazing, loving relationship, but I'm not gonna. I'm 66. Men like younger women. It's only on TikTok
No,
that
not
these
really.
40-year-olds are hitting me up, going, 30-year-old. It's like, my daughter is older than you.
Not
It's like,
really.
I don't care about age, and it was like, what planet are you from? You're not from Earth.
age is only a number, and
Well, I
age is
know
only a
that.
number, and if
How
you go
many
looking for
30-year-old
love,
men do you know want to
hey,
do sexy
They're out
time with
there.
the 66-year-old?
hey, they're out there. I've seen it.
Me too.
Well, okay.
Jim, I was watching one time. I was watching TV, and it was this 19-year-old man messing with a 72-year-old woman, and they got married.
How much younger, Catherine? Woo-hoo, girlfriend. Is he hot? Please say yes.
Obviously.
Say he is built like you wouldn't believe.
45.
Yeah. Well, I got two younger than that talking to me right now, but one's real close to 45, so that made me feel a little bit better because at least he's grown up.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not.
go with what resonates with you when it comes to that too, because a lot of people go out looking for it.
Yeah, I don't.
And
I'm not going anywhere, much less looking
yeah,
for it, unless and I don't. I don't have the hots for my physical therapist, but I could be friends. We could be friends, but he's too scared to touch me, which it's like my body. There is nothing dignified going on anymore when I'm at the doctor or at physical therapy. If you need to touch my butt, touch my butt. Because I
right.
could really use a good butt massage, Well,
We all could, you know.
yeah,
And,
but
and like she just said right here, I didn't look. He found me. The person you're meant with, they'll find you. If not, it'll be in the next life. They'll find
well,
you, you know.
they keep hitting on me, but most of them ask for money. And a new
Well, of
one hit on
course.
me today, and I said, yeah, sure, I'll talk to you, but don't ask me for money. And he said, why would I need money? And it's like, there are so many stories going around about why they need money.
Right. So if you
But
wouldn't mind,
but
can you hit the
he's
likes, the shares, and the donating? If you want to donate up here, I have a little goal. If you could do that, but the likes and shares help the algorithm to the TikTok, so we can get more people in here and they can share more stories, and we can spread the message of love and light to everybody. You may continue, ma'am.
I think you know me, I'll come up with something else to say, but I might have to have a memory pop into my head, but right now that's all the past life information that I have. The only ones I've come up with on my own are hey, did you have a thought on that Bohemian Village that I missed or forgot already?
Um,
For me, it strikes me as bohemian. I don't know if it would other people, but that's the vibe I get, you know, from,
Bohemian. I'm not really sure what Bohemian is.
well, okay, think,
Isn't that
what's
the one he
from
said you were a bunny?
Yeah.
oh, that's right. You said I was a bunny.
How much
I
medicine
felt
are you taking for your brain, sister?
I haven't, how much what?
Medicine are you taking for your brain?
I just take one scoop of lion's mane a day.
Oh, let's add in some reishi and some
Oh, well, I do. I drink mushroom coffee
horse
that the
tail.
mushroom guy sold me.
Yeah.
The neuroscientist on TikTok. I love him, by the way.
Well, and didn't you tell me too that you're taking that NAD?
Yep. I haven't taken much of anything this week. I mean, my pill thing is empty, so I made up for it. But
What do you mean?
oh, and I did find out that lion's mane also thins your blood. So I got to have a heart-to-heart with the PA and tell her everything I'm taking now because it's affecting the viscosity of my blood.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about that the other night. That when I did all my herbology and classes and stuff, I had to learn all that. You know, herbs are medicines too.
Oh, yeah. And they're stronger than, I mean, it's like, geez, maybe I don't need to be on blood thinners if I just keep taking supplements. But, you know,
exactly. Just do it all natural.
well, yeah, except that I have a really brilliant hematologist. And I love him because it turns out just
Your
this.
NAD has resveratrol in it too, doesn't it?
Yeah, but is that a blood thinner?
It can be if it's
Oh,
mixed
well.
with certain things.
My blood is. I missed doses. They lowered my dose. Plus, I missed doses, and my INR. I'm still above the therapeutic dose.
Like
So-
what? Are you 3 or 4 or what?
I'd have to go back into the app to see.
Oh, that's fine.
It's not outrageously high.
Like you're not gonna bleed to death if you fall, right?
No.
Okay.
Probably. If I started bleeding, I worry more about internal bleeding, like getting an ulcer. If I get an ulcer and my stomach bleeds, I'll bleed out.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, I can't quit being a nurse. You know.
That's all right. That's how my father passed. But he was over 80, and I think I don't touch NSAIDs. And believe me, I would love nothing more than to be able to take a handful of Advil every day.
Yeah.
But I don't have any NSAIDs in the house. The doctor gave me some Celebrex the other day with another stomach protector. And it's like, no, why am I taking this again? I'm not. I had been talking to him about suddenly. We can have this conversation another time. That's my stuff. Isn't what we came here for.
My
Okay.
late fiance
Somebody
passed
else's
away,
turn.
I was
and I
gonna
miss him so much.
I was gonna remind Brim. I think I told you this, that I was somewhere in one of those little islands, and I was some kind of a priestess, magic person. One of those little islands over there in the south. I was very brown. But that's pretty much all I remember is I had a lot of gifts and I was
Albert.
very brown.
How brown were you?
Not a black person, but a very brown person.
So
And I was
you think maybe like Puerto Rico type place?
one of those
No.
little islands
I've
down there
never
around
been to the Virgin Islands,
yeah, somewhere.
but it's
I
not
can't
the. It doesn't sound like the
remember.
Dominican.
I was hoping Brim would remember because I couldn't remember the whole time I was getting out of the bathtub. I was trying to remember where it was because I know I told him and Hopi the story, but I couldn't remember.
Oh, you knew where it was.
I did it one time, but I'm like you. I can't take enough to revive my brain cells.
For some reason, I'm getting it was near the Philippine Islands.
Huh.
Aren't there a bunch of little? There's a bunch of little islands that kind of dot off down there off the Philippines, right?
Is that in the South Pacific?
Yeah, it's. Hold on. Near Fiji.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds kind of what I was thinking was, because
And it was a volcano.
and I was some kind of a priestess, magic-y, royalty kind of person.
Well,
A
I
woman.
don't feel so bad just being a peon nowadays, considering I was a rabbit.
That's true.
Hey, I was a flower.
Y'all were priestesses and emperors, and
I think we've all been a whole big mix of things, and
Yeah,
it's
we
like,
are.
it's
I've
like
been told that I've lived a whole lot of lives. So
yeah, I think I have too, but
it doesn't
you
surprise
just,
me.
I think you recall little pieces, just like Brim and I've been saying all along. It just kind of falls out when you need it. But I have been a healer many, many, many of my lifetimes. I do know that for a fact.
Holy. Oh wait,
Oh.
no, honey. I know what it was.
Okay,
It
tell me.
wasn't the Philippines. I just got it.
Okay.
And I remember why I said volcano. You were on Pompeii.
That's what it was. I remember now. Okay.
You were
Yes.
on Pompeii.
Yes. 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 I remember that now.
At the same time, Helen of Troy was there.
Yes.
You were her priestess.
Something like
Ah,
that.
wonder
And I-
how it would affect you if you visited Pompeii today.
Really, I know. And then we were talking about my first name being a power, for me, and that it may be why my dad was so dead set on naming me that when it just came out of nowhere.
Helen?
Yeah. So anyway,
Pompeii.
I
Yeah, you.
I had I have a guy I listen to on YouTube, and he does like sleep hypnosis, and he'll do past life. He'll do one for past life,
Mhm.
and that's how I remember a lot of mine. Sometimes is he puts you through all these relaxation techniques to kind of put you in a trance, and then he starts talking to you about whatever is the topic that you chose for that video. And if it's past lives, he starts to do little mental exercises. Because I listen to him when I'm awake, so I know what
Honey.
he's doing in my head. And that's how I remembered that one.
I even know where your body rests over there.
Wow.
It rests at the foot of the volcano.
At the foot,
At the foot of the volcano, before you hit the city.
you want to go, Suzanne?
Yeah, but I gotta build up a little bit of money first. Well, I have to be able to travel, unless you want to be pushing me in a wheel. Otherwise, I'll need a wheelchair
I'll
because
carry you on my back if I have to, if we get a chance to go.
There's a pathway. There's a pathway that leads up the mountain, and it's right off that path. It's right as you're going on the pathway. It's on the
Right?
right side.
Right.
We should have
It's
a
on-
field trip.
Wow! It's like I'm like Pompeii, and then I'm thinking, and then your energy is still active there.
Cool.
It's pulsating. It's like zoom, 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 zoom.
Well, I know that Machiel has told me that I have shards pretty much everywhere. There's shards all over the place of me. I leave them wherever I go, I guess. I suppose we all do.
Say that over.
I left shards of myself in multiple places.
Yeah, and then you said something else, and I didn't hear it.
Machiel, my Archangel
Yeah.
Michael, he talks
Yeah,
to
you
me.
said that.
Yeah.
I
And
heard.
he-
I heard that part too, but
yeah. He told me that I leave little pieces of myself.
everywhere,
And I think most of us kind of do, probably.
probably.
If it's a significant, and I don't want to say it like that because that sounds snotty, but if it's a life that we really had a big purpose in
Yeah.
mind for, and we intended to leave a mark, I think we leave a little shard there for the future, or the past, or the sideways, or wherever we are. Or if
You'd
I
always
have-
leave that mark there. You'd always leave that mark there. You're part of the universe, and you're one with everybody. I don't know why you just don't understand it sometimes. You understand that you're part of the universe. You are one with everything. You are everywhere, honey.
Thank you, Valley Girl.
Sorry,
Oh,
y'all.
no, this is not the Valley Girl.
No.
Is he channeling?
Yes, it's what's the name of the Oriental one? Tell me your name.
They call me Area.
Anya. Why can't I remember all your names? I just can't.
Because we are one of many.
You are one of many, and you are very wise.
And
we
you're
thank
very
you.
special. We come and see you every day. We try to help you with your Bigfoot friends, too.
I really wish you would, and I'm so happy. Thank you for coming.
You
With
are
your-
very welcome.
Try to help with your what friends?
My Bigfoot friends.
Oh, can you help with my Bigfoot friends?
Oh, we can do such much. We can do such much things.
Help me
We
make.
can speak to them.
Tell them I want to make a friend,
We
if you
want
don't
lots.
mind.
We want lots of friends.
I need friends.
I could talk to them and see if they feel inspired by that. They might. They might. They might.
Tell them my
Yes, they
dog
do.
died and I need friends.
You always have friends. Your friends are here. Your friends are there. Your friends are everywhere.
Okay,
Open your
Dr. Z.
eyes.
We love
You
you.
open your
Amy.
eyes.
I appreciate
you.
you. Thank you for saying so.
It is
You're
true.
very
though.
welcome.
It's true.
Love and light to all.
Thank you very much. Aw.
Well,
I'm so glad she's helping me. I got to show off my mushroom today. Kids, they were here today.
So cool.
You had to do what with your mushrooms?
I showed off my mushroom.
What mushrooms have you got?
Did you see? You didn't,
Yesterday.
oh, you weren't on here the other night or the other day. Wasn't it? Oh my God! It was just yesterday.
Everybody just keeps telling me all the places I haven't been.
Oh, sorry.
Like, ah.
Yaya has your problem too. She lost several days also after the fire ceremony. She lost some
Let's
time.
hope that I got a download that I don't know what it was.
You probably
need
jumped. You probably jumped a timeline or two.
I hope
But
so.
You need to-
yesterday,
you
I
need
was.
not to know where you've been. You need not to know where you've been. It's where you're going that really matters.
That is
Well,
true.
I missed important things.
They were not important. We're going to tell you about them.
Oh.
So it's
Well,
not
I
a big.
meant partially, like, I missed blood work. I ran out of prescription medications. I dropped the ball taking care of myself this past week. And it's like, I need a caretaker or a boyfriend. My daughter always says, "You need a boyfriend, Mom." And it's like, well, take me out with you sometime. I
You
don't
like
go
you
out
like
by
really
myself.
don't need that. You really don't need that at all. You just need to feel and love the compassion. It's with everywhere. Like really, it's like you have that aura about you and that healing sensation. You can heal yourself. When you set your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. The love is there, your compassion is there, and it's there to heal you.
Oh, you're so sweet.
What she says is true. I keep
We bring the
telling you
light.
that.
We bring the light to all of you. Like it's like right there. Like oh my, it's like all it's right there.
Yeah.
All you have to do is just open the eyes and look within. You can heal yourself by the natural means. You don't need to have all these earthly things that cause you more trouble. You don't need to deal with that like at all. Just look within and talk to your fellow humans. They will inspire you and guide you in the path that you need.
And talk to yourselves,
Can
and they
you
will
talk-
heal.
Can you talk to my guides?
You can.
Well, I know. I
You
do.
can always talk to your guides.
I do. I just don't hear them.
Like you can always talk to them. It's like right
I-
there.
I do talk to them.
I hear you.
Oh, looky, looky.
I
Look
tell
who we
them not
have
look.
here.
Don't look at my boobs.
Like we don't need to do that.
Gabriel likes boobs.
Oh, none of them do. They don't care about that. So what happened, Suzanne, is I was working in the yard yesterday, and I was determined I was going to clean up my garden and do some things. And I've been doing all kinds of cleaning. I don't know what's wrong with me. Something's wrong. But
Because you're
anyway,
feeling inspired. Like
I
you're feeling
am.
inspired to do it. Yeah, like it's there.
I'm cleaning out my hoarding on you. I sure am. And anyway, so I'm cleaning out my garden, and I kept hearing in my head, I'm listening to Cryon on my headphones. But I keep hearing Brim in my head. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Why aren't you here? Where are you? And I finally said, fine. And I went over to TikTok, and he was talking to this girl, and he and Caligo, was it Caligo? Yeah.
Yeah.
They were talking to this girl, and this poor girl needed us so bad, didn't she, Callie?
Yes, that girl from yesterday. Dark.
Yes.
What happened?
Yeah,
I don't
her
know
name is
where
Carrie.
was I yesterday.
You were nowhere on social media yesterday. In fact,
I didn't
Yeah.
feel good.
I was worried about you until I woke up this morning and found like 8, 10 DMs from you. And I thought, well, that's what she did. She slept
I
all
didn't-
day and then she stayed up all night. So anyway, I told them afterwards. I said I gotta go, and I flipped off, and I was gonna go back to crying, and I just left it on TikTok. So I'm listening to them, through my headphones, and I'm over there working in the vines, and this giant mushroom. It's bigger than my two hands together.
Yeah.
It's just right there. It like popped up. It was not there before, and I found it yesterday.
It looked like the size of a baseball to me in the picture.
It's bigger than that.
Wow.
Now, it's like the size of,
Yeah,
like when you go to a restaurant and you get one of those big plate size pancakes.
Yeah.
That's how big it is. And it's got monkey grass growing out of it. And it's got leaves incorporated into it. It's the coolest looking thing ever. So
It's there for like a reason.
It's a gift from the fairies. I told you that.
Oh, yes, it's more. There's more to it, Hopi. There's more to it, Hopi. Like, it's right there. It's like, you can handle it and you know what it's there for. You just have to think.
okay. I'll think on it. I will. I thought on it
Oh,
some
yeah.
last night. I was thinking on it some last night. I was walking around out here. It was so pretty last night, and I could hear the pond really clearly, and the sky was so pretty. The stars, and then I could see my protector ship last night really clearly. It was really colorful and bouncing around. But
Hey, I got a protector ship too. That's so cool.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I was
and I suppose I've heard I do too, but I can't. I can go down my driveway to look at the sky, but when it's dark, I can't even try to go in the backyard.
yeah.
It's
Well,
not cool enough.
My backyard it's pretty good size, and it's a lot of it is paved with big
Right.
open garden areas along the
Yeah,
sides, and
swimming pool and
yeah, and down by the
Decking
pond
for
is
that.
where my big garden area is by the pond, and that's where the mushroom is. And I have a lot of lights back there, little twinkle lights, but they can't be too strong because that's where we have a glass and wood patio door from our bedroom to there. So the blinds they're bamboo blinds, so they're not light. They don't cut the light as
right.
well. And he can't have a lot of light or he can't sleep. So
Alright.
Obviously, I sleep fine and natural
Yeah.
daylight.
anyway, I was out there last night. I'm surprised I didn't wake him up because I was playing 60s and 70s music for the Bigfoot and the fairies last night, talking to him and just walking around over there. And there's something. I know there is. I just don't know it yet.
He
But
loves you, honey.
huh?
Your husband was out there talking to him.
I know I was. He was in
Oh,
the
I
bed
thought you
asleep.
said he was in there playing music for him and talking
No,
to
I
him.
was, and I'm surprised I
Oh.
didn't wake him up
Oh,
playing
I
the
see.
music so loud because normally he's pretty sensitive to that. But
Oh.
he's been in the wilderness for 5 nights, and he was so tired.
Yeah, I bet so.
He has really slept like a log the last couple of nights. But anyway, I was out there walking around just playing music for the fairies and the Bigfoot, watching the stars in my ship and just walking around and listening to the pond. I filled it up real good yesterday, so the waterfall was real strong and it was so peaceful. It was really nice. And
I know, I was there watching you.
did
I
you
was
enjoy
watching the
it?
whole entire thing. It was very beautiful.
You didn't see me dance.
Oh, did I or did I not? You'll never know.
Don't tell on me.
Oh, no, no.
No. It was fun though, wasn't it?
Indeed, it was.
Very peaceful. I left the Cocoa Puffs out, but they didn't take them.
Hmm.
And I don't have any beef jerky. I guess I'll have to go get some.
You have any like any berries?
I have some blueberries I could put out there.
Take them out of the freezer, or even put them out there frozen. They probably, dogs love frozen.
Well, I have some fresh blueberries in my back fridge. I could just put out there.
Yeah, put some out.
Yeah.
I think we ought to feed them healthier stuff than garbage food.
Well, they don't eat it all the time. That's just what they like just like we do for every once in a while we eat junk. I don't have any Snickers either. They're not getting my Butterfingers because I like them too much.
So do you unwrap the candy before you put it out there?
I can't. I have too many critters in my yard. I can't leave. In fact, the Cocoa Puffs I left in a little plastic container because I have all kind of critters in and out of my yard.
I probably sent you some. I love animal videos.
You have a bunch of critters running through your yard all the time.
All the time, aren't they? Cats and then did you see my beautiful new kittens? The kittens by the pool
The
house?
kitties are beautiful. They're really, really beautiful.
I know.
They're a gift from the heavens.
They are a gift. And they're all so beautiful. They're white with little gray dots on their head like my Rudy. They're so pretty. Like
Rudy,
their mama.
is Rudy the mama or the dad?
Rudy is my indoor cat, and he's been altered, so he's nobody's dad. But his mom had a litter after him,
Oh,
and I kept Theo and Mickey. And Rudy has a blue eye and a green eye. Mickey has blue eyes, and Theo has gold green eyes, and they're white with little gray spots on their heads. All three of
They
them.
are very special kitties.
They
You'll
are.
soon find out. You'll soon find out indeed. They're very special kitties. They were sent there to protect you and guide you.
Well, thank
that's
you.
right.
I love them. I love them so much, and they stay with me. I mean, I haven't been able to take Mickey in. He needs to go to the vet and get. He and Theo have been, this is their second litter. She let her first litter expire. She kept bringing them to me, but it was too late by the time she brought them to me. And so this litter, we're keeping a better eye on. She's a better mom this time.
Yeah, that's the problem when they're so young.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know how to be good moms.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And then Lucy, she's been coming here for, I don't know, she's probably about 10 years old. She's solid black. And she's their mom. And she and Papa, Rudy and Theo and Cleo's daddy, he was white with the gray head. He's where they all came from.
do you know the mama kitty?
Yeah, Lucy, I feed her, take care of her. I can't touch her, but
She's feral. My Charlie kitty his mama was a feral mama. And I traded 2 rabbits for he said, hey, you want a kitten? He was one of my customers at the library, and I saw him out working in the community garden on my way back from the dog park. And I said, hey, what are you growing? He goes, hey, you want a kitten? I said, hey, you want a rabbit? And he said, really? And I said, really? I said, I will go home. I will get you rabbits' cages. I will be right back.
oh,
Thank
that's
you
cool.
for the gift, Donna. Dawn, thank you for the gift. It is an honor. Thank you.
We just have a whole room full tonight, don't we?
Indeed you do.
Can I ask a
It's
question?
been a long time, Hopi. Honey.
I have a question.
Yeah, I have an answer for you.
So when is my star family gonna physically visit me?
They're gonna come in 2025.
I'm not gonna see him before then.
No, they will come and visit you first, and then you will ascend.
But not till 2025.
No, until 2025, ma'am.
Just my flybys, huh?
At the moment, that's what you can call it, a flyby.
A flyby.
Well, yeah, they visit me in the sky, but I haven't physically had contact yet, you know?
You will have contact in 2025.
We'll all have
A couple months
contact, won't
away.
we?
Honey, you will have the contact when the dew hits the ground.
Well, did you hear that, honey?
I did, and I'm thinking,
So you gonna get up early?
hell no.
You know I won't be.
When the seasons change and the dew hits the ground is when you will have a visitation.
Springtime.
Indeed.
Indeed. Indeed. Okay. I'm good. Thank you for that information.
You're very welcome. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah. What about me?
What would you like to know?
Anything you know about me that you can share with me?
Or with others.
You have
Yeah.
had many lives. You've been on the earth multi times.
I'm a
Your
poor
time for
loner.
ascension is near.
Woohoo!
Yes, it is. The time for ascension is near.
Am I
You
a
will be
slow
coming
learner?
into your own, and you will not be a snow bunny.
Is it maybe an aspen?
Oh no, sonno kohana nea kahana ona. You will not.
He said, "You're too fat to snow ski, lady."
No, no, sonno kohana nea nakahanonea.
This is probably why my guides don't talk to me.
Don't be
Yes,
smart
maybe
ass.
because they think that you're a smart aleck and you think you're funny sometimes.
Sometimes I am. They think I'm a smart.
But honey, there's something special for you coming. Yes, there is.
Can you tell me?
The big golden ship with towers of gold.
You know, I keep hearing that, and it's been a while. I'm still
It
waiting.
is not the time yet. The time is vastly approaching for you, my child.
Okay.
Hey, do you know who pokes me at night?
It is one of your guides telling you to wake up. He needs a message to give you. Oh, Catherine. Do not worry for those who have passed. You will see them very soon in the future. Rest assured, the peace within inside of you will make you forget and live to the future. For your destiny, your path, is big and bright if you follow the path that is before you. Do not let that negativity in. It will diminish that light within. Do not harbor and fear those that have passed. You will meet them again. For it is written and it is told. All things come to pass and all things will be made new.
We're all pretty excited for that.
Yeah, we are.
Indeed you should.
I think my guides have a sense of humor.
They have
You
to.
all have a sense of humor with your guides and they think you're hilarious. Sometimes I get annoyed.
I had a reading once that told me that one of my guides was a short, fat man from France.
No,
Or
son,
that
ya
it seemed like that.
kahana ya kana sana ono aha. The time was approaching, Callie. You will have a visitation.
That would be great.
In order to see that visitation, you must open your eyes more. Do not fear the unknown. Keep your eyes wide open and see what is in front of you. Look for the signs. Look for the synchronicity. For that will show you and tell you what you need to know.
Okay. I hope so, because I don't see or hear anything anymore.
I'd only hear my ears ring all the time.
Well, it's not necessarily that you hear them with your ears. It's that you feel them. You feel that emotion, and sometimes you get a notion. You know, like you'll get an idea that'll just pop up in your head out of nowhere, and
Yes, Catherine, it does. Your future does have a tall, dark man with long, dark hair.
Ooh, I like him.
His eyes are made of gold and silver. They shimmer in the lights.
that's pretty cool.
Good man. You got a good man coming. Woo.
Brim's guide, do you see a man in my future that's loving towards me?
You may call me Brim, madame.
Okay, Brim. Oh, you're Brim. Nice to meet you.
You are very welcome. What was your question again?
If there's going to be a real man relationship in my life again.
Your pathways are complicated. For that, I cannot tell you because you might alter that pathway.
Okie dokie.
It all depends on how you act and you correspond with the natives I'm husk around you.
With the natives around me?
Yes.
Hmm.
You got to get out and visit your neighbors more.
Hmm.
Mm.
I pull over and talk to people walking their dogs from my car.
So, Brim, will you look at Brenda Lynn's? Brenda was wondering.
Brenda Lynn. Brenda Lynn. Brenda Lynn. Ono sono kunia ana enia hana kahana senaya. What would you like to know, Miss Brenda? What might that question be?
I don't see her. I hope she didn't leave. Maybe we scared her.
Maybe.
It's good to see you, Dark. Till dawn. It is dark.
I got one for you, Brim, since Brenda's not answering. What moves my hair every night?
Brenda Lynn.
Oh, there's
Your
Brenda.
help would improve. Your health will
Oh,
improve when
good.
you commune more with the Gaia. Take more natural products and be one and connect within yourself. Do that rest and relaxation you need to do. I feel as if your life is in turmoil and a tailspin. Be calm and resonate within oneself. Thus, it will lead you to the peace of tranquility that you need. Do not burden yourself with the pains of the earth. You can fix them. Believe with your heart and your soul. Manifest it, believe it. Open the chakras within.
Those might be breadcrumbs for you, Suzanne.
You are very welcome, my lady. Miss
What's
Hopi,
up?
did you have a question?
I do. I want to know what moves my hair at night.
That is your fairies playing tricks on you. They want to get your attention because they love your long hair. And they want you to play with the wand that you have. And that blue stone. They love the blue stone with white on it.
Okay. What's up, Washi? She wanted to know if she's going to sell her house anytime soon.
Mo no sonia naya onai. That might be a problem for you because there are many people on the earth that do not have that kind of money. You might want to try to lower the price a little and get more attention to the house by expressing the land and the features that it has. Thus one will sell their house.
Yeah. We appreciate you, Brim.
And I appreciate all of you. If it was not for you and Hopi and all the rest of you, I would not be here.
We love you, Brim.
Mono sanaya wono hona hana kahana sana anasana kana onaka.
Thank you, Bram.
And that means peace and love to all and live within the light. For the light will bathe you and save you from the humanity that is on the planet. It will raise your vibration and your frequency when you become one with the light.
We're trying.
And always remember, the knowledge is within.
Whew.
Would there be any more questions? Thank you. I'm sure the human husk will appreciate that donation.
Human ass. Got it.
Our friend.
Yeah.
What about you, Miss Sonia? Do you have anything to talk to me about? You have many questions, I know. And there's many energies around here, many beings floating around. I even sent you outside of the room. I know you're listening, and thank you. The human husk will love that donation too. I know you were watching from the outskirts of this room. I do not care. You released me. I am thankful for that. But do not take it lightly.
Bram, I'm just here.
Monosonna
Bram, I'm just here for
Kahana.
support tonight.
You are very welcome, my lady. Monahana
Bram, I'm just kind of here
Kahana.
for support tonight. Just letting you know what's going.
I hear you, my lady.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have
He's
any
talking.
questions?
Nicole had a question in the comments, unless you saw it and I didn't hear it.
I did not see them. Sometimes it's pretty hard for me to get my big eyes around to see all that.
She says, how do I communicate with everything I'm seeing every night?
By bringing your vibrations up and eating a healthy meal. I'm feeling your diet is not proper. Eating the proper foods and drinking the water. Not of that contagious earth right now. Something more pure. Purify the water. And the water within will resonate with the water out. Drink of the water of life. Thus, you will be able to use that tongue, use the ears, and use your eyes. This goes for every one of you in this chat.
I'll be right back.
We'll
You
be
are very
right.
welcome.
I know my dragon's pretty lively tonight. Holy crap.
Rasa no kohana. Your cancer spiritual will grow if you do not eat the proper things and do not take care of thyself. Rest assured, like I have spoken before, you need rest and healing. Rest within the waters of life. Lay your burdens upon the breastplate of Mother Gaia. The same thing with you. Rest yourself upon Mother Gaia. She will lead you in the path that you need. If you
Hey, I got a
devour,
question, Bram.
if you devour negative food and bring it into your body, you will have that negative energy flowing within you. Try to eat more positive food. Bless the food before you devour it. What is your
Bram.
question?
Is she willing to tell you your name, my name yet? My dragon?
Ona Shanakaya.
Still being stubborn.
Jono Shanakaya. That is her name. Shadakaya.
I was
And
close,
does that
son.
resonate with you, my lady?
Cool name.
Thank you.
Hey, Brim, will I find my new house in time before December 1st?
All signs point to no, you will not. Because you are a very special individual, you require a sanctuary. A place where you can confine yourself with Mother Gaia and the Fae.
Yeah, but I have to move. I don't have a choice. I have to be out of here by December 1st. I don't have a choice.
For me to tell you your spirit would be me not guiding you in the proper way. I can tell you how to find your spirit. Your spirit is within. Thus, you look
No, no, no. I
within.
need to find. Yeah, I need a new home,
I
not a
was
new spirit.
talking to Merhippie.
Oh, I
I
don't know.
was
I'm
telling
sorry.
Wendy.
Sorry, Wendy.
We all make mistakes. It is fairly human to do that. Even my species does it. Oh, there are so many questions. When you find your spirits, you have to look within and commune with Gaia, like I had said earlier. Will you? What do you mean by Light City?
Does she mean dimension?
If she means dimension, she will reside in the fifth dimension. And then she will move on to the seventh when she passes on. There will be light cities in the future, most likely around the year 3030. The earth will be made new at 3030. What was your question, honey? I mean, Hopi. Your names look the same to me.
Hopi's worried about finding a home before December 1st. She has to move.
Thank you,
She
honey. I
will,
couldn't get my mic working.
she will find a home, but then she will move to another. And that place will be the place that she feels she needs to be at. But again, like I have said, all pathways could change once the future is revealed. That's why we do not, as beings, like to tell the future, because your future is unwritten, but we can guide.
Thank you, Bren. And Washi would like to know what city she will reside in when she moves in the next year.
No sonya monaya nyakana anaya noi. That message has not been revealed right now.
Hopi, where do you live now?
I live in Maine.
Oh, quite a ways away.
But
Yes.
the city that I see for you has a lot of greenery. It's not a very well populated city. That is all I know, and that's all I see right now.
I have a question for you.
I might have an answer for you.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm older than the universe. But thus I came to another universe. One would venture to say that I'm trillions of years old.
Trillions. Okay. Does everybody have a dragon?
No, not everybody has a dragon. Some are becoming riders, and some have a dragon, and some have them as familiars.
Oh. Alright.
No, Nyakana Sanaya.
Are there baby dragons?
Oh, there are many baby dragons. Some on the planet right now will have baby dragons.
Okay.
In the future, that is.
You live in the same realm as the fairies?
No, I live in a higher realm.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a dragon? Yes, you have a dragon. Your dragon is purple and red.
Oh.
Merherpy, it's hard to read. Your dragon is purple and red. You would have to go in and resonate with it at the spiritual level at your sanctuary that's within. Thus you will find your dragon's name and what he looks like, or she. I cannot give dragons names. Give dragon when the dragon gives its name, it is sacred to you and the dragon. If the dragon chooses to allow me to say that, I could ask.
Yes.
But the dragons sometimes want to keep that sacred moment bonded with you.
Let's see. Okay. How about fairies? It's to my understanding that each person, when you're born on Earth, is assigned one fairy. You know how many I have?
Na sa na ni no no na o na inya ma na inya sa na ya no no ma ka no na ka no na na sin ni no na ka no ma na ka no na sin ni na wa na you know you ni ka 12.
12 fairies? Wow. Okay. Yes, I have work to do.
You do.
Thank you.
I'm afraid to ask how many fairies do I have.
Oh no, Opie. Come on, you're gonna try to kill a dragon here. No, na sinin man na mo no ni ko no na sa na ni mo na ya na man na sina ai on ya. Oh no, son ni na kina ha na ni man na. You have thousands.
Wow.
Wow.
You have more work to do than I do.
As honey has hundreds.
Trina would like to know if she's going to find a special man, Brim.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Onesinia mokoanaya monayam anaya nosania manaya konesinia anaya. Yes, you will.
Graham, I'd like to know when I'll see my star family.
Late 2025. Yes, Catherine, you are part of the Fae. You are an earthbound, as I would call it. You were born of the earth. Your soul was born on Mother Gaia. You are more natural with Mother Gaia.
So, Brim, are you looking for your human husk for someone to be a companion with?
Oh no, so no, no. Oh no, so no, God, no.
Stop laughing.
Yeah. Oh no, no, yo. No, no, say no, man, no, yeah. And that is his path to find that. If it dawns to him to have that, then it is. I cannot alter and change his destiny either. I can only guide, like I guide you and everybody else. What does that mean, Catherine? It means you resonate more with the earth. Your soul was born of the earth. You're not from space, you're from earth, and your soul is part of earth. When you look within inside yourself, River, when you go to that sacred place in your mind, you oh no, so no, kohana, hina, oh no. I heard somebody say stop. Who said stop? Oh no, oh no. Your dragon, you will find when you go to that sacred space within inside of you.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions?
When will I ascend?
When will you ascend? Are you trying
Yes.
to push yourself to pass on, my lady? You are an angel of light. How would you want to ask that question? Part of you has already ascended.
Wonderful.
Yes, Brenda, you're a starseed. You are a Hathorian, is what I call them.
Brenda, we're related.
And Diane, you when you ascend, you will have a special guide with you. Would you like to know who it's going to be?
I'd love to.
The one who watches you every day.
Do we have a name?
You call him Bigfoot.
Ah, okay.
They will find each other by their spiritual energy. That is how they will find each other. When you vibrate on a frequency, that light resonates with you, and they will cling to that light, and you will go to that.
Well, thank you.
You are very welcome, my lady. I must take a break now. I have some business to attend to.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We
Bram.
will.
Thank
In
you,
blessed
Bren.
be. Oh my lord.
That hard on
Good.
is that hard on your throat, Brim?
Oh, yeah, it's very hard. It's, holy crap. It's like I'm sitting there behind him, and I'm like, any day now, pal.
We just kept asking questions, though.
I'm like, I'm glad. I'm glad to help him. But any day, pal. I don't feel like sitting here all day. I'm getting
You're
bored.
helping your ladies.
Um, when Anya came in, I started getting really warm, like I'm all heated up inside. And then when Brim came, it was like I had to get up and turn the fans all on.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah, I had to turn the air conditioner on.
Area is the Palladian. Area is the Palladian. Epi is the tall white, and she's very she sounds more English, more English than Irish, and she's more but she kind of got that teacher attitude, you know, like that teacher the teacher in school, you're like, oh, here comes that teacher.
Yeah.
She's like that strict teacher, but she comes at you with a loving heart, you know. Now you got Solar over here. She's like the happy hippie valley girl.
She sounds like one. I used to live right next to the San Fernando Valley.
Let's talk about being. What colors does she have? She has blue eyes. She has blue and green eye. No, blue and gray. It's kind of like a gray and silver, actually. Gray and silver, and the way it's hard to explain. It's got like 3 colors, but it changes, I guess, in the way she moves. It's a kind of shimmer, actually. Her skin shimmers too.
So, Diane, I was thinking when Brim was talking to you about part of you is already ascended, I was thinking about your husband. And when he was talking about the one who always watches you, your husband does every day.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yes.
It's both. Because
I'm
I was
wrong.
sitting there, and it was both of them, but
I knew
he
I
came
know
out-
I'm wrong, but that's what I was thinking.
no, you were wrong. It was both of them. But he was having a hard time breathing at that point.
Yeah.
I've gotten mixed messages in the past. I'm curious. I mean, I always thought all my family that went before me, I thought I would see them all again.
You will.
Good. I hope so. I mean, it's
Well,
like,
some you will, some you won't. Because they chose a different path. And that's the thing on Earth, you know. You'll see them possibly in passing, but you know what I'm saying? Like some
yeah,
might
but
pick to
Eric
go on
and
a
I won't
different
blow
planet.
each other. He won't blow me off, and I won't blow him off.
Yeah,
We'll be
it's
happy to see.
kind of what I'm saying is, you see how there's 2 dragons here, and you got one in the middle. It's like you're on one side of the universe, he's on the other side, and eventually you'll come across and see each other or something like that.
Okay.
You'll see each other, You just might not be next to them 24/7.
Right. Well,
And it all depends on the frequency that you're on too.
yeah.
And some, want to reside in the darkness, and
Well, he didn't, but he was
well, that's
also
good.
he was also really young. He was 8 years older than me, and I wasn't even 30 yet when he passed. He was 33 when he passed. And so, but subtract 8 years, and that's whatever I was.
I'm getting a feeling you loved him dearly, didn't you?
Oh yeah, he was I loved him more than anything.
Soulmate.
Yeah, I know that. When
He
he
was a
died, I literally felt like my soul was ripped apart and the best part left.
Yes, he was a soulmate and a twin flame, which is very rare on the human world.
Something
Yeah,
my
I feel that way too.
something my sister told me was that she was off. One of the times when I was fussing at her for not, arriving soon enough when I was calling her, she told me, "I'm busy." She said, "I'm off doing these schools. I'm learning these things. I want to be where you are when you get here." Is what she said.
Aw.
So I got the impression from that there are levels, and the very first thing she ever said to me after she made her transition was, "You were right." And she was dancing, and she kept blowing horns in my ears. Those little birthday horn paper things that blow out and unfurl and make a noise. She was doing that in my ears, and then doing the little red ruby shoes in front of my face for Dorothy.
That's
And
cool.
telling me she was telling me, "You were right, you were right." And then later is when she told me, because I had been trying to talk to her and I couldn't hear her. I couldn't feel her. And then she came and told me I was busy. I said, "Okay, whatever." But I got I got the impression from her, that they have a lot to do. They're not completely healed, when they go, and they have different classes and schools and teachers and guides and things.
Yeah, that's what I always thought, that when I passed, I would go back to school and hang out there a while, and then talk to Eric and find out what he wanted to do, and but things are different than and he and I. So keep in mind, he passed in 1984, and obviously there was no such thing as internet, and we lived high up in the mountain. Well, not high up in the mountains. There was no such thing as internet, and we lived high up in the mountain. Well, not high up in the mountains. There was no such thing as internet.
Poor Diane.
Anyway, we
Diane,
didn't
you have a lot of energy over there.
We pretty much had our own, what sounds right to us. We talked about spiritual stuff all the time, just trying to figure out what was right for us and stuff. I couldn't bring myself to cremate his body. I know that nothing was more clear to me than he was gone. But I couldn't burn his body. And when they wanted to close the casket, I was holding his hand. And my dad was pulling on me saying, "Come on, he's not in there." And I said, "I know he's not, but I loved his body too. I'm not ready to let go."
when you know that he's with you, and he's always with you.
Yes, he's always with you, you know.
He's never
And
gonna.
that it seems to me that this right here is helping you because it feels like that you still had some of that not letting go, you know. And you you talk to him every day, yes, and he's always there, you know. You don't have to let go. He's always there, you know, and he's always there to love you and guide you. And you know, just because he's not here in the husk or in the human body doesn't mean he's not there. He's always with you. He's there when you're sad. He's there when you're happy. He's there all the time. He's that warm embrace at night when you go to sleep. He's there. And it's very hard to let go when you're not finished. But, you know, it's how the universe is. And, it sucks. But, it's something that happens during this life. The human life only can last so long. And, when your time's up, your time's up, But just rest assured that anything that happens like that to anybody that loses somebody, that you'll see them. They'll be there with you. They're there right now. They're that little voice that whispers in your ear. They're there to hold you when you're sad.
And with all respect to all the sadness that you feel for not having them physically, you know that spiritually they're always there. There is no such thing as being unalive. It's just a transition. You transition
Yes.
into a different space. But they're right there. We're all here together at the same time. Front, back, sides, up, down. Everybody is the same. We're all living past, future, sidelines. We're all living in, like what she was talking about earlier, your guide. How we can't understand it. It's just beyond our physical brain to think about everything existing all at once, but it does. And they do. And they're always with us. And even though Sissy told me she was busy, I knew that she was still keeping an eye and still around. And it just takes a lot of energy sometimes. And if we're not paying attention and we're not keeping our energies up, it's kind of hard for them to connect, So that's why all of Brim's guides and Brim have been telling us that we need to eat clean, we need to drink, keep ourselves hydrated, and not just, if you can't eat clean, at least bless your food. Bless it and thank it and be grateful every day. Be grateful for everything you have and for all that you will have, all that you have had, but we look forward. We're always going forward. And when you go on to these different lives and they're telling you that you only have a space family or something like that, we're all spirit. We're all source. We may have originated from some other space place at some point or another, but essentially we're here to live a human experience because we chose to do it. We wanted to have fun. We wanted an adventure. We wanted a vacation. We wanted to learn something. We wanted something from this life, and we chose it. And we had people we chose it with. And when we leave this body, we'll have those people again to go do something else with. We'll go on another vacation, another trip, another learning expedition.
You go to another school and learn. And by when I say school, it means other planet. There's multi beings you could be. There's multi planets you could be at. It'll always be there beside you because, like I said in my previous lives, and I've said now, that your spirit guides are there, and all the people that you've loved and cared for and that care for you and love you are with you all the time. You just can't see them. They're always there. Then, like I said, they're that little voice that whispers in your ear. They are there to hold your hand when you're sad and give you that big, big, giant hug. They are always there. Just because you can't feel, you can't see them as a human, they're there as the spiritual. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of times you've felt a big giant hug and you felt safe and secure. That's because he was there helping you and guiding you. And a lot of them are right there around you. They're around every single one of you. And when you feel that love and that compassion, you'll understand what it truly means, that just passing on is another stage of evolution. He's probably waiting on you right now, going, and just to think over there, time. There's no such thing really as time, because time moves faster, it moves slower. Just like Honey said, you could be anywhere all at once. And thank you for the donations.
We forget that. And then we've kind of separated ourselves into this spiritual community, thinking that we're only space people. We're only this, we're only that. But we're all the same. We're all source.
I don't remember space people, so the only people that mean anything to me are my Earth people that I know, because I don't have any memory of the others. So
I hear people say, I never felt like I came from here. I never felt like I belonged here. And I understand that too, because I never did either. I was the black sheep of the family. I was the weirdo.
Well, I was
the happy hippie or whatever.
Yeah,
but,
I was the free spirit hippie that.
But none of us
would
are
inspect
from
the
here.
hot seed holes every time I came in the house.
Yeah. Well, none of us are from here. We're all from source.
Yeah.
We originated, obviously, and Earth was seeded just as every other planet that is in existence has been seeded from some other place, race, whatever, But that doesn't mean that space is the end all be all. We're here to have a life, to be a human, to experience being human. This is our entire purpose. If we don't do anything else but be born and live a life, if we just lived a quiet little life and had a little garden, that would be our purpose. You don't have to have a big, wonderful, giant purpose for your life, and you could spend your life just spinning. What's my purpose? What's my purpose?
I've
already achieved your purpose.
I feel like I've done what I came here to do. I feel like we're sent to this earth to love and take care of each other, and that's the only thing I've ever done with my life is, I got shit from my family that it's like, they used to say really ugly things like, we'd be downtown for the big Mayfest festival, like my older sister and I and stuff, and somebody would yell, "Hey, Suzanne," and wave their hands, and I would go, "Oh, hey," and my sister would say, "Oh, you know all the drags in society, don't you?" And it's like, you're such an asshole. I mean, you married a rich lawyer. What have you ever done that's any better than what any of these people have done? You married a rich lawyer and you stole him from his wife. You tricked him. You aren't a nice person. Although I didn't say any of that to her. I just stopped answering the phone.
Well, there's so much we have to let go of and just understand that everything happened the way it happened because that's how it was supposed to happen. And we had a big hand in how that happened.
Yeah.
So we chose our lives. We chose our people, our families, our situations, our countries that we were born into. which means you chose how you were raised and all the other things because it was something specific you needed for this life. And so you chose that. And while it sounds kind of harsh and saying, well, you chose that.
Well, no, it
not
doesn't.
what
I mean, I
did.
know, I know that. I know that I chose it, and I really do feel like I have lived my life's purpose, and I feel like at this point, my job is to get myself as physically fit as I can, and have as much fun as I can before I go, and maybe find another lover, which would be nice. Because I've lived a really long time
In a short
without,
sense.
basically.
I know. But I think what I'm trying to get across to the people in the live is that, you're going to come across so many different people with so many different perspectives, and they're all focusing on space right now. But what we have to understand is that we are all human. We're human. We're here for a reason. We're not wasting space or time by being here, longing and waiting for somewhere else or something to come to save us, because we don't need to be saved. We are going to be just fine. We take care of ourselves, and we don't need a savior. That's an old time religion thing that has been pounded into our heads.
Yeah,
We
the whole
are
world.
that we're not strong enough to take care of and save ourselves. That we need a savior, either from the skies or,
From eternal damnation.
from the Bible or any of
From-
those things.
From
We
that
can-
loving Father sitting on the cloud chair that says, I am love, I am perfection, but I'm going to send your ass to hell because you aren't a very
Well-
good girl.
Well, the one true creator doesn't say that. As
right.
that
And
wonderful
that's what
book
all the
says.
leaders, that's what all the ascended masters came to teach us. And Jesus was not the only ascended master who came to teach us that we had been worshiping the wrong gods all along, and that we needed to get back to source, back inside ourselves. And that's when we began to grow, because he came to end duality. We needed to stop thinking of God outside of ourselves. We are God. All of us are God. The God is inside. And that's what he talks about, Christ consciousness. It didn't mean that he wanted to be called the Christ. He was talking about Christ consciousness, not as a last name, but as a way of thinking, a way of being, a way of feeling and believing in yourself and in everyone else. And we ended up turning that around too and deifying him, unfortunately, just as we did the people from space. When they were here all those many years ago, we made them gods.
Yeah.
Because we don't ever think we are enough. We think we need something else to be above us.
You always think you need a Superman, but you're really the Superman, because like I've always said, the Bible, there is one true creator, but all the ones in the Bible, the stories have been taken and manufactured and twisted and contorted to fit the narrative of the society that is within the human race to put control. And there is
How many religions
even-
and denominations are there? What, like 458?
Oh, there's
exactly. And
Yeah.
they took
How many
a lot
gods? I mean, India alone has hundreds of gods, don't they?
Exactly. Yeah, a lot of them do, and that's because some of the gods
Thousands
were
of
mistaken
gods.
as fallen
Not
angels.
Oh.
A lot of the gods on Earth were mistaken as they're fallen angels, just masquerading as gods. Think about this: when you're a primitive nation and you see somebody come down, and they're lifting up rocks and boulders and moving stuff left and right, you being a human didn't realize it, and what are you going to call them? You're going to call them a god, and that's what they did. They did when they seen that these beings came down, these angels came down and see them doing all these magical things. They bow down and call them gods, like they did with
Angels
Jesus.
came down and see him doing all these magical things. They bow down and call them gods.
And they bow down and call them gods, and that's how it started. And so they used that as a tactic from different religions, the Sumerians, the Nordic, because a lot of the Bible is taken from pagan religions that spoke the truth, because within the truth lies the light. And they put it all together in one book to make it as make you think this and this and that and make you fall in line. But if you have, as Honey's favorite word, it's discernment. When you have that discernment, you can actually pick out the true meaning, what the Creator is trying to tell you.
Well, you know, the thing is that if you read anything at all, Constantine put together a bunch of people, and I think I mentioned that Saint Germain said that he had reincarnated as Sir Francis Bacon, and he had a huge hand in collecting the words that they put into the Bible, the books, and they had a council, the Council of Nicene, who all decided what was going to go in there, and they didn't want the pagans to be mad, so they incorporated a lot of different things. But many of those writings that are actual books in the Bible were really written 500 or 600 or 800 years before anything was ever mentioned about a Bible. These were all actually considered to be fiction literature, great works of literature that were already out there, and they just took pieces of them, and they found things in caves. I know
Pyramids.
that, yeah, they found writings here, there, everywhere, and just kind of said, oh yeah, this one looks good. This will keep the people busy. And let's just throw that in there, and let's, and then everybody will all just get along. This will be what we'll do. And then somehow it became the word. And you don't dare bring that up when you're in church or in Bible study or any of those things, that there is proof that that was written way long before a Bible was ever conceived.
Right.
And it was actually, but a lot of fictional works, just as we're finding out too, fictional works were based off channelings. So some of what is in the Bible probably did come from some channelings and were written down as fiction and then turned around and put into the Bible as the absolute truth. And we'll never really know until we leave here and rejoin Source. Then we'll know what we're doing. And then we'll come here and do it all again and forget it all again. But
Thank you for the gifts, all.
We came this time because this is supposed to be the time that we ascend. And so all of us had been waiting and waiting and waiting for our specific times to be born, to come into this world and come into our understandings and come into our learnings within ourselves to know, to be here with this time as we ascend as a group. And we will move on, as Dolores Cannon says, into our 5D, 6D, 7D worlds. And these people who choose to stay in the 3D, we won't see them. They won't see us. We won't see them at all. We're going to be...
They won't even remember us.
No, we'll be living in a completely different reality from one another. And it's their choice. It's their choice. We can't drag them with us. And while people are angsting and worrying, I can't leave my grandkids, I can't leave my kids, I can't leave my dogs. The thing is whoever's going to go is going to go because they're meant to go. And the ones who choose not to go are going to stay. And they will eventually come, just not now, not with us. They'll ascend at a different time, and we'll see them then. And we won't know because time doesn't exist where we're going. So it won't be like we, they're going to be lost to us forever because there's no time.
Right. And what do you have to add, James Yeshua?
Hey guys, welcome. Hey Brent, thank you guys for
Welcome.
to the panel of infinity, of infinity's light.
That's cool. That's
Yeah,
I like it.
you guys are talking about ascension, and I just like to share just a little bit of this grass that I'm freshly growing out the earth through these words. And as I mow the lawn and speak, so it came to me today that this is just from my experience that the word God. So I was watching something where it said, "Where does it come from?" and then it broke it down to Elohim. And then from my research, I never knew that. But from my research, Elohim were like associated with these divine beings who were like mentioned in the Emerald Tablets of Thought, and I'm getting a little bit vaster awareness to this whole concept of God when it just pertains to certain cosmic beings that can somehow speak words and use the elements and be so connected to source that like even a human being couldn't look at them without being disintegrated, like so to speak, or something like that. And like because they existed, separately from us, but were so divine and so close to the essence of source that it seems like these eternal beings just go around creation like sons of the light and go into a planet living forever and probably think of new life forms and stuff and start like playing the planet like a video game, and so it gives me a little bit more perspective on why our society like views God so differently. But now I'm understanding it as just a level of creative beings that exist and their influence in learning stories about this.
That fits with everything I've researched too, James. I've been reading about all of this stuff since I was like 10 years old, trying to find out and dig around and find the histories, and that really jives with a lot of what I've researched. That it's just a cycle. We just kind of cycle through, and we have kind of been wiped out a few times because we were felt to be a lost cause at a few times in our history. But this time they decided to hang on and let us see what they're going to do. And that's why everybody is assembling all around us right now to watch. We're great entertainment right now, because yay, finally we made it. We figured it out. Some of us are going to ascend, and they're just so happy for us that we finally reached a point of enlightenment that we can move on.
And they use a little portal. Sometimes they look at us through little portals. Some people call them orbs. And James knows all about them orbs.
I just watched a video which really caught my attention because I have a lot of experience with orbs, and I have a lot of experience with seeing the fourth dimension through the orbs, like seeing and feeling at the same time. Like, because I can look at a face of an orb, and the feeling will come to me, like and then so the expression of that feeling in the face is like the most beautiful part about the orbs, is because they look like the source of cartoons. Like their expressions are like, if you see joy, you see pure joy in a face. If you see innocence, you see innocence in the face. If you see fulfillment and a big smile, you see that. you know, within you see the expression of actually like the feeling, and then these beings expressing themselves through feelings. But yeah, so yeah, so a lot of I was gonna say there's a video that I just posted to I just posted it before I came here, and it was a video of Israel of some dark entity or dark being like floating around, and like it was real quick, and my eyes caught it, so I started scanning the whole perspective of the picture at once, and then there's actually a sliver of light that appears in the upper right, and then all of a sudden the darkness you see swirls and like runs. It runs. It's almost like it ran from the light. So that was what I got from that thing I just posted.
Well, you guys all know that's my favorite thing to say is dark is passive and light is active. We have to turn on the light. And there's no dark beings that are out there looking to attack and overtake us. Those dark beings are just the dark that we have to light up. You know, that's our job, is to bring the light inside ourselves and then shine it out as brightly as we can for everyone to see.
Talking about past lives too, and someone that I think it was River. River had asked if I experienced any past lives. And my now when I first started learning about experiences, what I began to do, because I discovered that was real, and I knew that I could do this, like leave your body and wake up consciously, you know, and I was this. So I developed a habit of like saying, like, this real, and going, like,
James, you might want to play with your mic.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
It shows you muted, but you're talking. It's really weird.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
You're in and out.
I got you. I think the Wi-Fi picked up. I had to cancel. You hear me now? You hear me now, right?
Yeah. Even though the phone says, even though it says you're
Yeah, we
muted.
can hear
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello. Hello.
I hear
Thank
you.
Hello. So where was I? Okay, so real quick, it was just I said, is reincarnation real? So I lay down, and then for some reason, like I really got flooded for the next few nights of different dreams or different experiences where I was someone else, and I've never had that experience of dreaming and being someone else. And so one of those people was a man named Spencer Armstrong, and I was like in like Tibet or something, and there was a master, and we were all students, and I feel like this master was like a ball of light, and he was meditating, and I was one of his favorite students in that dream, and I was Caucasian in that dream, and then another dream where I was a red-headed woman, who lived a very normal life, and I was a red-headed woman, and at night, like a UFO would come down to my bedroom window, and I would like sleepwalk and get on board, and I would float in this like ecstasy of light. I would float in this other dimension inside this UFO, and then I would walk out of the UFO back into my room and back into my bed, and then wake up, and then go about my day doing things with the kids, and then doing things, shopping and stuff. But I was still connected to this ship, and then every night I would go to sleep and then go aboard the ship and float in this light. So that was another experience, you know. And let me think. I think there was one more. I can't remember right now, but those are two experiences of past lives for me. And then at that moment, I was like, okay, I'm convinced that they're real, and I never really looked back It's just I just kept it moving in the astral.
Your first one where you were a Shaolin monk.
No, Tibet is not Shaolin. Shaolin is China.
That's what I'm getting. Shaolin monk. I don't know why, but Shaolin monk is what I'm getting. I don't know where it's coming. It's coming from him, Shaolin monk. Maybe he might have been one in his past life, but he was definitely a Shaolin monk at one time or another, because I'm getting Shaolin monk and he kneeling with a red outfit on and praying. You kind of like doing the triangle with his fingers. That's what I'm seeing. And the redhead sounds like Ireland, but I didn't look at that one. I was too locked on to the Shaolin monk thing. But that's what I'm getting. It's the one I'm seeing. Like Honey said, we all see in different vibrations, so you might be seeing that, and I might be seeing a different perspective of James, But that's what I'm seeing. Huh? I don't know if that resonates with you, but that's what I'm seeing.
I'm here. That's cool. That's cool. Does anyone else want to go or want to talk about past lives? Have any questions to talk about?
Hello?
Or is this thing is so
Yeah.
this thing is so messed up. Yeah, I know you can hear me now, but anyway, I feel you. Anybody else?
Anybody else want to
Wanna go
speak?
I just want to say hi, James.
What's up? Hope you love.
I'm so glad you came in.
Nicole Brim.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Nicole is asking Brim if you can see anything in her, if you can see a life.
Oh, Nicole. She was a teacher and a nurse. She was a teacher in England, and a nurse, and a nurse. World War one or two. It's bobbing back and forth. It's like a pendulum. So maybe both. But I'm seeing a nurse in both of those were wars. But I'm also seeing a teacher in England. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad that resonated with you. Thank you for the love and the gifts. I'm honored.
We did get a nice little family here tonight, didn't we?
Yep.
Oh, Dawn. I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming with you, Dawn. I had a feeling.
Couple more people told me they might show up, but I don't know.
Dawn. You. I had you on my mind earlier. You were You were a Palladian at one time. You used to go around and help children. And on this life here, you kind of did the same thing. Not a teacher, but kind of like, not a babysitter. What do they call them?
A nanny?
A nanny, yes, that's the word. A nanny. Because I'm seeing like a red dress, and it had a puffy bottom. It kind of looks like the Victorian eras. Yeah, a nanny. And when she was in a Palladian, she used to come down and help the children because they were scared at night. She used to scare away the fake boogeymans and, try to, play with the kids. But I'm seeing a Victorian dress. Nanny, Victorian dress. England. Yeah.
Can you look at Metaphysical, Grim? Metaphysical. Her name is Mia.
There's a lot of magic. Spiritual, witch, Salem.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Witch, Salem, white. She was a white witch in Salem. And she also came over on one of the voyages of the Mayflower.
Cool.
The third voyage. A lot of her family died because they were sick because the food rations were low and there was a lot of storms. I don't know if that resonates with you. That's what I got.
Well, she's a very magical person, so I can see that in her. Yeah. She came through to say hi.
I know you were, Mel. You were also a Native American.
There she is.
Yes. I don't know if y'all can hear me because it's been messing up on me.
You're a Native American now. Or, as you want to call them, indigenous. You were Cherokee, It begins with a... Yeah. Yes. Cherokee, Potawatomi, and... There's another one. It's a long-ass name. It begins with an N. Yeah. The one with the N, it's really long. I can't even begin to say that one.
I don't remember.
There's one that begins with an N. Nutka. Oh my, I can't even. It begins with an N. It's a long word. And you were also a medicine woman. And a gypsy. You traveled around the United States and you were a gypsy. You kind of have that free spirit around you. I don't know if that resonates with you. That's what I got.
So for all the new people coming in here tonight, Brim is our host, and he's our dragon. but he also channels 4 or 5 other different people as well, and has a lot of his own inner strengths and gifts that have been that he's worked very hard to acquire and recognize. So we're just all having fun, figuring out what we've been and what we've been doing and where we're going and why.
I'm
So,
hearing
Brim,
tapping.
Well,
Hello.
hello.
Hello, can you hear me? See,
I
it lights
hear
up.
you.
It lights up. Oh, you can hear me.
Oh, I hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
I didn't think it was
Oh,
working. I
I'm
was like,
so glad. Well, hello, Mel. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
yes, it has been, Brim.
No, so na hiniona.
Indeed.
Da kona sini naman ako na yan ya una ya.
Back at you, brother.
What did you want to ask me, Hopi?
Well, I just had a question. 2 things. If you've seen anything new about my past lives, 'cause we already know about the Native American. But, also, past
You're
lives
also a witch in
and.
Salem.
Okay, but I had a question. At one time, it does resonate with me, and I do feel this is true. But I would like to know, one time somebody told me that I was seated by the 7 mothers and I was the Hathor. Is that true?
Indeed.
All right, I wanted to know if it was true or not. Thank you.
Often people that are on here, they spit the truth with the lies, and they mix it together in a stirring pot. They give a little bit of the truth and a little bit of the fiction.
Absolutely true.
Yes, well, you're aware of who I'm talking about.
Oh, indeed I am.
So I just wanted a second opinion, you know?
Yes,
All right,
you
and
did.
then you said what else? Salem?
You were also a witch in Salem. You were a green witch.
Green, oh, like the earth?
Yes. Oh, I see you, Caleb. I see you down there in the comments. Do not think I do not. Yes,
Thank you,
that
Brim.
one of them were. You were the chieftain's daughter. I would go with Iguanquin.
Half pint, do you mean Indian or Native American? Indigenous American? Because the Indians are from India. Truthfully. Just wondering. Because you could mean both.
The Iguanquin.
I got you.
Hey, Brim.
Just wanted to clarify.
Hey, Brim, did you see Half Pint? Will Mary and Ray move anytime soon? Do you see that?
Not within a year. Thank you for the gifts. The human husk will appreciate them.
I had forgotten about it until till you started talking to other people about it. But in a reading I had in the past, they told me that I had been a witch a long time ago, but I'm not sure. Do you see that at all?
They called you a witch because you were talking to the animals and understood them. You used to walk around with a big white wolf.
That would fit me really well.
Whoa, that just gave me like literal chills over my whole body when you said that about her white wolf.
Well,
because you are the one that walks with wolves.
Woohoo! Y'all know what makes me happy. Probably why I love dogs so much, huh?
Gaelic.
And I used to think, I always thought that my spirit animal was a wolf from a meditation I did.
I hear a whisper. When all the mics are off, there is a whisper.
That's that weird TikTok sound that sounds like a whoosh.
No, this was a voice.
Oh.
It was a female voice. This is the third time I have heard it when I speak. I told you, Ariel, I will not be shushed. I will speak the truth. You will not shush me.
Sorry.
As you were saying.
I was just saying that I always thought that a wolf was my number one spirit animal. But another reading told me it was like some South American gecko, which doesn't resonate with me at all, although I have some house geckos cruising around that I let stay. I think that answered my question, that I wasn't really a witch. They just called me one because I talked to animals. I've done that my whole life, in this life too. Sassafras and I understood each other real well.
Indeed.
I still speak to animals and trees and plants. And rocks. Well, rocks speak to me.
You speak to the crystals.
Yes. They speak to me. They sing to me. Yeah, I could see that, Kallium.
You would be very good with music, magic.
You're not the first person to have told me that. I had a little old gypsy lady tell me that when I was a teenager, that I should learn to use music to heal with. That it's within me
healing
already.
bowl.
I just have to pull it out. Yes, singing bowls. Yes, yes.
Yes, a white one with blue around the edges.
Grim, read Callium. He's wanting to know if he may be a Gaelic king.
Oh no, oh no. You are the. Tartarian king. As for the Gaelic, you were there at that time era. You were the prince. You were the prince.
Yeah, I thought so too, honey. I've been hearing that too. It's like a female voice under Brim's voice, like talking under him.
She's trying to shut me up. She always does that when I try to speak.
But you're not going to let her, right?
No on the eye. What did you say?
But you're not going to let her shush you, correct?
I do not be shushed. I have the shusher and I will not be shushed.
I love when you say that.
I took the shusher from somebody else and I will not be shushed or silenced. Thank you. Very much appreciated. The human inside will enjoy that. Does anybody else have anything to ask at this moment?
I do. So you're able to see what we or who we were in our past lives?
No, I am able to, yes.
Can you tell me anything about any of my past lives?
No, Shania, Kyomo, no, Shania, Hanayunya. You were a shopkeeper, a librarian. You were a shopkeeper and a librarian. Librarian. You liked to read books as a small child.
Yes.
In England.
Okay.
I do not know if that resonates with you. I hope it does.
A little bit, yes. I'm a writer.
Well, that would make sense.
Yes. All right, thank you.
You're very welcome, my lady. Would anybody else have any questions?
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
We do appreciate all of your guides coming and speaking with us and talking to us tonight. It's been enlightening and encouraging. We appreciate all of the guides that are with you.
I am honored. I do not read the future because the future is unwritten. I can tell you bits and pieces of the distant future, but I will not tell of the human path. And yes, Diane, you were in the pioneer times. You were on the Oregon Trail.
Ouch.
Do not bonk your head.
You okay, River? I heard that one. Hey, Red One, how are you?
Greetings, Red One.
I didn't realize I was so close to the headboard, and I laid back down and bam.
You bonked your head.
Luckily, it's wood and not concrete.
I seen you bonk your head.
Yeah, it sounded like a solid hit.
It was.
I have done that. I have done that before. Scooting up in the bed, and also I scooted just a little bit too hard and too far, and smacked my head right on the headboard. And I was like, "Okay, well, I go sleep now." I just go sleep right now.
It's like, when I get in my Jeep now, my Jeep is lifted, which is insane considering I had back surgery and I'm 5 feet tall. But I bought it a long time ago, and
When you were younger and sprier.
well, 10 years ago, or
Yeah, when you were
or
younger
so.
and sprier.
Yeah, I mean, I was younger and sprier 2 years ago. And
Yeah, me too.
Keep
Well,
in
no,
mind,
not me
somebody
too,
that's
but yeah.
5 feet tall has to walk 3 times faster than, or three times more steps than their tall counterpart. So, man, I was always just chugging, or whatever the word would be, for moving. Now I forgot what I wanted to say, so.
Getting in your Jeep, you'd bang your head.
Oh.
But I shortened it for you. But go ahead. Go
That's
ahead and
what
tell
brought
us.
up the Jeep is I hold on with everything I've got when I climb in my Jeep, because prior to this, I have fallen, like, it's been raining and I had wedges on or something, wedge clogs of all things. And then getting in with stuff in my hands and not holding on with both hands, climbing in. I have fallen backwards out of my Jeep onto, and if I did that now, it'd probably make my ascension happen a lot faster, because I'd bleed. But
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
On blood thinner. You're on thinners. Yes.
yeah, I hold
I
on
get you.
tight when I climb in my Jeep. And lately it's been harder, and so I rest my whole left arm on the door, and anyway, I'm careful now.
So, Brim, Bina had a question. She says, "Can you tell me whose eyes I see through?"
You see through many eyes. I mostly see a bird. A bird and a cat.
So, is she traveling with these animals to see through their eyes?
Yes. When she astral projects, most of the time she finds an animal spirit and looks through their eyes.
I've had that experience before. I haven't done it in a very long time, though. But I used to do it all the time when I was a kid.
Does that resonate with you, Bean?
Maybe Raven. That's
Maybe she can explain to us a little bit.
Once I looked down and I saw hands, dirt under the nails. That one sounds like a past life. You are a farmer. A farmer and a gardener in New England. You're very welcome.
So a lot of us have had just kind of normal lives for the most of our lives. They've just been regular Joe Blow lives that we just live through and exist and have families and have fun and then come back and do something else.
Some of the past lives I cannot speak of because it will change your futures.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
But a lot of you are royalty.
I'm really tickled about the animal stuff you told me. Because that's.
I know I am. I'm a royal pain in the ass.
There you go, Hopi. That's cool.
That's what I've been looking forward to. Probably as much as clean, renewable, free energy is being able to talk to. I hope I'm able to talk to all the animals. That's what I want. I want to go see the earth more because there's still. I haven't even been to Europe. You know.
You want
I
to be
love
Dr.
the earth.
Doolittle, right? You want to be Dr. Doolittle?
Yes. And I want to talk to all the animals because they're my favorite people.
And that's because we used to talk to them and they used to talk to us and we could understand them and they could understand us.
I could still talk to Sassafras. Tell you what, she and I were connected. That's why it just about destroyed me this June. She just passed in June. It was awful.
Bless your heart. I'm sorry, honey. Condolences.
I'm so sorry, honey.
Thank you. She was 15 and a half, and I knew that she couldn't stay much longer, obviously, because, you know, she was a Labrador that was like, she was about 72 pounds. And, you know, their lifespan's about 12 years. So I really felt like she was holding on for me. But I felt so bad. The last 8 months of her life, I was laid up. You know, I could only, she couldn't get up on my bed and I could no longer lift her up the way that I used to because she got to where she couldn't jump up. And so then I'd put her paws on the bed and she would pull with her front legs and I would lift her rear end up. But, you know, once my back crunched, I couldn't lift anything, much less her. And so, you know, she'd slept on my bed with me pretty much her whole life. And then all of a sudden after my surgery, when we needed each other the most, she slept on the couch in the family room and I slept on the other side of the house in my bedroom. And I would go out there whenever I could and just sit with her and talk to her and pet her and apologize that I couldn't lift her up. And I tried to talk her into sleeping in my room on the floor. I got her 2 new beds and it was like, no, if I can't sleep on the bed, I'm sleeping on the couch. And she'd go back to the family room on the couch. So I felt bad about that.
You shouldn't feel bad about it. She understood.
She knew I was. We were both.
She knew, honey.
We were
You
both.
need not to worry. You need not to worry. She is there with you.
Well, I talk to her every day too. You know, I have an ancestor author that my
Indeed,
close.
you do.
and I talk to them all. When I don't talk to them all as much as I do Eric and Sassafras, but I talk to
Well,
my
greetings,
younger sister.
Bugsy.
What'd you say?
I said, greetings, Bugsy. It is an honor to have you here. It's been a long time since I've seen you, sister.
I hear the voice again.
How are you doing, beautiful? How are you doing?
Ingrid, Kellen.
Stop digging.
Yeah, what is that voice again?
I heard it really loud just a few seconds ago, and then it got real quiet again. I don't know.
It is Aria she's talking to. You're getting a 2-for-1 special tonight.
Evidently. We're okay. We're okay with that. We're happy to have all of you.
Absolutely.
No, so no kohana e ne o no kohana sana kina na no ko. I am great, little one. And how are you?
Oh my.
Bugsy, I send you a big hug. Bugsy!
Hi. Welcome,
Hi,
Bugsy.
darling. Big hugs, big hugs.
Hello, hello.
No senia ko no nia bono na nia mono kohana.
What Gargasi?
Na senia na kahona nia ka.
Karakong.
Manea ha.
Tung karakong sininingo. Yagrata puko.
Na sinin na manono no mono kunia ka na yo no sono ka.
That's interesting.
Nia na.
Hold on. Wait, how long have you guys been on here?
We have been on here since 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Why didn't
And on this live, we've heard Ario speaking, we've heard Solar speak. And you know who you're speaking to now.
Yeah, my best friend.
Nenai.
Are you in a better space now?
Na sanai ni a kono ana a kina mo no kina sine ana.
So you're aware of everything then that's going on.
Na noi ai.
Good.
Mo no sia.
I am too.
Mo no ye kia.
Sorry, I'm trying to hear and also type and respond to people because I don't want people to think I'm not answering.
You're good, honey. You're good.
So
Wait,
tell us what you've been up to, Bugsy.
I'm gonna say this person's name wrong. Kalium? What does that mean? Do you mind elaborating? Just border with yourself?
And I've been good. I've been learning. I've been experiencing both human emotions and beautiful elevated vibrations. I've been, as a human, a lot of my past traumas that I have faced are coming up to just, the universe is kind of just being like, yeah, this is, you sure? You don't want to go back a little bit? Not a little, temptation. So it's been kind of fun just playing the game of life. Just kind of just flowing.
That's what you need to do, is go by the flow of life, my dear.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, yes, even when you channeled me. Oh, do you remember?
Hold on. I'm gonna have to leave and come back. My phone keeps loading. I don't know if you guys can hear me. If you can, I'll be right back.
Oh, I hear you nice and fine.
Why is this not working?
Well, hello, everybody. How are you?
I'm about to lose y'all. Y'all are about to lose me. I'm about to lose y'all because my phone is at 0%, and why it hasn't died, I don't know. It's really weird.
Why can't you charge it?
It's on the charger, but it's showing 0%.
Wow, that's
do a
great.
screenshot. It's very weird.
Check and make
it's very
sure
weird.
both ends of the cord are plugged in. Mine comes in done, and I don't notice sometimes.
Yeah, I'm checking. Thank you for reminding me. No, it's plugged in. It's
Wow,
just not.
Do you have
very
another
weird.
cord you can use? It might be the cord's gone bad.
I've got several, but this one's a good cord. It was working fine earlier. Now it's showing 1%, so it's working.
It's
It was
just charging
That was
slow.
weird that my phone was showing 0% though, because usually when it gets to 1%, I'm gone.
Yeah.
It
Me
doesn't.
too.
I don't think
It's
I've ever
weird.
seen a phone that showed 0%.
I haven't either. That's like I said. I always
I
see
don't
it get to
think I
1%.
have
And
either.
then
Yeah, that's kind
gone.
of cool.
It's odd, but then connected to me, that's usual.
Yeah.
Oddness is like my, whole reality is oddness.
What's really a bummer is when I plug it in at night and I've got all my alarms set and everything, and then one end's not the the end that plugs into the charge had come undone or something during the night, so the phone wasn't charged, and
Is the
then
phone close to your bed?
mine's in my bed.
Move it.
Why? Fire?
Your technology is blocking you, and it's too close to you.
It
while you
can.
sleep.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a
And
really good point.
I don't know what you've been doing, but the technology is not working because of a lot of things going on right now, especially with solar flares. But with you personally, you just need space, especially when you rest. And I
I'm
feel like
glad
the
you
universe
said
is kind
that.
of pushing that.
I've been in my bed for most of a year. I mean, back and forth between. I've been in bed more than a normal person should be. And so I have a nest, I was recovering from back surgery, so I can do more now than I could in the beginning, but I needed everything close or I wouldn't be able to get it. And I live
Yeah.
alone, so I
That
had
makes
no
sense.
help. But
That
I'm
makes
better
sense.
enough now that I can take my laptop off my bed. I can charge my phone where I normally do prior to having it in my bed.
Yeah,
But,
it's not good for anyone, but for some reason, for you specifically, Spirit's like, nope, tell her to take it off. Tell her to take it off.
Well, thank you. Thank you for telling me that, because it makes so much sense to me.
Please
As
don't
soon
thank
as
me.
you, as soon as you said it, as soon as you said it, it was like,
Absolutely not.
that makes absolute perfect sense.
Yeah, it's a thing actually for all humans. You shouldn't have any technology where
Right?
you
It's not
you
good.
should
It's
not.
like women putting their phone in their bra, and you should.
And yep, and their
I
side.
don't hold my phone up to my head either. But of course, I can't hear from it, so I have to use the speaker now anyway, because it's like the ear hole is clogged or something. I don't know.
For all our relatives, that's a really good question. So ideally, you would want at least. Hold on, let me make sure. Before I open my mouth, let me.
I know we're supposed to have, especially when we sleep, we shouldn't have anything plugged in around us. We ought to have a completely
Because
dark
we
room
are
and
a
nothing plugged in.
frequency-based being. And these things give off their own frequency and frequencies that are sent to them by not us. And we have absolutely no control of that. And there are frequencies coming off of them to purposely hinder us.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
in terms of, Spirit says 17 feet away. But also,
well.
Spirit says realistically, understanding that right now we are a technology-based, you know, they didn't say environment, but I'm going to say environment because it's not just us, it's kind of all around. It's not
It's
everywhere,
everywhere.
but it's all around, you know?
Everywhere.
So they say at least where you sleep, keep it out of that room. If you want to listen to something, having a speaker or something that you can listen to is perfectly okay. Just make sure your phone is away from your bed.
17.
It's like, we get you gotta live, but, you know, do a little
Well,
bit for
yeah.
yourself. It
It's
doesn't
like,
have to be 17 feet, but ideally
me-
it should be.
For me to get out of bed and walk 17 feet is doesn't happen very fast.
Yeah. What's going on right now is a lot of beautiful, beautiful things are happening.
Yep.
And I love, please, if I'm saying your name wrong, please say it, Kalium. The solar flares are meant to raise the vibration not only within us and reenact dormant DNA, but also in our planet. So the fact that you're feeling winter might be cooler, so we self-adjust, and you're feeling the warmth, that's a really, really beautiful like analogy of what's going on. And you're gonna feel the warmth, but you have to understand that we are the co-creators of our reality, right? So same with
That's
all the
right,
disasters
sister.
going around. The more you focus on all those disasters, the more you're gonna make that reality. The more you focus on yourself, and the more you focus on, you know, understanding that when you're doing you, nothing else matters, right?
Exactly.
The weather will not affect you as much as you feel it does now. Because at that point, you're understanding enough to associate and disassociate. You're not only listening and using your senses, but you're in a point in yourself where you're not content. You are at peace. And when you're at peace, those disasters that you see going on are actually not in your reality. And the more you fester on the fear of those disasters happening to you is when you create that reality. So feeling the warmth of the winter, think of it as something beautiful to come when it gets colder, right? Because the cold is going to come regardless. And we, like you said, we self-adjust. And it's so, so beautiful that you said that, because just like everything going on around us, the weather, the people around us, everything we have to do, we can't control everyone else. We have to self-adjust. And I absolutely love that you said that.
I have been trying to get this message across, Bugsy, for months and months. I have been telling people not to focus on the fear and the angst and the worry about what's going on around us.
Yes, honey, yes.
It's only going to make it worse.
It will only make it worse because you manifest your realities. It's that easy. It's that complicated, we feel like, because we're humans and we have this beautiful experience of emotion, right? Mm-hmm. That's the only reason that fear is so productive, because we were trained and based on either we have to avoid our emotions, especially a lot of men, which is so painful because men should know how to be emotionally intellectual just as much as women do, and men need to know how to be just as strong. But if you were born that way, I'm going to say that because I am non-binary. I don't know if you guys know. I do go by he, she, and they pronouns. We're spirit. We're not one or the other, but we are born something, and it does affect us. And that's something that a lot of us try to push away, but it's something that makes us so much stronger.
And we have been every gender.
Exactly. Yes.
And every color.
Yeah, and I will admit too, I I've actually only been a female, and I've been on Earth quite a while. I've been on other planets too, but I've only been a female quite a few times. This is, I think, my third or fourth time as a female. I was a male a very long time, so I have very heavy masculine energy, but also it's so beautiful to be able to understand that you're not one or the other. And that is what's going to help us like decipher what's going on outside, because it's not one or the other. It's what we choose it to be, right? So that's why self-affirmations are so beautiful. And they're annoying as shit. They're annoying as shit to actually face and to do and to tell people do affirmations.
It's kind of cheesy sounding sometimes.
It is. It's,
you know,
some of them are.
When people ask me and I tell them, I always feel, you know, a little sheepish, but affirmations are so important, and knowing that you manifest your own reality is the best thing you could ever know.
When you have had a lot of negative talk in your head for years because of bad relationships, etc.
It just gets to be a habit that you need to break.
Thank you. You brought me back. I've noticed that it has really helped me. Plus, I've been getting some positivity elsewhere. But you know, I notice sometimes, like, I've been real down on myself.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question that if you don't want to answer out loud, you don't have to, especially because we are on a live?
Okay.
When you beat yourself up, do you take the time with yourself? And I'm asking you this because this is a healing that I've done in the past, but I haven't been enacting it currently, and I just realized I did something. So part of my healing process was being able to ask myself, is it coming from a wounded place when I was a kid, and what's triggering it now?
I know that, yeah, it was being raised by a mother who got her value being told what pretty little girls she had. And my mother was very critical she was very, we were always very weight aware. And my mother, she was a wonderful person, but, you know, she was a baby boomer, basically. You know, and the way she was raised, and she was a proper Southern woman. She went to college and got a degree in she didn't graduate. She got married and pregnant. But she almost had her bachelor's degree in home economics. So I was taught how to properly set a table, everything, you know, very good Southern manners. My mother didn't work, and she went to work when I was 14 when my parents got a divorce. So then I kind of became the person that, anyway.
The parents
story short. I mean, the only time I ever heard them that I recall, the only time I ever remember them saying, "I'm proud of you," was when I came to visit them. My daughter wasn't 2 yet, and I had a flat stomach. And they said they were so proud of me. They didn't tell me they were proud of me when I graduated from college or when I bought a car for the first brand new car with cash the first time. No help from them. You know, it's like the things I'm proud of my kids for, I never heard that from my parents. So when I gain weight and I'm 5
They were
foot
threatened
tall,
by your success.
I don't know. I just know.
That's what I feel.
Who was threatened by my success?
No, your
parents.
mother, specifically.
Your mother was
too.
threatened by your success.
Yes.
She felt like you were outdoing her, like you were showing her up.
Yes, it's
And
very
that's the reason
similar
she
to
didn't
a
give you
lot
the
of-
praise you deserve.
Yep, a lot of mothers who don't do that. It's the envy of the fact that I'm not taking charge of my life and I didn't how I should have. But this person is doing it. And because you're
Absolutely.
so close to her, like Mel is completely like right. But the thing is too, we have to understand when we think back on those things that our parents did give us all that they could give us. As stupid
Yeah,
and annoying as that sounds.
I understand that. I was a parent, you know. My daughter, unfortunately, probably will never be a mother of a daughter, which I really wish that she could, because then it would help her understand me, you know.
Yeah.
It's really hard it's so strange because so many of my friends are her age, yet it's so hard for her. And her boyfriend is like 10 years younger than me.
Oh, wow.
So she likes older men, you know, and that, hey, she supports herself. She bought her own house. He has his own house. And they go back and forth whenever they want to. And, you know, that might be the best way for relationships to survive. I don't know.
No, that's the way for a relationship to strain.
Grow apart.
The more you actually create space between you and someone that you're trying to evolve with, right? If you are trying to grow, it's a great and beautiful thing to take your space. Even don't go more than 3 days. And the reason I'll say don't go more than 3 days is because you can convince yourself within 48 hours something completely different than the truth. And then we live with those regrets, right? And then we look back and we're like, oh, I should have went about it this way. But that's not the case. That's us putting ourselves in that mental misery that we were put in as kids, right?
Yeah.
My mother was very jealous of me, very envious of me.
You're so smart.
I'm 20, about to be 27, I think. Am I 26?
That's how old I was when I was widowed.
The light's confirmed. I'm about to be 27. Dom too, my best friend. But I appreciate that. My wisdom came with the darkness that I was living in, right? And a lot
Did you go to therapy?
Since you asked, I will be completely honest. I did go to therapy. I went to therapy when I was really little because I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on here, but I was as a kid. Yeah, I'm trying to phrase it right. As a kid, I was not treated how a kid should have been treated. But as a kid, I've had gifts. I've had gifts my whole entire life. So adults, especially that I was living with, did not want to face me. And when we get in those situations, I feel like you're very similar in that way.
Yeah.
Because
You and I have a lot of
here
similarities.
Yeah, and I feel
we need
that's
to be
because you're the
friends.
light. That's because you're the light.
You're the light too.
No. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, the light is born in the darkness. This is what people don't
Right.
understand, right?
Yeah, well,
the light is born in the darkness, and you go ahead.
I was really bright before they messed me up.
No, and this is where I was gonna get. I'm so happy you said that. I will tell anybody, even if it's hard for me to keep that up, right? And this is the thing, we have to be patient with ourselves enough to be consistent with ourselves. Your parents didn't mess you up. Your parents put you in a situation that traumatized you, but they didn't mess you up. You chose to take that and make it a negative. And this is, I'm not saying it's a you problem because it did affect you. But what I'm saying is you being the light, look at the drive that it gave you.
They weren't the only.
No, I know, but we were using them as an
When
example.
I was in Georgia, let's see, I was born I'm 66. I was born in 1958. And so I was in Atlanta, Georgia. And so I think I figured it out. How old? I don't know. I was in the 4th grade. It was early 60s, I guess. What? 4th grade would be 10. So that would have been in 1968 in Atlanta. And I had the first African-American teacher in my school. And as my teacher, I loved her dearly. I didn't realize until I was an adult that she was 23, fresh out of college.
Wow.
the first, what a horrible position she was in. I have so much empathy for her now as an adult woman. I can't even imagine what that was like for her.
Exactly.
But I was a 10-year-old little girl that was very innocent. And I was, when I say I was free spirited, I lived in the woods with my dog, and I probably saw them all because, you know, everybody just thought I had this amazing imagination. But I lived in the woods with the critters and my dog. And, you know, I played outside all the time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why did you say you were a free spirit?
Well, I guess just because I can't do anything right now.
Why can't you?
Physically, I
know you said you can't move, but
Yeah.
do you know how much work is actually done in stillness? So much more than physical. So
Well,
much more, and it helps with the physical.
You know what's really hard on me right now is I have a real need to get into nature.
I get that 100%. I just had surgery. I had immediate surgery, and I could not move. I am someone who goes outside and touches grass and hugs trees at least once a day. At least.
I sat outside with my feet in the dirt every day.
So have you thought about asking when you sit in that silence if you physically can't do it, right?
Yeah.
Have you thought about
I bought
using your imagination?
I bought a grounding mat and put it in my bed. And my
That's
cat.
a good idea.
What?
I said, "Ooh, that's a good idea." I haven't heard of that.
You haven't?
No. Do you mind telling me what it is?
Oh, it's the electrical current that the earth puts off.
So it's literally like vibrating. That's beautiful.
So it's plugged in, and I thought you laid your whole body on it. And my daughter said, no, you just put it across the bottom so your feet touch it.
Yep. So you're rooted.
It's obviously not as good as being out there, but when
Actually, have you
get out
pictured
there,
yourself in the earth when you do it?
Yeah. Actually, one of the things I do because my cat peed on it and I haven't been able to clean it up.
I get that.
One of the things that I do, I'm really short, so I scoot all the way down. I can't stand to the feeling of my feet having to be my toes pointed. You know, I like my feet to hang off the end of the bed. So, and my bedroom faces the front of the house, and there's a tree that I planted myself there. That's huge now. And so I visualize growing roots out of my feet, going down through my floor into the crawl space, and I travel. They grow more roots as they go and spread. And then I visualize them going under, right under my head, which is right next to the outside wall, and under the wall, and then wrap them around the tree that I planted, and also intermingle with its roots.
Good.
So, it's like I'm doing my best to keep myself grounded.
You're doing perfect. Like right now, it feels like your mental is actually weighing on you more than your physical is, because your physical happenings, it feels like genuinely, it was meant to happen. It was meant to put you in a still position. And I'm not trying to say you were meant to get hurt. That's not it. But I guess the universe was trying to send you signs to slow down a little bit.
I understand that because I literally ran all over the county. But, I was an outreach library. I've been in social work my whole life, but my last job.
I love that. I love that. Oh my gosh.
I love that.
Wait, whoa, what's going on?
we need. I followed you. We need to
We'll talk. We'll definitely talk.
need
Just
to.
message me, okay? I'll follow you right now.
I feel bad for kind of taking over the live.
I'm sorry. I just got in here and started talking to you.
Well, no, you're wonderful, and I'm so thrilled. And
No,
you're wonderful, and I'm so thrilled. I want to finish telling you about the fourth grade, because it's not anything
Both of
about
you
the fourth
mute
grade.
and let's reset.
I want to tell you about that because it's something that your generation doesn't know. I mean, you understand.
I was raised by my great grandmother. I wasn't raised by my parents. And
Okay.
at first, I wasn't raised in a family. I was raised in a foster home. So you'd be
Okay.
surprised the
Well,
things
what
that I've
I'm talking
experienced.
about is your experience as a 10-year-old.
And that's what I'm saying. I was raised by my
Yeah.
great grandma, so I wasn't. That's one of the reasons why I'm very grateful and why I do believe why I'm very wise for my age, because I wasn't only able to experience my generation and my mom's generation, I was able to experience 2 generations above me as well. You know, and that is very impactful on a life where.
Yeah, I completely get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's different than the story I'm going to tell you, though.
That's perfect. Message me. We'll get in a call.
Yeah,
You know, we'll
yeah, I
actually have
definitely
time together.
will. Yeah, we need to be able to chat.
I got
Anyway,
you.
I'm so happy to meet you, and I'm so sorry to everybody that I just
I'm happy to meet you too.
got my.
Oh, she's just a darling little peach.
I'm finally
No
getting
apology needed. No apologies needed, River. We're listening and we're learning. We're enjoying hearing this.
I mean, it's like,
Bugsy,
well,
girl, you are on fire, honey.
how, I'm just, I mean, I was really smart when I was 27 too, but not like Bugsy.
I'm not. I really will never sit here and say that I am smarter than anybody else, but I will
No,
say
don't-
that I have never met anyone else with the observation of both emotion and
Your
everything
gifts.
else.
You're
Yeah.
also gifted, which is,
We're all gifted. We are all gifted. I don't care who says what. I will argue and sit here for hours with someone. Every single person that is on this planet is gifted in one way or another. A lot
Right.
of people's depression
Hallelujah.
is so big
Someone
is
else
because
finally
we
said
have
it.
gifts that we don't understand, and we were taught in a society where we have to go by in a curriculum that makes absolutely no sense. Actually, it does. It makes sense for the people who created it because they created it for control. Plain and
Right.
simple, for
everything,
control and fear. Because fear is the only thing, because fear comes from love, right? If we love something, we're more fearful.
we're
If we
afraid
want
of
something,
losing
we're
it.
more, exactly. So they create fear because way back when, and I don't know if many people know this, there was nothing but love even with the fear. The fear was something to be embraced, something to learn, something to, whoa, this scares me. Why does this scare me? Not in reckless times where kids nowadays are just being dumb, and I'm going to say dumb, but more so in times where, like, I'm fearful of getting back up when I fall off that bike, but I'm going to get back up and ride it, right? Stuff
Yeah.
like that. But we don't think of we think of it so complex, but it's really just as easy as riding a bike.
Can you hold on a minute? I'm gonna have to mute somebody, and then we'll come back because you're looping, and
I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna have to fix it.
I'm so no, yeah, okay. I think it's me.
Oh, darling, you already know.
Okay.
You've already chilled me, so you know who you're speaking to now. I hope.
You do this to me all the time. You just randomly show up. You know that, right?
Well, somebody has to.
Bro, I have people showing up all the time. The ones in the
And
corner
see-
of my eyes what gets me though.
The other ones don't know who I am. Only you.
Are you gonna share, or do you want it to just be between us for now?
Oh, why don't you share? Who do you think I am?
So way back when Brim and I were actually talking, not Paul and I, we were going through an experience with Paul, and we were just talking and communicating. And I have a specific guide that is pretty well known. um, and I've never, Brim, at the time, I believe it was, actually channeled and pulled her for me. Like, randomly. And she just is, I think this is the third time you've popped up now, or the second?
This is the third.
It is the third, right?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Hold on. I just dropped. Don't look at me. I can't imagine you can see me. Hold on. Am I still looping? I don't, because we were
No.
I don't want to keep all, it was
No, you're not looping at all. Not for me.
So, let me just make sure I'm right. Are you a goddess?
Why, yes, I am.
Yes. So, Aphrodite.
Well, bingo.
Yes.
You just put the cherry on the top on that one.
It's funny.
I've been sitting here listening to you, and I enjoy listening to this. This is what they needed to hear.
I never
I'm so glad you
imagined.
came on.
I never imagined Aphrodite with a southern accent.
Well, you know,
You get around, don't you?
I'm everywhere. Like everywhere where we need to be.
Maybe I'll understand that someday.
We are all one.
That is true.
Well, that was interesting, even though we missed a good portion of it, Bugsy. And I hope you come back and say a lot of it again. Even though we missed a good portion of it, Bugsy. And I hope you come back and say.
Your
Oh,
mic
yeah,
is
look.
messed up for sure, honey. When you try to talk, it sounded really strange.
Indeed it did. I guess
TikTok
Aphrodite
has
took
been
a
being
hiatus.
a beast to me today. Kept kicking me out of every live I was in. I'd be in there for a few minutes, and then I get booted out, and then I go back in, try to find the live. It was gone. Try to find it. Then there it is again, and I'm like,
You know what was really cool? This morning, Alien T did a live for poetry. They did people, it was like whoever wanted to write some poetry and then show up and read it, and haikus. And so they did the haikus first, and then they did a collective poem, which was amazing. And then they said, hey, we've got time, let's do another one. And they did another one. And I was just blown away at the quality of writing. It was
Hello,
amazing.
Rachel. How are you doing down there, Rachel? It is an honor to have you here. As it is an honor to have Bugsy here, finally. To hear the words of wisdom that come from her young mouth, with her ancient soul.
Yeah, I was gonna say, her body might be young, but she's been around.
I've only been around on Earth at least, for a lot, actually less than quite a few people. I'm not a new soul to helping souls in other planets. So,
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Obviously, I have no idea how many lifetimes. People keep telling me I've lived a lot, but I feel like I have.
Do you want me to let you know something very beautiful about us being humans and us forgetting everything?
Sure.
We have to know this stuff, and it helps us not to know because we think too much about our past. And though it is good to reflect about our past, it's the same with our manifestations and with us going in a positive or a more negative direction, right? When we sit here and dwell on something, on how to fix something, that's out of fear. Whether it's, I have to fix this, or I have to do this, or that has to, because nothing has to be done. you know? And in terms of the lifetimes, this is actually something that I had to learn this lifetime too, because one of my really, really bad habits, up until recently actually, was I was trying so hard to search through my past to fix what's going on now instead of enjoying my now and doing the whole thing I'm meant to be doing. And that is genuinely just spreading love. And it's just spreading love, spreading the things that, you know, we've learned, and speaking up. That's a very, very big thing. Speaking up. The things, it's good to know about the past, but society has made us dwell on things that are unnecessary. So now a lot of us trying to learn those things, we haven't unlearned bad habits before we're trying to learn new ones. You know what I mean? We gotta clear space before we fill it. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So try not to like think about, like, understand that you have a past, understand that that is a thing, understand that past lives will come up. You're going to have to go through things in this lifetime that you didn't learn from in other lifetimes, right? But the beautiful thing is you don't have to think about the other lifetime because you're experiencing it in this lifetime, and you're not the same you. Just like you're not the same you were last year, especially not the same you were 15 years ago, or however, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we were talking about positive affirmations, and that's what got us off and down the rabbit hole. But something that I've done my whole life is sing to myself, "This little light of mine,
oh, I'm
gonna let it shine." And I sing it louder and louder and louder, and I act real theatrical, you know.
All you need to know,
how long you've
River.
actually been singing that?
River,
I
remember I told you needed to sing. You got the whole world in your hands. You got
my
the whole
song
wide
is
world.
"This little light of mine," and my light gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and my voice gets louder and louder, and then it's like, and I spread my arms and I send my light.
Do you want to know something so beautiful about you?
What?
And that song specifically?
Yeah.
So how far back do you actually remember singing that for yourself?
I don't know, probably since I learned it, which I learned it in Sunday school. I was taking to church 3 days a week.
Yes, you were very, very young. And something in you was dwelling because of your surroundings, and you were hearing the song, and your guides played the song for you.
Wow.
Because you are someone who, you're someone who speaks, right? You're someone who hears, in terms of like, when you hear music, just as other people, but it's extra for you specifically. When you hear certain music, you'll actually turn it off. And tell me if this resonates, because it makes you sad or because you don't want to feel that way. And it resonates. And that is one of the most powerful things. And you and your guides worked that out when you were little.
Pouring out of my eyes.
You and your guides did that for each other. Like, your guides did that, but you asked them to. Like, you were aware of this. You asked them to help you with whatever you were feeling, or you asked whoever to help you, and they did. And then after that, every time you've heard that, if it wasn't your higher self bringing up, it was one of your guides or your ancestors saying, "Hey, don't forget." And you need to remember that, because there are going to be other songs that are going to come in your head, and they're going to help you embrace other parts of yourself. That is very, very powerful.
And like I told you, you remember who you are.
Yep.
I hope he might be sleeping. I do not know. I'm not in her room.
Let her sleep. I'm just listening.
I have a question. The Halls of Amentus. How do you get there? Can anybody go? And what are the benefits?
I personally can't speak But when you said that, I was told you can go when you're ready to go. And when you're ready to go, you'll know when to go and where to go. And I don't know why I got a really anxious feeling, but it's not as safe to go as people like to think. Very similar to, I like to call it the Book of Records because, I mean, I love records, but you know, the Akashic Records, right? It's something that's beneficial, but it's not beneficial until it's time. And when it's time, you'll know. And when it's time, you'll have the protection that you need to go there. But there are specific people that can help you go there, but you're not going to be drawn to them naturally like you should be if you're looking for them. That's what Spirit said. I personally don't know anything about it. That was not my words at all.
Yeah, I've been blocked. Like I was on my way going into the Classic Records, and then it was like I hit a brick wall when I.
You're not ready, and you not only that, you're trying so hard to get there, but you have to get something else first, and it's within you. It's not external, because I feel
And
like
I told you that before, my dear. And I told you that before. You can also enter Akasha Records when you're ready.
Well, as a librarian, I look forward to that.
Oh,
So-
there's a lot of books you can read.
Did somebody say librarian?
There's a lot of books you can read.
Did somebody say librarian?
And let's start.
Did somebody say librarian?
I did.
And let's start.
Did somebody say librarian?
It's all that energy and love you guys are throwing out. Oh, you humans are so funny. I love it. I thoroughly enjoy hanging out with you humans. It's great. You're all that special light. Now everybody's gone silent.
We had to make the loop stop.
Yes, you did.
Who asked? Did somebody? I can't even say it. Who asked? Did somebody say librarian?
That was Kelly.
Yeah,
Callie.
Are you a librarian?
In my past life. That's what I was told tonight. Yep. I'm a writer.
And she's now a writer.
Yes, I am.
Oh, I left the homeless shelter and worked at the library and in the outreach department.
Cool.
So I loved that job.
Awesome.
Now somebody's in a wind tunnel.
It's me. It's my IC going.
Yeah, me too. I gotta get going. It's been great. It was a good
It has
life.
been an honor.
Okay.
See you later,
Callie,
Callie. Take
go,
care,
go.
hon.
All right. Thank you.
Love you. Be good.
Good night and
Love
many
you.
blessings
Thank
to
Take
you.
care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Blessed be.
Glad you came. I think she is. Oops. Oh yeah, I'm open. I think she is
There we
so
go.
sweet. I love her so much.
Mm-hmm.
She is a great individual. She has much light and love in her.
Yeah, she's a doll.
As you all do. And Bugsy popped out.
Where'd Honey go? Oh, there she is.
I came back. I can take it now. I was about to have an episode from all the looping and the talking and the looping and the talking and the.
It was crazy.
It was yeah. I was gonna have a seizure if I didn't go somewhere.
Seriously. It's
Over
like,
the rainbow.
starts making my eyes twitch, you know.
I was gonna say, did Bugsy leave? Do I see her?
No.
I don't see her. I don't
She's
know
down
where
in
she-
chat.
Oh, there
She's in
she
chat.
Okay. I just wanted to tell you, Bugsy, I'm so glad you came in here tonight because Suzanne, I have been working on her now for a few months, and you just took care of my business for me in one little life here. And I appreciate you so much. You have so much wisdom, and they get tired of hearing me say the same things over and over and over
We
again.
do
It's-
not get
and
tired of hearing you,
sometimes
honey.
it's really good to have someone else come in and say it.
I
And then
appreciate
they're like, yay!
I appreciate
did.
Somebody.
We never
Sometimes
get
somebody
tired
needs
of
to push
hearing you,
her,
honey.
Honey up her box.
That is the truth. I get on a soapbox and everybody just dims out. And then but,
Because we like to listen to you. We like to hear what you have to say.
but
Bugsy and I connected. We've got some real
You got-
similarities 40 years apart.
yes, and she's going to be very helpful and good for you. But back to her point, what I have been saying for weeks and weeks, we've got to stop focusing on all the negative that's going on.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, there's so much fear and anxiety going on within these lives and our own lives.
Yeah,
And
well,
we're fearful of what's going on in our
That's right.
lives, and then fearful for what's going on in the world, and we don't understand that we're actually making that our own reality. We've got to stop that. We've got to concentrate on just making our own reality, because that's where we're going to be, and that's where we're going to, if we want to ascend into the world we're talking about and thinking about, we have to talk and think about that. We can't talk and think about all that other stuff. And we love those people. We feel their pain. We feel their sorrow. But we can't be so steeped in it that we lose track of what it is we're trying to do.
Exactly. And it's so hard nowadays to be able to say those things to those people, because for decades and decades society has built this system where it genuinely it creates that fear, it creates that concern. And now with technology, so many people are separated, whether it's by sex, right, whether it's by race, when, no offense, we're all some type of color of black.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah.
And it's not even black. It's
Fact.
brown. Like, if you're really going to think about it, we're not actually black or white. We're none of those colors. So it doesn't
We're
make sense to
varying
even
colors
complain
of
about it.
brown.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And,
And that is what I've been saying since day one.
and the difference between gender, like, it just, everything has been built to separate us. And if people took their head out of their butt cheeks for 2 seconds, they would understand this, but they don't, because they're so consumed by it. But they're only consumed by it because, it takes 3 minutes of your day to correct bad thoughts if it's consistent throughout the day. You just need to do that for about 3 minutes. And it doesn't have to be 3 minutes straight. It can literally be when those thoughts come up, and sometimes it's not even 3 minutes. And it's hard at first. And that's what everyone is so... This ache in our stomachs, this anxiety, it didn't used to be that fear. It used to be the driving force to having us not be different, but be simultaneously in ourselves. We didn't have to be better than the other. We were just us. Like, and it's been pushed everywhere in the world. It's not even just here. The US is really one of the worst about it, because the US purposely designed this space as a camp. It's a depression camp. It's literally what it is. It's to keep people in this depression, on these meds, doped up, creeped out, freaked out, not knowing what the frick their feelings are and what are their thoughts, not knowing what their gifts are because it feels like their feelings and their thoughts, and they're also going crazy. But you don't understand that, like,
Unleash that dragon, Bugsy.
it's
Go on.
literally it's just frustrating, and it's not even frustrating in a sense where, like, it's frustrating that we as humans who were put here have let it really get this far, you know? And when I sit here and think about it, we didn't. And this is where my spiritual journey started really making me feel psychotic. So you guys can stop me if this makes you feel any type of what the heck.
No, that's good. If anything, I would ask you to talk a little slower so that I have a thing with ADHD where it takes me a millisecond or 2 or 3 for like I hear the word come in my ear, but it's kind of like it has to be deciphered.
Process. Yeah, no.
So when you talk really fast, it's hard for me to keep up.
I'm sorry, I'm from New York. To be honest. I'll be completely honest. But yeah, so what I was getting to is essentially it's the same as all of us aren't living the same reality. Some of us are living the same reality. Some of us are in similar vibrations of reality. Some of us are in lower vibrations. And we are living simultaneously on different versions of Earth. So the versions that these disasters are happening, even though everyone is sharing them and all of us can see them, they actually might not be happening on our Earth. And that is based on our creation, on our thoughts, on our presence, on our just being, right? Not taking.
Right, Bugsy,
Exactly.
I have a perfect example for that because I'm up here in western North Carolina, not too far from Asheville. Y'all know what happened up here.
Yeah. And Virginia.
All around me, there's flooding, disaster. They're flooding up to their deadbolts. I have about 5 acres of property in a valley between 5 mountaintops. I have a stream that runs the whole length of my property. I have a pond. Everywhere around me, everybody's flooded. Everything destroyed. My property was not touched.
You were not in the reality.
I did not flood. We
That's
did lose
beautiful.
power, but we have a generator. We had Starlink, and we had our power. We had internet. We had our phones. We had everything. But everywhere around me, everybody's stuff was destroyed.
Wow.
And so that's a perfect example of what she's talking about.
Really,
Because
thank you. I honestly probably couldn't have came up with a better one, especially because that's so present. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
and I mean, that's exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, it couldn't have been
I'm
more
like,
perfect.
how did we not get touched? How are we divided?
That's
I
wild.
mean, but I didn't fear the storm, so
No, because you knew it wasn't a storm of something negative. You knew it was something coming. You honey, you already know what you're doing. You just gotta keep on it. We're humans. We're too hard on ourselves. You know, we're here to literally just love ourselves, but just love. Like, and it would be so much easier if, you know, we didn't have everything going on, but we have to also understand that as a human, we do have the choice to work through what's going on and to actually see it from a positive, regardless of all the negatives. Like what Miss Blues was saying. I just spilt it everywhere.
Oh no.
I'm a clumsy being. I'm sorry.
And see, you confirm what I've been saying the entire time. Thank you.
Well, yeah, a lot of us are saying it, you know, and that's why it's so beautiful. Because that's our purpose. We're meant to help wake people up. We're meant to help show people that there's another way than the despair that they've been keeping themselves in because it's comfortable.
Lord, what just happened?
I don't think I've lived a comfortable. I'm more at peace now, but
So
it hasn't.
it's not that it's more comfortable.
It's not that it's like if
because
we
it's what we're used to.
yes, that's what I mean by comfortable. Like we're comfortable in environments that are toxic. It doesn't mean that we're actually, oh, I'm cozy. You know what I mean? I feel like cozy is better to like say that in a more positive. Comfortable could genuinely mean both a positive and a negative. Same with any word, right? I meant comfortable in terms of like exactly what Miss Honey said. You and I and everyone around us, we have the choice to sit on the couch and stay on that couch and make that butt print, or we have a choice to sit on that couch for a brief time, get up, and be proactive. And we have that choice in our head too. And a lot of us hold a space in our head for all of that negativity, like, oh, all of this bad stuff is happening around me. I can share something. In the last 2 months, I went through a surgery where I almost died. They told me, and my friends that brought me, that if I wasn't there earlier, I definitely, I would have died. I was bleeding in my stomach, and it was not good. On top of that, I lost a baby. And on top, like all in the same span. I was going through so many fears, and still I faced it, understanding that I'm doing this. It is happening. I'm not going to think negative. I'm going to go in it, regardless of that fear, because we have that choice. And we think that because things are so scary outside and so different outside, we're so used to it here. That's why abusive relationships are really hard to leave. That's why our family is so toxic, yet we stay with them. That's why there's all of these things, right? It's because we're too comfortable in those environments. It's not necessarily, it's making me comfortable. It's just, it's more uncomfortable to take a step in a different direction. Is that a better way of explaining it? I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that I explained it better.
Yeah, you did good.
Hello, Yaya. I love you, beautiful.
You explained it very well.
Hi, Yaya. I'm glad you came. And I'm glad you're still with us, Bugsy.
Oh yeah, no, I'm somebody, when I need to heal, I will take my space. I don't care. If you are offended, that's a you problem.
Well, I had someone tell me that fear is really the other side of the excitement. And our ego is something that is there to keep us safe.
Yes, but we take it. I love you.
Because that's what we know. And if anything unknown comes up, the ego steps in and says, no, we don't know anything about that space, so we don't want to go there. But you tell the ego to sit down and shut up, you're going to go explore. And you go do it, and there really is nothing to be afraid of. It's exciting, to have something different and new.
Yes.
And when I see people that are just marinating in this, oh my gosh, what's going on overseas, and oh my gosh, what's going on over here, we have to, we have to feel so sorry for these people, and we have to feel so sorry for those people. And then if you don't feel sorry for those people, then you're some kind of monster, obviously. You don't have any emotions. You don't care. No empathy. And what they don't understand is, yes, we love those people, and we are sending waves of love to try to help change their reality too.
Yep.
But we can't do that for them. We can't
Exactly.
manifest for
It's their
them.
free will. Exactly.
Yeah. So, and if we focus on that misery, we bring that misery to us.
Yep.
We have to understand that if we surround ourselves in misery, that's where we're going to live.
Can I say something scientifically backing that up to put into perspective just how much negativity is both being removed and also in other realities? there is a test that is done. I believe it was done in a college, and it is. I think it was no more than 20 students, and then they did more tests. But the one that I recall pretty good, I believe it was 20 or 50 students. I know that's a weird, that's a big difference. I don't know why, but yeah. One of those students, within however many of them, went in there with a negative attitude, and they were all tasked with the same job, right? The rest went in with a positive attitude. As they were being observed, the other set of people, all of them had a positive attitude going in. All of them worked together, tried to that one person in the little few people that was, right, with that negative attitude affected every single person, and their work was significantly worse than the others. It is proven in science that just one person being in a room full of people can automatically affect the energy of that room and those people. So imagine a whole planet full of people that are depressed, that are escaping from their realities through other substances. The people who are, I want to say something about ego too, because ego is not bad or good. Ego is both a protector, but also ego is what helps you get over that fear. And that's something that's not talked about very, very well. Because as a protector, your ego is there simultaneously with you to walk you through these things.
Exactly.
Your ego is your confidence.
When you hear people say the ego is bad and kill your ego, you know they don't know what they're talking about.
No, they absolutely do not. Because when you kill your ego, you are literally killing a piece of yourself, and you can't do it. In fact, when you try to kill your ego, you bring out more of your ego because you think you could do something, but you absolutely can't. Like it's so crazy how people think it has to be one way or the other, and they don't just understand that being present and appreciating does so much more.
Being grateful every single day.
Every day.
And I read and listen to a lot of Tryon, and he tells us we are really blessed. We are truly blessed humans. Our earth is not nearly as nasty and horrible as we keep telling ourselves it is.
It's not. Our earth is
Well, we're
incredible.
being told that.
We're being told that to create
we're being
fear.
told that. I mean, think about when in the 60s, when I was a kid, there were constant TV ads saying, feed the children. The African children are starving. Africa's a very poor country. They don't have any food. They don't have this. They don't have that. And then now you meet African people, and they're like, why are they saying that about our country? We're a very rich country. Our people are wonderful.
Because they're
We
trying to
live a
install the
wonderful
fear
life.
within inside of all of us.
You want to know
Exactly.
why Africa specifically? Actually, no. I'm not even going to do that.
Well, they have commercials in Germany of us. They have commercials in Germany of poor American children who have no food. And they take that money to send over here because our
And where does that
politicians-
money go?
We don't know.
It's lining
Well,
people's pockets.
I
It's
can
making
tell you
people
exactly
rich.
where it goes because I canvassed for nonprofits for years. Right? I can tell you exactly where it goes. There are very few and far between nonprofits that actually spend that money where they say it's going. I have been grateful because my boss, he created his own business, and we specifically chose nonprofits that have over 80% of their profits going directly towards that. Well, what people don't understand is when you go to Walmart and they're like, donate for this, Walmart has already donated. What you're doing is you're actually paying Walmart back.
Right.
Fun fact. So you're putting yourself in a situation because Walmart wants to get themselves out of one.
There's a really good database that's available to everyone that you, and I've already taken all my meds and they've already taken effect. So I can't think of a name. I can't think of it. It seems like it's something like Magellan, but you can look up every nonprofit there is, and they're all rated. They tell you-
Yeah, there's a few. There's the Better Business Bureau. There's what is it? I could honestly list them again. I work. These are things that I have to tell people when I canvass because I was an in-person canvasser. I was the people on the streets that are like, hey, basically, let me have your money. But I was good at my job because I was passionate. Because a lot of my job had to do with protecting the planet and protecting the kids. But something I would advocate for, and I like that Honey brought, was it Honey actually? I'm not sure. I believe someone had brought up the fact that we're giving money to hungry kids somewhere else when there's hungry. There shouldn't be hungry kids anywhere. We're being told there's basically no space on Earth that literally we still haven't explored portions of, and they won't tell you that.
Exactly. There's
And the
still
thing is,
indigenous
it's
people
all
everywhere.
because
driven
of
through
fear.
Wyoming. I mean, there's so much of all of our population, you know,
Could
it's
not be
really
hungry.
dense in small areas. It's really dense, but there's all that land in between.
Well, we have children, we have millions of children who are going hungry throughout the day because our Congress people won't provide the funds for children to have breakfast and lunch at school.
They specifically took it out of the bill.
Yeah, they did. And they're defunding it every time.
Yep.
And, you know, they fuss and fight, and this president, that president. It's not any one person. It's all of them, honestly.
Exactly.
And yet
so-
they keep giving themselves raises and making themselves benefit packages that when they
But what-
retire.
Oh, no, honey. They're not. These next 3 years, 4 years, sorry, because last year, 4 years. All of those people, in your reality, as long as you manifest it, because I already see it happening in my reality, are being exposed.
Yes.
People are being arrested.
Yeah.
People are being actually being held accountable. And that's because the light is working. This is what people are understanding. They're like, oh my God, all this. No. The bad shit that's been happening over the
absolutely,
years
honey.
that people have been trying to say. And that's the same exact thing with the kids. It's going to get to a point in the reality as long as you understand that you are your reality, right?
Right.
Where
Yeah.
the light is really going to shine on the darkness, and it's not even a matter of light and darkness at this point. It's a matter of we are not doing this. We're not letting this happen. These are our people. We fought for these people for centuries. You know, back in Atlantis, they couldn't agree. And that's why war happened. And they couldn't agree on how to approach their own ways. But they could have just approached their own ways in their own ways. They didn't have to have everyone succumb to them. But we got greedy. And you know what? The universe is not having it no more because our Earth, she's done. She's done with being abused. She's done with being taking care of everybody. Because you know how, as a mother, as the woman in the house, or just as that person that the people come to, you don't even have to be a woman. I'm sorry I even said that. But that's taxing. So imagine a planet that we've abused for years and centuries. And oh my gosh, she's done. The other planets are done. The universe, it's not done in a sense where like Earth is an experiment, right? I have gone years knowing that there is something higher than myself, and understanding that now makes me feel so great because it makes it so much easier to understand just how little as humans we really are and just how big we think we are, right? And here we have all of these things that we call disasters happening, but in reality, it's not. It's doing what it's meant to. And because we have not sat in nature for so long, even if like some of us do it, so at this point, we're being forced to. Not forced in a way where we still don't have free will, but we're being forced to feel the frequencies of change, and then you can choose.
Right. You have to have informed consent.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You have to have consent for all of it. Yes.
We're being informed, and Gaia is tired of us. She loves us, but she has carried the burden.
Yes.
For all this time, and she's going to ascend with or without us.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And so we all came here to
She's
be
already
here.
ascended.
Yes.
Some of us are already in realities where she is ascended. Some of us are in realities it's it's incredible.
It's what we came here for.
Exactly.
Exactly.
This
Yeah.
is why we're here.
That's
and
why I
this
don't
is what
fear
we
these
have to talk
disasters.
about every day. We can't focus on all that negative, whiny stuff.
Yeah.
We have to focus on our own realities. And as we shine out, we'll bring others into our circle that will go into that reality with us. But again, we cannot manifest for any other person. We can only manifest for ourselves.
Manifest for any
Our
other person.
responsibility
We can
as
only
well.
manifest for ourselves. As for any
Our
other person.
responsibility. Okay, so what we have to do is continue to be the shining lights that we all are and keep telling people not to focus on the negative so much. You know, yes, we feel bad. Yes, we love those people. Yes, we hate that these situations are going on, but we can't go over there physically and change them. Only thing we can do is send our love, shine our light, and just keep being positive and stop, you know, doing the blame thing. Well, it's their fault. They did it. They oppressed us. We're oppressed. We're stuck here. We can't.
No, it was we allowed it.
Well, we did.
Exactly.
It was allowed.
Like I said,
We allowed.
we allowed it because of the fear. They gave us that fear, and a lot of us accepted that fear, so we allowed it in. That's why some of us feel this way, and that's why we're on different vibrations. Now, as you all adequately put, that we're all on certain dimensions, and like I've been saying, we're all on certain dimensions. That's why we see certain things. But once we work together instead of doing this separation like everybody's doing, like I said, we shouldn't do. When we work
Right.
together, we'll all be in that same vibration. But at this point, you got some on 3D, some even, I hate to say it, some even evolved into the 2D, you know, and some
Yeah.
went all the way to the 7th and 8th. It all depends on what their vibration was and is. And us as spiritual beings, we have to work together, no matter what no matter what kind of spirituality you believe. At the end of the day, our job is to show that love and that light, and to raise each other to the higher vibration. And hopefully, when others see that we're better and we're raising our vibration and frequency, they will see that and they'll be like, "Wow, I want to be like that person," and then they'll start doing it. And then they'll see someone will see them, and then they'll raise it up. It's kind of like the ripple effect.
Living by
and that's
example.
what we need to do. Yeah,
Yes.
living by example.
Well, and there's thousands of us on this app right now who are sitting here listening to other people say someone is coming to save us. And we know
Well,
it's
you know,
not that.
Yes, we are our own
Ooh.
saviors.
We
I'm
need-
not looking for a.
People in religions say that no one comes to save you, you save yourself. That's why
Yep.
yes you are.
That's what I've been saying. That there's a part in the Bible that says we're not here to help you. We're here to guide you. You know, if you want to, you got to do the work yourself. Even in the Bible, it says that. Even in other cultures, it says you have to do it yourself. We're here to assist you and help you, not be your Superman. Don't look to us as a god, as a king, as this and that. Look to us as your equal that's helping you transcend into the next level of your life
Exactly.
and able to get on the path.
All of the ascended masters and the ones who came to teach all came to teach the same lesson, that we are
Yeah.
all one. We are all one in Christ's unity, Christ consciousness. And if we recognize God in each and every one of us, how can we treat another a different way? You know, we have to get out of the, well, this is how we were taught and this is how we've always done it, and it's their fault because they did this and they did that. We're done. We're done with all of that. Now we move on. We know better. We're not listening to them anymore. We're not going to.
Exactly.
And
And
we're not gonna
every time-
listen. We're not going to listen to the people telling us that the space people are going to come save our asses.
And
Because
see, that's the one thing. Hold on, sorry. I got this thought. The one thing that bugs me the most when everyone goes, "Oh, I'm a chosen one. I'm an ascended master. I'm a god. I am a king. I am this. I'm that." You know what? Shove it. because at the end of the day, you're all equal. Because I always love this reference. It brings me back to Game of Thrones. If you have to say you're a king, you have to say you're a god, you have to say you're a master, then you're really not one at all.
But why don't you
The
want
only
to?
one above us is the source.
But why?
Exactly.
Why don't you want to say you're God or you're like?
Yeah,
My
right.
thing is, when you own what you are and you understand that other people as you are, but not you, you are a God.
And source is
Yes,
not
but
above
what I'm
us
saying
either.
is-
We're all source. We're all equal.
Yes, everybody
Well,
is.
yes.
So when that person comes up to you and says, "I'm a God, I'm this," you know what you do?
No.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah.
It's beautiful,
Say-
isn't it?
Or you say, okay, nice to hear that you think so highly of yourself. See you later.
No,
My
that's
thing
not
is,
how,
they're
that's
not,
not
but
how
they're
it
not
is,
wrong in saying that they're a God.
No, they're not, Mel.
And that's what I'm saying. But by that response, it could be interpreted in a negative energy, because
This is true. Sorry.
you're like, no, don't
You're
be
right.
sorry. This is
No,
how
no,
I
no, no,
process
no.
things. Please do not be sorry.
I get you.
Because
No,
I would
I
have
get you,
said
I
what
get
you
you.
said. You know what I mean? But how I said what I
Uh-huh.
just said then is, that's how I in my head have to actually process things, like verbally. You know, I
I
have a
get
sharp tongue, so we just don't think about those things because we're like, dude, I had to do this, do it. I acknowledge this, but sometimes we don't understand that we're actually overdoing things. And
Yes.
like when they do stuff like that, even though it might upset, it only upsets you because you know you are too and you're not saying it. It's the only reason it irks you in any way. And I'm sorry, but it's true. And
Well, no,
it's
We're all God.
Absolutely.
We're all source. We're all everything.
Yeah.
exactly.
We're the soup. We're the whole soup. We're what makes
Yes,
the
and
soup.
even if that person says that to you, and honey, I think you would agree. I think you guys might agree in general. Even if that person says that to you, why would you tell them that? Why would you tell them they're wrong? Because
Right.
they're not. Even though they're doing it in a very egotistical way, there is a right and wrong way to do it, but that's their choice. But why would you tell them you're wrong? Because at that point, you're being negative like they are. Because
True.
it's true. And that's where we need to have discernment as humans, but we are so fast paced and so snappy now that we don't actually sit with ourselves. And it's so crazy because this is a lesson that I learned when I was so young. And I just had a situation happen with one of my relationships where I thought I was approaching something in a positive way, especially for myself. But one, I was over approaching something, because you can actually approach something in a positive way, but overdo it and end up creating a negative response.
Yeah, I did
You
that
have to
today
be
with
patient.
Facebook.
You know,
Had a discussion with some people on Facebook about well, it started out this woman asking about a church in the area that was a good church, and then people started putting their comments in, and I was going through this, reading it, and this one woman said that the subject of politics got brought into it, and she said you need to be spiritual and vote with your church. And I'm like, I am not letting any preacher tell me who I should and vote shouldn't vote for. Because number one, they are a human being. They are just as fallible as I am. And number two, politics does not believe it belong in church, and church does not believe in belong in
but would you
politics.
believe that a church was built for politics?
Well, yeah.
Kings back then
but-
were not taught how they are now. Churches now.
No, that's
are
the
for
problem.
politics.
It's the politics in churches
Yep.
is the problem. It's not politics in church. It's the politics in church.
Yes.
It's the I'm a Christian, so I'm above everybody attitude. And this woman actually said to me that she does not believe in abortion, but she believes that the Palestinian war was brought on to the Palestinians by themselves.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
And they deserve to be wiped off the face of the earth. And I was like, you are such a hypocrite to say you are against abortion because of babies dying, but you have no plan on how to take care of those babies once they're
For
born.
entertainment purposes only.
And entertainment purposes only, TikTok. And that it's okay to murder babies because they don't believe the way you do.
My thing with churches is I have a really incredible religion in general, and I have an incredible friend who was born to the church, goes to church every Sunday. If he doesn't go physically, he streams it. He is one of my best friends. I will even consider him my brother. He is somebody who, as of a couple years, has been in my life, and he is one of the only people, actually, that I've ever met that knows everything about me being a spiritual being, accepts me for me, and still has beautiful conversations both about religion and spirituality with me, because not only he's curious, he understands that there is spirituality in religion, right? And he didn't understand. I
There's
started
supposed
talking
to be spirituality in religion. A
Spiritual-
lot of religions have tried to
religion is
remove it as much as they
spirituality.
can.
Every fun little cute fact, every text of religion is a text of spirituality for a certain reason, right? And it was just rewritten, recreated. It's all trying to tell you the same thing. But so many people nowadays are, again, have their heads in their butts. And we interpret it wrong. But my friend, Jewy, he does not interpret it wrong. When I tell him, because we've had, he says Jesus Christ, right? Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, is what he'll say. And I do agree with that. And the reason I agree with that is because Jesus was a real person. But the thing is, he did not want followers. And that is something that Jewy and I
didn't want to
agreed
be
on.
worshipped.
Yes, he didn't want to be worshipped. He didn't actually. He wanted people to be leaders. And I will argue anybody with this, and I can guarantee you I will win, because I have read the Bible.
Yeah, lots of times.
Yes.
Well, and
He does not want
Christ is
followers.
not
He
a
even
last
says,
name.
"Do as I do, be as I am." What does that mean? That doesn't mean follow what I do. That means do as I do, be as I am, love as I love. Follow your heart. Like, follow what you trust. Follow what you're passionate about. Follow your truth. That is what he's saying. Stick up for what you believe in. That is what he's saying. And my friend Jewy, we got on this beautiful conversation on how he's like, you know, it's crazy because a lot of spiritual people I talk to just bash on religion and this, that, and the third. And I said, they're not real spiritual people. And you want to know why? They might be on a portion of their spiritual journey, but they don't have the right to say that they know this about religion, because they have absolutely no idea. None. Those
Jesus
are,
also said, if you see someone that's hungry, feed them.
yes.
You know, if
Well,
someone needs a
all
place
of the
to stay, take them in.
Yep. But you have to look at the older texts, because the new ones, some of the most powerful passages in a lot of sacred texts were taken out and rewritten. And if you really don't believe me, look at actually, you can look at whatever new version of the Bible is out now, and you can look at one from 1982. Or even actually, you can look at one from 91. I would still try 82, but I have them written down, specific passages. But there are actual passages with some of the most powerful lessons about ourself, about discovery in oneself and with nature, and how when we discover nature in other beings, how we discover ourselves, how it so many beautiful things are purposely taken out and other things are put in to create fear, to create that I have to follow somebody, I have to. Or what are you going to tell me? How am I going to do this? Tell me what to do. But they don't even do it right, because they want to read it how they want to read it. They don't want to read it and interpret it how it's meant to be interpreted.
I just
they have
listened to
ulterior
one of the
motives.
latest Cry-ons, and he's discussing that in the future, and probably in the next 10 years, democracy is on its way out, because, of course, it's outdated, and it was good for the time. It worked for when it worked, but it hasn't been working for a long time. And there is going to be a small pocket of people, a small, insignificant country, that is going to decide to do it a different way. They're going to find a leader that is not one side or the other side. They're going to find a leader that's a mediator, one that's in the middle and can compromise and do what's best for
And do you know
everyone.
how rare mediators are?
Right, but they're going to find it. They're going to do it.
But yes, they're not
they're
as
gonna-
rare as we think anymore, because of us raising the vibration.
Yeah, but they're
Right, it's
this is
changing.
Yes.
this is going to happen. He is saying that this has been in the works for a while, and while he doesn't do prophecy because free will and changing manifestations and things, he does say that it's been in place that there will be a very small country somewhere in the world who is going to try this new way, and it's going to work so well they're going to be able to model it for the whole world, and eventually we'll all go to that. And one of the things Dolores Cannon talked about was there will be councils throughout the world of non people who are neutral,
Yeah.
mostly women. The divine is coming back into fashion, and it's going to be women who are counselors, not politicians. And they are going to show people how they need to work together for the betterment of everybody, because not everybody thinks the same. We're not all going to get on the same page miraculously.
Exactly.
There has to be someone somewhere who can, bring us all together for a common cause. And he's saying that is going to happen in the next 10 years. It's going
It
to
is. Yep.
everything
Oh,
around.
who is this person?
Cryon.
I don't think I've ever spoke with Cryon or met Cryon.
He's channeled by Lee Carroll, and he started channeling with Lee Carroll in 1998. I started listening to him in 2000, and he's been.
You can look him
channeling-
up on YouTube, Bugsy.
Yeah, he's got beautiful channelings. They do.
That's interesting.
They do a lot of compilations where you have his older channelings mixed in with his newer ones. But the one I just listened to this week, I believe I sent it to Diane, where he is this. That's his latest one. I think he released it just a few days ago. He does seminars and retreats all over the world where he meets with people in spiritual classes to help people understand and go within, and helps them to understand who they are and remember. His big words are, you just have to remember who you are.
Yeah.
And so he was talking about, he doesn't talk about the future a whole lot because of the prediction thing, because, things change. We can change things by our actions. Obviously, we have free will. But he does say that we are trending in this direction. It has been foreseen. It is going to happen. Dolores Cannon talked about the same thing. Michael Newton.
I remember Dolores Cannon actually saying something about it. A few years ago.
Yes.
My guy said within 3 to 7 years.
Well, and Edgar Casey brought it up. Even all those years ago. Ruth Montgomery, she talked about it.
I have a real cool connection to Edgar Casey. I was born in the same county he was born in, same town.
And he
It's pretty cool.
he foretold a lot of things, and Nostradamus did too, and Dolores Cannon, reiterated a lot of the teachings with her work through Nostradamus of his predictions that he had made all those years ago. But he was the one that made also the emphasis on everything exists all at the same time. Because when he was working with Dolores Cannon, he was actually living his life as a teacher teaching classes. And she was connecting to him through a student that was in his class, the woman that she was regressing her back to this past life as a student in his class. And he noticed her energy there and began interacting with her, and then she began her work with Nostradamus after that. But these are all people who have not read each other's writing, have not, and then you look at all the different people that are popping up over the world channeling these different collectives, and we give them all a name because, we have to. We're human. We just have to have a name. Even though they are not one person, they are all collectives, and many of them are energies that have never been embodied. They've never been in a life, and so they can see things from being inside source, with source, right there. And so they see everything. And it's, he talks about there's no good, there's no bad, there's choices. We all make choices. We decide what we're going to do based on the life we've chosen to live. And so we have consequences of those choices, obviously, and they reverberate throughout. And that's what makes our lives, But he really talks about how beautiful we are, how brave we are, how beautiful our world is. And he talks a lot about the fact that what Dolores Cannon talked about was the 3 waves of volunteers coming in specifically for this point in time when this change is going to happen. And you're either going to be there or you're not going to be there. It's like, who's up and who's not. So there you go. And, we're the people who are not choosing this time, they will eventually. They all will. And, I don't quote a lot of scripture because it can be annoying to people, but there's things in the Bible that ring true if you look at the words with a discerning eye, and you know that these are things that were prophesied.
Well, I didn't want to give the impression that I think all Christians are bad. I don't.
No,
but I think the teaches the churches that preach hate and those are the ones I just can't deal with.
But I've noticed that there's been a lot of them speaking out. They're finally speaking out. The ones that have influence.
Oh yeah, there are some spirit-filled churches. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And the leadership, they're finally coming out and saying, we don't need to be talking about this kind of stuff. We need to be talking about love. Love like Jesus. If you want to follow Jesus, be Jesus. And Jesus said, he said himself, you can do anything I can do and better. I'm your brother.
Be Christ-like.
Annie.
Right.
I can do anything. I'm so sorry. I'm mute.
Oh, I love that song. I love that thing.
All I could think about was Annie Kindergarten. It was one of my favorite plays when I was a kid. The musicals.
And so if we keep that in our mind, and that's what I tell my grandchildren, when you look your friends in the eye, you see God in their eyes and in their heart. You cannot be mean to them. You can't look at their differences because they're God, you're God. There's no difference between.
And I believe the whole part of the Bible in Genesis that talks about the so-and-so begot so-and-so and so-and-so is trying to teach us that our genealogy, we are all frickin' linked.
Well, we are.
We are one people, whether we want to realize it or not.
Well,
we want to segregate ourselves. We want to call ourselves this or that, but we're truthfully one people.
Cryon says once we pass that veil and we pass back over into the presence of Source, we just melt back into the soup of divine. We're all divine. We're all the divine. We are God. We are the divine. We are love. God is love. It's nothing less, nothing more. And so we just have to keep that positivity without being that kind of sickly love and light.
Yeah.
You have to have love and light. And that's kind of, irritating. But
it's toxic because it's overdone now to the point where people have a hard time processing that it's not all love and light, even when you're trying to make sure that you are still taking a piece in yourself to make it peaceful with love and light. It's not going to all be love and light because we are living a human experience. We have to be realistic with ourselves.
Well, and then you start feeling bad about yourself because you don't feel like love and light every
Yes, and that's what
there's something wrong with you. And there's not anything wrong with you.
Nothing at all.
If you don't feel like it that day, then don't do it. Don't fake the funk. Don't do it.
It's human to have a bad day.
Sit on the pity pot.
Who doesn't have bad days?
On, you have to feel it, to know it, to understand it. and then you figure it out and you move on the way you know you need.
Mm-hmm.
You need to go,
Who
not
said who
anybody
doesn't
else.
have bad days?
Right? We all do. I mean,
So,
and we,
I was taught something when I was really little, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember who taught me this, but I was taught not to say I had a bad day, but to say I had a hard moment of that day.
right.
And
Good.
that those change in words can make that perception of that day for you so much more lifted off your
Well,
shoulders.
Well, see, I look at it a
Words and
different point of
thoughts
view,
have
though.
power. You know, if you continually think in words and thoughts that are negative, that place you in scarcity and lack, that's where you're going to live.
Yeah, it's so hard now because we actually don't know what's negative and positive.
Right.
I
It's
look at it
in terms
differently,
of
though.
words,
If
in
you have a
terms of
bad day,
words.
I look at it as if you have a bad day, then you're the one who made it a bad day.
And that's kind of true. I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
think
going
it's
to keep
essentially the
dwelling
same.
on it, it's only going to
Yeah.
get worse. You know, you're going to keep drawing that energy.
You're
towards
manifesting
you.
it.
Yes, you are. You're making it bigger and darker. But the dark is passive, light is active. Flip the switch, turn the light on, you know, fade
Just
back
like
to color.
this.
Yep.
Turn the light off.
Yep. Yep.
You know, and we just have to understand that there's a lot of people out there trying to all tell us how to think and how to be, and there is no one who knows more about you than you. You are the one who knows who and how you are, and how you need to proceed. But the main thing you need to do is do it with authenticity and love, unconditional love. And that goes to the people that you perceive as being bad in your life. I hear them, you know, bashing the politicians, bashing governments, bashing this and that. Those people need love and compassion and unconditional love as much as anyone else does.
Yeah, if we would stop fighting over politics and actually pray for our politicians,
Yeah, and there are
things
more
could
and
change.
more.
That's all we have to do is put positive energy into them and take that negativity away from them.
And more of them are finding their cojones and they're standing up for us. And so we just have to keep pushing our love toward them, helping them. But then again, we have to understand that energies come here to be a certain way. They came here to be that way. That was the plan. And that plan was to be this way in order to teach a group of people a certain thing. So that group of people can go out and teach other people, you know, a better way, you know, because we look at that and say, ooh, that's bad. We're not going to do that. And that was the whole purpose of that life, was for them to come, perform heinous acts, and show us what we don't want to be.
Exactly. They are a projection of a version of ourselves that we need to learn from. Honey, you with that whole, thank you. I appreciate you so much. The last 48 hours, I've been going through a lot of like internal self-discovery, specifically major reflections on a lot of events that have been occurring. And a lot of the stuff you said, I literally just said to myself, but I'm like, I don't know if I should do this for myself though, but it feels so right. And it feels right even though Spirit's telling me not to do it because there's something better. But for some reason, like, I feel like I need to trust myself this time. And I don't
Trust
think
your
it's
intuition.
to learn a lesson that I'm repeating. I do think it's to learn a lesson of not running.
Right.
And what you said and how I went about it in my head was confirmation on a lot of the things that I was thinking and talking to myself about, and I'm very grateful for that.
Well, we have to understand that sometimes those voices that are talking to us are they're not really what we need to follow. I mean, well, I'm not saying that you have to learn what to trust.
No, and that's why I think that confirmation for me was so important, because a lot of the time I'm just going to explain so you know a little bit more. I have had many insecurities, whether it's been about my body, whether it's been about the clothes that I wear, whether it's whatever, because I have never been good enough in anyone else's eyes, especially my own. And up until recently, I've been noticing things about myself that I don't think I would have noticed back then, and I don't think I should have. I think I was meant to learn it now. And when you had said what, I can't remember exactly how you phrased it, but in my head, in my knowledge, I do know that there is things that spirit will tell you and other people to tell you, right? To see if you choose your gut.
Right.
Spirit will test you. And that's something that I'm very observant, both of spiritual and physical. And I'm very grateful because I have a deeper connection than most with elementals. And Gaia is one of the first beings like that I've ever channeled for more. How long was it, Dom? Was I there? I was channeling Gaia. Was it a couple hours? I didn't think I was there long, but I was there for a couple hours, and I knew I could channel because I've been channeling since I was a kid, but I didn't know what I was doing. And this is the first time I've ever channeled something that felt like that. And when I was feeling her and being present with her, she was showing me a lot of the pain in the world and how she was hurting. And we were talking about something, and one of the things she said is, this world is a test for you. She said to spread your love and trust that you're doing what you're spreading. And she didn't say it exactly like that. That's me. It was a while ago. That's me just kind of like picking out of like how I do remember. So I really am sorry that I can't actually, but long story short, your confirmation to me was the fact that I have grown so far, and I know I'm very good at what I do. Whether it's when I put my mind to something, I know I'm good at it. I know I can give that energy out there. I have done my work, and that's something that I was so scarce about the last few days. It hasn't even been weeks. It's been the last few on and off for the last few months. I'm going to be honest here. But it hasn't been more than a day or two that I do it. But I will sit and I'll be like, why are you guys telling me this? But it doesn't feel right. And they're like, I don't know why. They play games with me, but they do it because they're like, have fun with it. It's your life. Enjoy your life. But you doing that was able to help me it helped me a lot.
Well,
And
you should try to get in touch with Yaya too, because she's been going through a lot of this as well, where she's being a little tested as far as her discernment goes, is, where they kind of playfully will test you a little bit to make sure that you know your discernment is correct. And, you don't like to think about them playing games with you on something so very important.
And that's what hurt, and that's where you confirmed it, because it hurt me. It felt like, what? Like, I'm asking for your help and you're telling me things and it's hurting me more, but they're like, it's not hurting you. You're hurting you.
Yeah.
You're not trusting me.
Well, and that happened to me, in our situation that we were in. I got caught up. I knew better. I'm smarter than that, and my discernment is better than that. But my guides were like, "Hey, are you having fun?" And that is actually what pulled me up.
Yes.
Said, "Wait, what is going on here?"
It made me feel empowered.
And I'm like, "What do you mean? Am I having fun? I want to know if this is what I'm supposed to be doing." And they're like, well, that's up to you. Are you having fun?
It's because sometimes we're so used to having some type of order that we forget that we can just kind of enjoy the chaos. Because chaos isn't always bad.
It helped me realize that I was not having fun at the moment.
Yeah.
In fact, I was being more confused and getting farther from hearing my own discernment my own guides, my own ability to figure out what I needed for me. And yeah, it was kind of fun a little at the moment, but then it wasn't. It was kind of scary after that. And so I was thinking, okay, these are long-term things I'm thinking about here. I better be pulling up and thinking about it some more. And that's what actually made the fork in the road for me during that period of time.
I love that.
And it took me a little time to get my trust back in my discernment in myself. But I'm like you. I know I'm right. I know I'm doing the right thing. And it may not be forever that I'm doing this, but I'm doing this now. And now is when I need to be. I'm in the present. We're living in the present. And life is a joy. It's an adventure. It's a vacation. It's a fun time.
It's a blessing.
We are very blessed to be human at this time, in this time, space, dimension, in this momentous time that we're in right now. We all just clamored and fought to be the ones to be here during this period of time at Earth. And my higher self gave me an option. You know, we all have an option for our checkout dates.
Yep.
And they told me, you can opt to check out at any time because you can be just as helpful from the other side as you are if you stay there. So it's just up to you. It's not right and it's not wrong. Whichever one you choose. If you choose to come on over here now, that'll be great. If you decide you want to stay there and help from that side, that'll be great. But it's your choice. You have to decide and do the work. And so, I mean, you know, there's no right or wrong. There's no good or bad. The universe is absolutely neutral.
There only is.
We make it what we make it. It's up to us. We are master creators. We are co-creators. We are absolutely divinely loved and protected no matter what we do. No matter what actions we perform and then we have, you know, yes, we're going to be responsible during the life review for things we've said that could have hurt. We'll hear it from the other side and feel what the other person or people thought and felt at that moment. And then we'll recognize, but we're not punished for it. We're not judged for it. It's just, this is a learning moment. You could have said that different. You could have done that different. But you know better. And so now when you move on, you'll do it differently if you remember next time. So, you know, we're remembering who we are. And we are divine and massively creative.
It brings me back to that analogy that I brought before. We got the whole world in our hands. Mm-hmm. See, our hands are the creator part. And in the middle, we have this clay. Yeah. We mold that clay like we shape our lives. Are you going to make it big and beautiful, or are you going to make it all dilapidated and ugly?
Mm-hmm.
I like dilapidated and ugly.
Well,
when you shape it with love, when you shape it with love, when you shape it with love and compassion, and like as if you're going to give it to somebody, you want to shape it with that love and compassion and make something beautiful, so you can show the world, show everybody. Look at this. Look
like
at the creation I made.
Plastic tub I have of all the ashtrays and flower vases and bowls my children made me all through their lives when they were growing up.
Right.
They were beautiful to me because they put every bit of their love into that piece that they were creating for me. And it didn't matter what it looked like. There was no ugly. There's no
right.
You know, it's all a matter of how you view things, how you look at
That's
things.
what I was getting to, that point where, you know, and how if you shape it one way, and then you give it to a person that you feel it is, they'll look at that and go, it could be the most beautiful thing, and they go, oh, well, I don't like that.
Yeah.
And that's because how they're perceiving it, you know, and we have to go with what resonates with us and with other people. Just because we think it's beautiful, they don't think it's beautiful. Just because we think it's ugly, they might think it's pretty or
Well, we
beautiful.
have to remember too that we manipulate one another, and so
Yes.
if they want to control a certain population of people, all they have to do is tell one other group of people, "You're better. You have control over these people. Keep them in line." And because it makes them feel a little higher on the totem pole, they'll do cruel things in order to stay in that little bit of power that they've been given. We 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 have to understand that no one can give us anything. It's already there. It's
That's one
ours.
of. Do you guys know? Are you guys familiar with military people and how they treat them, especially how Marines are treated?
Yes.
Yes.
So that is a perfect example of what you just said is our military system, because
Yes.
they purposely bring kids in
Yeah.
to tear them down, so
Yes.
that they
Yep.
have to force themselves to work towards something to be better than someone else.
So they can rule, and then they give them power
Yes.
over those people, the ones
Yep.
underneath, and say, "See, I'm going to give you a title, and that's going to give, but you're going to have to
Exactly.
make sure that these people toe the line. So you got to use that power to keep them in line,
Yep.
and that power is used for your own self embellishment, to help bring your ego up in a different ego meaning." And so, you just have to understand that we can't keep using one another to raise ourselves. We are all on level. We're
Yep.
all on level. It doesn't matter if you have 2 brain cells and 1 tooth, or if you're the most amazing,
Hey,
beautiful
now, don't be
person
talking about my brother.
you're the most amazing runway model. We all have the same insides. I've seen a lot of insides. We are not pretty people on the inside, trust me.
Oh
we
no,
are not.
Our
that's
bodies
what
are,
makes us
We are
so
a mess
bright.
inside.
And this is what people don't like. We have such a hard time comprehending this, and it's so crazy because it's literally everywhere around us, right?
Yeah.
If you look at nature, especially, there is the most tender-hearted and beautiful side, and that makes the most, that makes for one of the most interesting stories, I'm gonna say,
yeah.
because just like yin yang, just like there can't be one without the other, especially within ourselves, because how else are
We
we
need
gonna
that
work?
balance.
How else are we gonna shine?
Yep.
Well, and we have to take what we call the dark outside of ourselves and hold it in our hand and examine it. See what
Yep.
it is. Where did
Play
it
with
come
it,
from?
talk to it,
What are we
understand
gonna
it.
do with it? Yes.
Yes.
And then reintegrate it into yourself as part of yourself and love it.
Yes.
You don't hate it, you love it. And people with illness, they become the illness. They
Yep.
own the disease. They become the disease. They talk about, "I have my whatever I have. It's mine." I hear people say that all the time. "I'm here for my whatever disease." Or they'll talk about, "I have my multiple sclerosis. I have my, myasthenia gravis. I have my immune disorders." And they're not yours. I mean, really. Well, I guess they are, but you could get rid of them.
So
And we can heal ourselves. We only need to speak to ourselves. We say to ourselves, heal. We have the power of word and thought, and say, heal. Heal yourself. Renew your DNA. And if you do it on a daily basis and you're very determined and consistent with healing from within, you can heal yourself from any what they call dis-ease.
can
Because
I ask you a question? Because you're saying, I get what you're saying. What is your input on autism then?
in autism, I think a lot of it has come up with our DNA changing, and we've got lineages that have been changed and we the older people, we've been changing timelines and bloodlines now for a while, and so our DNA is changing and new DNA is coming in, and these kids are coming in brighter and more enlightened than they ever have, but it's a very confusing thing for them because we're trying to pack them into
Space.
societal norms.
Yep.
We're trying to isolate them and name them and group them away from everything else, making them even more isolated. And
I love you for that.
they're just trying desperately to fit in with their own feelings that they're having. They know what's right and wrong for them, but someone else is telling them that, but you have to act this way and you have to do that way. And if you don't, then we're going to give you a name and call you a disease, and we're going to treat you differently. When we should be teaching our children the way they do in Sweden and Norway and some of the other countries over there, where they don't, in their classrooms, they don't have a criteria. They teach to the child. They let the child be creative. They spend 3 or 4 hours working on something together, or they go off and work on individual ideas, and they work creatively with each child, and they don't just have a blanket criteria for the whole group and make everybody try to fit into one thought pattern.
Yep.
And so these kids are smarter, healthier, they don't have near the depression and the teenage angst.
No, they have overstimulation.
I think it also has to do with the toxins in our food and that we eat, that we consume, things that have been put in our food since the late 50s, early 60s.
But
that actually is a misconception.
Yes, you're going
that's
back.
Misconception. That is why there are birth defects and stuff. That is why there's cancer and other diseases that are developing. Autism. So I'm diagnosed.
I don't believe
autistic.
autism is a birth defect. No, I don't
It's
think so.
no. Yeah,
No. I think it's a chemical thing.
It's
I do believe
actually
it's a chemical thing
DNA
because I have the
thing.
chemical thing.
It's a DNA thing.
yeah.
And the reason I'm going to say that is because, again, I was diagnosed autistic. I am someone, obviously, as you can see, who is very elevated and spiritual. Not saying I'm more than most or whatever,
No,
but
we get
I am
you.
very
We
elevated.
understand.
And
Yes, you are, especially for your age.
yes, and I have been since I was little. And I was put on medication when I was little. I was told I had ADHD, depression, all these other things when I was little. That's what they do. And a lot of these kids.
So how
that are
much of
coming-
it do you think is due to being old souls?
So autism specifically, is that? I like how High Spirits had said that their husband and them had talked about autism being a human evolution, because when Honey had said, this is why I asked this specific question, because my belief, I'm not going to say I know this, but my general understanding and belief is exactly what Honey said, that they are more evolved spiritual humans, right?
Yes.
They are more evolved, but because they're more evolved, their sensory is so much more. And we do not do things to protect one another in a way where we can feel safe. Instead, we throw people places and expect them to kind of do it in an order. And we don't allow for that individuality. And I used to work for 5 years with autistic kids, both residential and both schooling them. And one of the things I noticed was a lot of the kids would gravitate towards me because I wouldn't treat them how every other person would. I would actually treat them with love and the fact that they were a kid. And they would love it. I would sing to my kids. I would take them outside. I would run after them. I would, the difference, even when they would have physical behaviors, when I was there because I did those things with them, how safe they felt and how the behavior ended faster.
Yes, it did.
And that's what they don't understand, but that's what we're all searching for. And we're like, what's wrong with them? Meanwhile, these same people who are doing this to them had this done to them when they were little and are like, damn, how is this cycle repeating? But they're not understanding that.
Another philosophy for that, Bugsy, is that the children coming in now are newer. They are newer souls to the earth plane. And they may not be a new soul, but they are newer to living
earth.
as a human. And they are not used to being separate from God. And
That's and that's another thing. A lot of behaviors I've noticed when I was working with my kids like they would mumble, they would talk, when you listen, you find out a lot of things, and some of them were nonverbal, but you could still hear a lot. And there was a lot of times where I've noticed and I felt like they're like, take me home. I don't want to be here, but I knew it wasn't their physical home that they were asking for.
Right.
It's so painful to imagine how I'm feeling and then imagine how they're feeling. Because I'm like, what the hell am I doing feeling bad about myself when these kids right in front of me, you know what I mean? And that's really beautiful, because that brings in more perspective of when we're taken from our mother as a baby, we have that connection to them so deep, right? And depending on who raised you, whether it was the person who birthed you, mine again was my great grandmother. She is my mom. I do not care. She's the woman I have that connection with. My birth mom she's my mother. We don't have a bad connection, but at the end of the day, she's not my mom. Like, she's not the woman who raised me. She's not the woman who gave me her heart and the love that I needed. But she gave me what she could, right?
Right.
These kids, a lot of these kids, they get sent places.
Right.
They get abandoned by that connection automatically in the physical, and they already feel like they're abandoned by the other, and they're already overstimulated, and it's so heart-wrenching to like sit here and think that because they seem different that they are.
Well, think about how, you're a relatively new soul to being a human. And think about how confusing it was for you as a child and now as a younger adult. And then think about the new kids being born into this society that we're trying to box them up. Yep. And they don't want to be boxed up. And I'm so grateful for parenting nowadays that is turning more toward being focused on the individual needs of that individual child.
Yes.
Rather than trying to place them in a category and make them into what we think they should be doing.
Yep.
And I think we're going in the right direction. I see a lot of parenting on here where they have these very special kids who come in already talking about God, already talking about Source, already talking about how they know it has to be the way, they're like, well, God's right here. We're all right here. We're all this, we're that. And their parents listen to them. They don't accuse them of having imaginary friends. They take them seriously. They listen to them. These kids are all getting their light language at 2 and 4 years old. Because of the positive surroundings that they're in.
Yes.
And this is moving forward at a greater pace, and it makes my heart happy.
Mine too. Literally, honey, the last few days I've had hard situations happen, but I've been in such a good mood, and I've just been saying, I am just blessed. I'm just grateful. Like, I really am. It's so many beautiful things are happening, and it's exciting. It's genuinely exciting. Like, I can feel little me and multiple versions of me jumping up and down. Hey, look, it's happening. Hey. Yeah. It's so cute.
Well, instead of telling our kids there are no fairies, there are no Sasquatch, there's no trolls, there's no unicorns, we all know that's true, but how long did it take me? I'm 68 years old. It took me a very long time to get here. And, I had to wade through the amnesia, and my method was by reading and researching and listening to other people, whereas Brim has the blessing of having it just already inside of himself, that he can bring it out, and then I can confirm what he's saying because I read it, I know it. I researched it, and then we're spreading our light in that manner.
Yeah.
And we're trying very hard to have a positive space here that people can come here and feel safe and feel like they can say whatever they want to say, whenever they want to say it, however they want to say it, rather than sitting in another life where they're listening to the government is oppressing us, they're killing us, their toxins and all the chemicals and the big pharma and the
For intent purposes only.
the capitalism and this and that is, we're all victims, and we don't want to live in a victim situation. We don't. That is not the reality I want to live in. I'm not going to be a victim. And that's where we have to come out and say, we're not victims. We're not. We never have been. We never will be. This is not. We're moving on.
What the heck was that?
I think Grandma Gracie thinks.
I thought he was playing pool a minute ago. I was trying to figure out what he was doing.
Well, and I've been watching the faces in the red ball too. They're all
Yeah,
around.
that dude has been peeking at us all evening. Yep.
Even
Well-
looking behind the ball.
Well, Linda came in earlier, was asking about the faces in the ball. She was like, "Do y'all see those faces in the ball?" And I was answering her, but I think she left before I got to answer
I
because
did.
I'm
I
so
told
freaking
her.
slow.
I told Linda, it was Linda Lovely, and I told her we've been seeing those faces for a while now. And Yaya and I have been talking about a lot of different things, and I have so much admiration and appreciation for Yaya. I can't even express it because she's taught me so much and has validated me in such a way that I'm more determined than ever to keep spreading my word, my truth, and help people understand that they have their word and their truth, and nothing
Absolutely.
is right and nothing is wrong. We are doing what we need to be doing for our own individual personal growth.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And as we do that, it begins to spread like a ripple to a pond. And we make changes, and we make changes to people, for people, positive and negative, I guess, whether we know it or not. On a daily basis, we can change a person's life just by smiling at them at the dollar store.
I used to get yelled at my job for
Absolutely.
Na sinine mo no ko no sonia na ko nainia mo na ya ko ka ni asaka.
Thank you, Brim. Whatever it is you said, I'm positive we understood it.
Yep.
Well, I just heard somebody say Suzanne, I thought.
I didn't hear anybody say Suzanne. If you heard it, it was somebody talking to you, darling.
Yes, yeah. He says, be me, don't worship me. And all of the ascended masters said the same thing. I mean, Buddha,
Right.
yes.
Shiva, all
That's
of
exactly what he said.
I
You
can't.
nailed that perfectly.
They all pretty much said pretty much the same thing. And then we have teachers. Richard Rohr is a monk, a Franciscan monk, and he's lived his life entirely in a monastery, being away from the ways of the world. And I during my classes that I would go to twice a week, I'd say how easy it was for him. He didn't have to interact with the world.
Right.
And so, if all I had to do was sit at a monastery in the garden with the fountain and write beautiful things, I could be amazing too.
But you wouldn't have been able to help the people that you've helped.
But
Exactly.
I have to live my life with real people and talk to them on the level that we're all on.
Yep.
Can't be at an elevated level, but we still need the Richard Rohrs of the world who have that connection and can share that with us as well. Because I learned a lot from my classes with him. And even though they don't accept women in their monastery retreats, which I've complained about repeatedly. But, Yaya has it right. She's concentrating on herself. She's concentrating on hearing her guidance. She's pulling it all in and examining it, taking it in, and she's discerning, and and then the things that don't resonate, the things that don't work for her, then she doesn't see them anymore. And that's what we all need to be doing. And the reason Maya brings so many people to her is because that is who she is and how she is. You know, she is concentrating on her own, evolvement and ascension, and she's bringing the rest of us along with her wise words of go within every day, go within. And I want to eat well, I want to exercise, but I don't want to. I don't like to drink water. I don't like to eat well. I don't like to exercise. God,
I like to make once in a while.
So I try really hard to remember, as Robin says, you don't have to be a perfect vegan person to be spiritual. You
No,
can
not at all.
so
You just
many
need to
different
appreciate
ways.
what you're doing, what you're eating, you know?
And you tell
And be thankful.
And yes,
be grateful, and you tell that spirit of the animal, thank you for the sacrifice that you made for us.
yes,
And
yes.
many of those animals come into this world knowing that they're going to be their purpose for this life is to feed other people. And, they're mostly happy to do so. The conditions they're living in are horrible, and it's up to us to change that. But, for the most part, it's not so much. I mean, taking in clean is good, but paying attention to what goes out of your mouth is so much more important.
And honey, that is the realization that I had to have, because I have a harsh tongue, and I was in too much of my ego, and I was in before enough of my ego to do what I was meant to do. But then I fed into it, and I forgot some of my discernment and my teachings that I learned a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I had to actually sit back with myself and observe my words. And I do it while I talk, but I justified my words and I didn't realize it. And I justified the fact that the person I was talking to, because I felt in a place of the past, right?
Yes.
I felt like I was talking to the version of him in the past, which was not okay of me to do. Not okay. Especially with my emotional intellect. Yes.
Yeah.
I knew better.
But
And
you're a human being, and you're living.
Yes, and I'm just tired. I've been going through a lot, so I had to accept that. But I had to be humble about it, right? I had to be honest with myself. And I had to be like, oh, no, that was me. I should not. Even though I feel like I was sticking up for myself, I did not stick up for myself in the right way. Because just like everything, you have a right and a wrong way to do it. Not necessarily because that's the wrong way, but I don't want to hurt someone. So to me, that's the wrong way. You know?
If it's hurtful, if you know it's hurtful, but we don't often know.
I didn't perceive it as hurtful. I perceived it as truthful, but I didn't think about the fact that this person gets upset and very sensitive. And I do need to approach my words better with them, because this person doesn't react how I talk like I do to this person, And that is my discernment and awareness that I've had my whole life, that for some reason, because of the love I had for this person and the fear that I had, I let it cloud me. And I've known better. But I had so much going on, I let that be a space where I couldn't be with myself. It was just so chaotic, and when I finally got that space with myself, I was able to actually realize, oh shit, that was not okay me to do. I know that.
I listen to all these different people, and they're all saying, okay, well, this is how you meditate. You have to do it this way.
Oh, bullshit.
You have to, when you go within, you have to do it this way. And it's like, that is not true.
No, you can meditate any way. I meditate by singing.
Well, and I would sometimes I would
You
just
meditate. What
sit in the
goes? What
car
resonates
and
with you?
I would just sit in the car and lean my head back for a few minutes
That's what
and
I would do, honey.
go somewhere else.
Love you so much.
Meditation
for a
is
while.
as individual to us as our fingerprints.
Exactly.
Mhm.
You can do it when you're vacuuming. That's
Mm-hmm.
my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Vacuuming is a very good meditative tool for
Yes.
me. The repetitive and the noise and
Doing dishes.
washing
you
That's
know,
my
just
favorite thing is doing
yes.
dishes.
mopping the
hate it.
floor, working in the garden. You
Doing
know,
lives.
Sitting in my
yes,
hammock.
Doing
Yes, that's
lives.
my
Letting the
favorite
women
place.
talk.
Brim.
listen,
letting us talk, Brim. We kind of just take it over.
listening to your harem. Just get over it. We're your hen.
Not
Yeah.
shiny.
You're having our little hen party.
Absolutely.
Mhm. But
I
it's
think he
taken,
just said he
know,
puts up with us because he loves us.
I spent
That's
about
my
a
interpretation.
I spent about a whole year being really down on myself that it took me so long to get where I'm going. I was so mad at myself. Why did I have to wait until I'm so old to know things? It just really irritated me a lot. But then I had
Right?
one of my dear friends, and she does my soul progress reading for me once a year, once or twice a year. And my higher self said to me then through her, you know, stop it. Stop it. You have done what you're supposed to be doing, and you're right where you're
When you were supposed to do
be.
it. Yeah,
And
exactly.
you've learned what you needed to learn through the experiences that you had, and those experiences took time. You can't just be born and know it all, or you end up in a institution or in an insane asylum, or you end up isolated and thrown out of the family. And all
Yeah.
Here's
the
the thing you
things.
got to remember too. We're all in the right space where we need to be at this moment in time.
Uh-huh. And again, I keep getting on my soapbox and telling people, stop being hard on yourself. You have to love yourself. I've got to love yourself.
Who's a Mr. Know-It-All?
I'm a Mr. Know-It-all. I know.
I'm a Miss Know-It-All. I know everything. No, I know nothing. You know. Well, somebody was saying, "Hold on, Mr. Know-It-All," and I was trying to figure out who they were talking to.
Probably me. But it's okay.
You're
I
not a
don't
mister.
know it all, and I don't
No,
want to know it all.
and you never have stated that you know it all. You have stated on many different
Never.
occasions that this is what your experience is, and this is what you know, and it's not necessarily what everybody else is experiencing. It's you're speaking from your own experience, and that does not make you a know-it-all. That makes you a know what you know.
Oh, that's Coffee Bean. Coffee Bean's full of
Coffee
jokes.
Bean. Oh, you got jokes. Okay, I see. I get you. All right, Coffee Bean. Bring it on. Bring on some jokes.
Oh, careful, careful, grasshopper.
Careful what you ask for.
Well, I can certainly laugh at myself and make fun of myself. I'm worthy of that, I'm sure. But you know, I feel so passionate about helping people understand that there is no one certain way. We all have to go inside of ourselves, figure out what we need for ourselves, and then shine that out. And then the ones who are meant to receive it will. And the ones who don't want to see it or aren't meant to see it, they won't. You know, and there's
Absolutely.
nothing I can do about that. I can only do what I do. And, you know, at my advanced age, it's not much, but I can still smile and not curse at people when I drive. I can, you know, try to be positive and turn things around in a conversation and honor their opinion, honor where they're coming from, as long as they respect where I'm coming from. I will not tolerate any disrespect because I've
Heck
just
no.
been that way, and I can come across as being stern, and I have a resting bitch face. I know that. I've perfected it.
Well, your
And
profession, you had to be that person because you're a profession.
well, that is true.
It
I mean,
require it was it's a requirement for nurses to be stern, to be businesslike, to be uh
well, we
matter of
don't
fact.
we don't
Y'all don't
always
fool
mean
around for
it.
a reason.
We don't always mean it either. Our heads are busy. We're thinking. We're not thinking about what our face is doing. And,
Right.
we're busy doing things, and we have to do the flow and the outflow and the, bringing things together and organizing things to get to help things work the way they're supposed to work. And you can't just be joking and laughing and, goofing and hoping it all works out at the last moment, because these are people's lives that I was responsible for, and I took that very seriously. I did laugh, and I did have a good time, and we had a great group of people who loved and supported one another. I was very fortunate to have that, and I know that. And there were people who loved me no matter what, and there were people who loved my bluntness, who loved my frankness, who liked the fact that there wasn't a bunch of bullshit, and I was authentic.
Absolutely.
I didn't come across as being all sweet and then do something else that, didn't have anything
And
to
that's
do
the
with
best way to be your authentic self.
it. Hmm.
Well, I found that the truly social butterfly nurses, and you know what the ones I'm talking about, honey.
Hmm.
I'm sure you've worked with a few, are totally ineffectual as nurses.
Right.
They get scatterbrained. They get lose track of what they did for a patient or what wasn't done. They're scatterbrained because they're too social.
Yes, we had to go through a period of time when cell phones became popular because, of course, back in my day, we had nothing like that. And
Right.
as they became more and more popular, and they're sitting in front of these critically ill patients with all the bells and whistles going off and everybody, having their little crises, and they're on their cell phone. And I'm like, what are you doing? Let's put those away. Let's pay attention to what we're looking at. Or they're so busy looking at the equipment that we have because we're so advanced in our medical equipment. They're looking at, I can't even tell you the stories of nurses who would call me overhead in a panic, and I would run to go help them, and they're standing in front of the monitor with their back to the patient, telling me their patient is not doing well, when in fact the patient's fine. But the monitor was disconnected in some way, or the wires were crossed, or, just something that was easily correctable that the machine was showing. The patient had no symptoms, but they weren't looking at the patient, so they didn't know that. And then they would say, "Oh my God, you're such a miraculous nurse. You came in and just saved this." And I'm like, "No, I didn't. I hooked up a wire." And turn around and look at what you're doing before you get in a panic. Try to pay attention to your surroundings. And there was a lot of teaching that was going on throughout my career. And even after I left the hospital setting and went into the home settings, so much teaching, so much, see the big picture. Don't be looking at the individual things. And encouragement. You can do this. You can take care of your loved one. You can honor their wishes to be at home. And yes, it's hard, but we can do this all together. We're all in this together. And we're going to all do
Heck,
this.
people used to do it without nurses available. They used to have their family members there in their house,
It was probably a lot less complicated than it is now because we bring in all the paperwork and all the rules.
Yeah.
So, that's why I think being a death doula, it would be an amazing thing, to be coming in at this time in our society, because in a few years, that's where we're going to be. We're going to be having home care, we're going to go back to the natural way of doing things and doing it spiritually. And we have to teach people they can heal themselves. They don't need a healer. They may
Right.
need some advice, they may need some encouragement, and somebody to sit with them while they're working, while they're learning how to do these things. But people can heal themselves.
Well,
They just
I
have
was
to
telling
not
you,
take it in.
I was telling you about that doctor that the other night about
Yeah.
my mother being diagnosed with an aneurysm on her brainstem, and how she went to a natural healer, and the other doctors had just said she's just gonna go. There's no help for it. And that natural healer, he healed my mother. He literally healed her from a brain aneurysm.
It's
And
fascinating.
she died she passed away at 52 years old of cancer.
It's really fascinating to me.
And she was
especially
in her
a
30s when
place-
she was diagnosed.
a
I'm
place
sorry,
in
sweetie. Go ahead.
Texas. In Texas is so backwards in so many ways. But I have been really amazed and pleased at the fact that we are going back to the basics, back to the homeopathic ways, back to the natural ways, and having home births, having home passings, where family is involved and everything is spiritual when you can be.
Now, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
How did she heal her?
How did he heal my mother?
Yeah, like what tactic did he use? And there's a
Well,
reason
he
I'm
used his
asking this.
he used his spiritual energy.
Okay, and this is why I
He did.
asked.
That's what he did
Oh,
for a living. He
oh,
was a
no,
naturopath.
But that's what I'm gonna ask.
Mhm.
So I am a Reiki master, and one of the things that I do know is we do not heal people. We are healers, but
Right.
we do
You
not heal
use that.
people.
You use your God-given gifts, your
No,
creator-given
no.
gifts.
Actually, we use them, but we don't use them to heal people. I am someone who can help people physically heal. And I will say it like that. And I'm going to say it again. I am someone who can help someone physically heal.
Well, yeah, you have to be willing. Yeah, you have to do the work along with them. Yeah, it has to be
No,
a
it's actually-
partnership.
It's actually me just guiding your energy. You're doing the work. And this
Yes.
is
Right.
this is what really upsets me, and this is why I asked, because there's a very, very big misconception with healers.
Yes.
Healers
Mhm.
do not. We do not. We can take your pain. Yes, we can do that. We can physically actually take your pain. Empaths can do that too, or very empathic people in general. But healers, we do not heal you. What we do is we activate something in you to, one, help you heal yourself, or we help your own energy break down barriers that it's harder for
relieve
you
the
to break
symptom.
down, and we guide your energy.
Right.
And this is something that really, really, really does need to be more known, because everyone gives credit to people, but you don't give credit to yourself, and your soul knows that. And your soul knows
Right.
that you're the one who healed you. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just wanted to explain that there is a very big difference in that, and that
He was a guide.
well, that doesn't matter.
He guided her healing.
Yes,
He
yes,
guided
yes.
her healing herself. Yes, he guided her through her healing.
Yes,
And showed her what she could do with herself.
And he has a beautiful gift. You know what I mean? To be able to do that. 'cause
Yes,
not
he did
everyone
have
can
a
do that.
beautiful gift.
And that's what you should acknowledge about him, but not
Oh,
that he healed
absolutely.
her, because he did not. And you're not giving credit to her, where you're not giving credit where credit should be given. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're directing the energy.
Well,
in the
the
wrong
other
way.
thing too, Bug, is that they use a lot of herbal and natural healing, and so they look at your blood work and they see where you're low on minerals and supplements and things that could naturally heal your cells.
Yep.
And they look at that and give and help you with those supplements where not everybody is going to use the same
Methods.
medications, the same
Yes.
dosages,
And not
you have to
everyone
go
has
by
the
each
gifts
body.
to be able to do it the same way. All
But
of our
the-
gifts, though, we have names, right? We have all the clairs. Do you guys all know what the clairs are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
of
we
course.
have all the
Yes.
clairs, right? And there are other gifts, but they're not ones physically known. But
Will
these,
you clarify that?
so
What do you mean physically known?
so physically, right? We have our senses, right? And our
Right.
prayers are based on those physical senses. But we have other senses in the spiritual as well, same as chakras. We have chakras for the lower energies of vibrations. And as we go up, there is more than 7 chakras. I don't know if you guys know that. There's
Right.
actually more than 12 chakras because we have
I
micro
believe
and
there's
mineral
13
chakras too.
chakras.
There's
Yes.
There's hundreds of
there's more
chakras.
than yes.
Hundreds?
Because you have like any of you like ever see like an anime where they have all of this crazy energy around or in them?
Mm-hmm.
That is their chakra, right? That is their energy.
The
But-
Merkaba.
yeah, and it's very it's so much so much you go so much further than we could fathom, but that's not something that like we have to worry about because we're not in those dimensions or those realms of reality. Those are not ours. But that's why I didn't know if I should elaborate on it. The spirit helped me kind of maneuver around it.
But you also you're also a vessel that you can channel spirit through to help communicate to that body that you're working with, because dis-ease is more often caused from emotions and repressed energy
Yes.
than anything else. If you can figure out what it is you're so like, if you have liver issues, what are you so angry about?
Or actually, think about it too. You have heard of generational curses?
Yes.
You know how your mom might get symptoms and her mom might get the same symptoms or the same. Generational curses are the same things.
Yeah.
You do the same exact things for them.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't understand that sometimes it's not actually. We carry a lot of weight with us, right? Whether it's generational or whether it's past life. And it's not necessarily that we carry the weight, but it's all of the energy. And it comes up when it needs to. You know? And
It's been healed though right now. A lot of that's been healed from us.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
a lot
yes,
of it has been healed from the people it needs to be healed from. Some people are still denying it. That's why a lot of these solar
Oh, well,
flares
yeah,
are
definitely.
happening right now. And right now, actually, these months have been periods of us purging our past habits, ourselves that we thought we were, and our the matrix. Like, it's been purging us of the matrix. So actually right now is a lot of people walking up the stairs or running up the stairs, and they haven't purged that. But they are actively working on it. That is that. But it's incredible to think about if you think about it, because they have already, you know, because we live in the past, present, and the future all in one. And so yeah, like it's
Well, we
incredible
already have a self. We have a higher self.
Yep.
And we have our own personality self, spirit, and then we also have a third element within ourselves that is already everything we need and want to be. We need to learn to merge our present self with that self inside of us in order to connect better with the higher self.
Yep.
You just
Right.
to recognize that there is a healed person inside of you waiting for you to see it and recognize it.
Absolutely.
That's where the magic starts happening.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And that's where you are, Loretta. Is you have found your healed self and you are merging.
It's incredible.
I know. I see it in you.
So many of us coming into these new timelines that we're merging with. We're going to find out things about our bodies that we didn't think was humanly possible. And it we are so much more capable of things that used to be of things thousands of years ago, and it's our soul essence.
Yes.
And it is absolutely. When I just had that aha moment.
You went to bed?
Uh,
You went to bed?
Who went to bed?
I love you. I'm so sorry. I forgot I didn't mute myself. I'm sorry.
I was trying to. I
It's
thought it was.
okay. It's no big deal,
What was
Bugsy.
the question?
I was like,
I couldn't
did I
figure
go
it
to
out.
bed? I didn't remember.
She just opened her room and I thought she was sitting on my bed, but she wasn't. So I asked if she's going to bed, and then I went closer to her room, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm tired."
But one of the other things that we have to recognize too is we can't get so heady. We can't get so lost in our spirit up above us, you know, and lost
Absolutely.
in the divinity that we forget we have a human body and we're living a human life.
Well, that's
Mhm.
our guides, our guides. They instilled in me so much of being aware of the critical thinking skills to stay in the moment, stay in the now,
Yeah,
and
being grounded.
being grounded, and they want us to be absolutely ecstatic about our human experience
Yeah.
because some of our guides have never been on Earth,
hmm
never had.
Yeah.
They're living vicariously through us.
Exactly.
Right. And when we ascend, they ascend.
Even
That is-
When
higher.
we raise vibration, they raise vibration. When we learn, they learn. So
Isn't
it's
that
like
incredible?
it
Well,
is. It's wonderful.
I read a series of books by Dr. Larry Dawsey, and he went off on an expedition. He was a physician and a minister, and he was outraged at the charlatans that were saying they were healing people when he didn't believe it was possible. And he went off and traveled the world, he and his wife, to expose the charlatans. And he ended up finding more true miracles and finding out about spirit guides and meditation and using, channeling divinity through and he saw people who could actually meditate, use their guides, and like place their hands inside a body, pull out a tumor, never have
I've
a hole,
seen
never
that.
have a blood, never have anything. And he met a little man in India that he sat at a certain corner every single day. People would come to him. He was, thin and emaciated. He just lived off what people gave him. He didn't charge a dime. And then people would come to him. He would put his hands on them. He could feel. His guides would tell him. One was a physician and one was a scientist, a physicist. But they would tell him, this is where you need to go. This is what it is. Put your hands here. He would go into trance, do the thing, pull it out. That tumor would be gone. The big C would be gone. The whole thing would be done. And Dr. Dawsey was astonished that these were all true and live things that were happening throughout the world.
That's a sacred gift too. That is a very sacred gift called energetic surgery.
Where they just, he said you could see their hands disappear down into the body, but there were no holes, there was no blood, there was just their hands disappearing down into the body, feeling around, and then pulling it out. And he said, sometimes it was a big tumor, sometimes it was just a big glob of black gooey stuff, And then I do know healers that do quantum healing, and they go in and manipulate that energy, that darkness, and pull it out, rearrange it, can reshape some of the organs and bring back that vitality just by using their quantum physics. And that's just an amazing thing to me, and they can do it over the phone. They don't have to be in your presence to be able to do it. It's a gift. that
Your
they
Well,
they
that's
coded.
exactly what Edgar Casey would do. He would do it in
yeah,
sleep, though.
right, and he chose that manner of channeling himself.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
that he was told that it would shorten his life, and he was like, but this is the way I want to do it.
well, because he didn't want to be in. Everybody channels differently, and Brian was
Mm-hmm.
like, I sent Diane the video that I promised her where he talks about all the different channels, the people in the world who are channeling now all over the world. There's people popping up channeling all these collectives. And of course, we gave them names, but that's not who they are. They're just different.
Mm-hmm.
They're different energies working together, all saying the same things all over the world.
Right.
Telling us how we can heal our own selves, how we can create our own realities and manifest our destiny, manifest our abundance. And abundance isn't always money. It can be other things. It could be the love in our life. It could be the experiences that we get to go out and have. Though abundance is what it is for you. And there's just lots of different things going on right now that are just literally amazing. That it's all coming together, and these channels, these groups of entities that are channeling through these individual people. They've made deals with the person who's doing the channeling because it's their body. They're the ones in
Yep.
charge of how these entities come into their body and how they work through them. It's their choice, their way of doing it. But they're all saying the same thing. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then you find people like Brim, and you find people like a couple of other people here I follow on TikTok, like Thomas Sawyer. They see it, they know it, they don't need necessarily to read it in a book or hear it from somewhere else in a seminar. They just already know it, the gift is there, and it comes out. And his guides are able to just come into him and bring out all that knowledge. And a lot of times Paul doesn't even know that stuff. Brim knows it. His other people, his guides, all know that information. Paul's just sitting there taking it all in and doesn't know where it came from. And that's where his authenticity comes in, is that he allows these people to work through him and bring that into us, into these lives. And it's entertaining, it's fun. His guys are funny, but they're also serious. And they're trying so hard to help us. We just need to listen, and we need to go within our own selves and figure out who we are. Remember who we are.
It's funny, when do I ever talk about the subparticles and atoms and freaking biology? I don't know nothing about this crap.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they use these big words, and I'm like, okay, I kind of have to look that up because I have no idea what this word is.
Yeah.
Right. Or how to pronounce it sometimes. You have to struggle a little bit with that too. But, you do a great job, and you're validated throughout. All of us who come in here and have had our own experiences and we've done our research too. So we can validate you and know that you're not one of those that's just grandstanding,
I'm not a carnival barker.
No bark. Get up here and lay down.
No.
I had to throw that in.
Yeah, no circus going on here. So, yeah, I'm so glad you came, Bugsy. Suzanne needed you. I wish I had thought of you sooner.
I kind of been MIA anyway, so you probably wouldn't have been able to get a hold of me either way.
So it was meant to be.
Yeah, to be fair.
This was what needed to happen.
And it's crazy because I have not been going on TikTok, and for some reason yesterday and today. Yesterday, not for like a month. Come here then. If you want to come here. You don't gotta cry about it. Sorry, my puppy wanted my attention. So, like, it was only a couple minutes yesterday, and it was only to like see all of my messages because I had a lot. And then today, for some reason, I saw Brim was live, but my phone kept disconnecting, and I'm like, I don't understand. So I went out for like 5 minutes, and I came back, and that's when I'm like, oh my gosh, everyone's on. But it was random. Like I didn't want to go on TikTok, and for some reason, I was TMI on the toilet, but on my phone, and thought I would take a minute. So I was like, all right, do I play a game on my phone? Or do I go on TikTok? And for some reason, I'm like, go on TikTok.
Yeah. Well, Brim just wore me out this weekend. I heard him calling me yesterday until I finally had to throw down my garden tools and turn on TikTok. And someone needed our help, and we were able to do that. And then tonight, the same thing. My kids were here. I could hear him. Where are you? And I'm like, I'm busy. And so I thought, okay, the kids left. I was going to eat something real quick, get in the bathtub, but it got so loud. They were all so loud. He, Suzanne, and Callie, they were so loud that I could hear them in my head.
Oh wow!
Brim telling me.
So I had to come on while I was in the bathtub because I couldn't stop yelling in my head. So
I heard you. Yeah, I heard you today.
Did you?
In my head, honey, and also heard Brim.
Well, I try not to get in your energy, Yaya, because you know what? It's easy. It's easy for me to get in your energy, and I don't want to take advantage of that.
No.
So I try not to I try to keep my antennas down. But I know I send you things.
Yes, you do.
The same
It
thing
was a
happens.
dragon.
The same thing happens with Robin. You know, the Oracle.
Yeah.
I will hear him, and I'll call him, and he'll say, "Thank God, sister, I've been calling you," or he will call me on the phone and say, "Yes, what did you need?" And it's like, you know, we're just kind of in each other's energy enough that we can feel it, hear it, know it.
Yeah.
Well, how many times have we recently been speaking of either Yaya or Hope or even Suzanne, and have them all of a sudden just pop up in the room, and you know, we were like, we just got through talking about you guys. We just got through saying your names.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, we're kind of in that collective feeling, and it's so amazing. And I know we're attracting some others that I'm extremely happy to have in here. That I have been sending, you know, some energy toward, because I know they need to hear the information that we are all talking about. And you know, because there is a lot of confusing messages being put out there, and people are kind of getting a little desperate, I think. And I don't want them to not, like we talked about, Loretta, there's going to come a time some of these things that are being promised are going to fall through. And and then these people, all of these people that we love so dearly, they're going to need us.
Yeah.
They're going to need us. And I'm not saying that from an ego situation. I'm not saying that from I know I'm going to be, you know, everything anybody needs.
No, we understand, honey.
We know that we all are going to need to be a huge support group for several people that are going to be devastated. And they're going to need us to be their light. So I'm very pleased that for the last, 2 months, we've been doing a really good job, I think.
Yeah.
Bringing people in.
I gotta tell you guys about yesterday. That was funny. When I came in at live spontaneously, when I came up on live, it was funny because you gotta hear about the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know if you were here. Well, and Bugsy will enjoy this too. I had a dream, and I was like, I don't know what I was dreaming, but I know there was light around me, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I just woke up anyway. And I woke up, and it was like, I could hear Solar going, get out of the bed. Get out of the bed. I'm like, I don't want to. Get out the bed. Somebody needs help. I'm like, leave me alone, you draconian woman. And she's like, somebody needs your healing. Just get up right now. And I'm like, oh my God, no. And then finally I said, fine. I got up, went to the bathroom, came in here, and I sat in the chair. I was like, what am I going to go on live about? It doesn't matter. Just turn the thing on. I'm like, oh, fine. So I just flip it on. And I'm like, okay, what am I talking about? I have no idea. So I just started having a live, and all I could think was, honey, where are you? Honey, where are you? Honey, honey, I'm going to need some help here because this is making no sense to me. And then people came in, and then Dawn came in, and she started talking about her dragon. And then after she went through her whole thing, I'm like, oh, now I see why Solo was kicking me out of the bed. Because it was a draconian dragon energy going all around and this and that. I'm like, oh, Lord, where's Honey? And then Honey comes, wham, like, it comes in like the angel she is and goes, I'm like, oh, my gosh. And she was here. I was like, wow. And it's like, I didn't even want to get up.
So I was there. And then
it was fun.
Then I couldn't turn it off, and I needed to come back in to show you my mushroom, which was amazing because we'd just been talking about that.
Right. And then the girl, the woman that came in, she said, she goes, I needed to go on TikTok today. So she said, I decided I was going to scroll through. She goes, I just happened to see this live, and I stopped in here because there was something pulling her in, and then she started talking, and I'm like, wow, talk about synchronicity there. None of us wanted to be on, but we're all sitting here talking. Like, what?
Yeah. I think Callie said the same thing, that she didn't intend to be there, but she found herself there. And then I know that Dawn came on to talk about a specific thing, but we ended up addressing the actual thing that was giving her the most difficulty, and being able to truly give her some guidance and bring her into the family. And she was here tonight. She may still be here. And so I feel like that was spirit working with all of us yesterday. And then again tonight, just trying to eat my dinner and take my bath, and all I hear
intrusive.
You heard that dragon.
There's intrusive, and there's welcome communication.
Yes.
I have.
And then there's get up. You need to do your job.
Well, I've had intrusive, and I handled it. I just said, no, you're not doing it. Stop it. And,
back off. Yeah.
I was able to take care of that. But again, I do try to be careful with Yaya, because I know that I can connect pretty quick with her and with Robin. I try not to abuse him either. But he abuses me sometimes too.
I used to have that with my sisters, that connection, that if one of them was depressed or hurt or just needed to talk, I always knew it, and I would always, be able to call them. But now, since things have changed so much in the last 3 years, I don't have that communication with them anymore because they have cut me off.
Well, my older sister and I always had that connection. I mean, I always knew. I would go in there and I would tell my mother, you need to call Kay. Something's going on.
Kay, that's my sister's name as well.
Yeah, and mother finally figured out that I knew what I was talking about, and she would call her. And one day she had a car accident, and I was actually asleep, taking a nap. And I sat straight up in my bed, and I said, Kay's going to call. She's had a car accident. She's okay, but the car's gone. And my mom was all freaked out. It was just, I just knew. I
Mm-hmm.
knew. And I knew that she was going to be more upset about the car than anything else because that was her, precious, her car. But she had a deer had run down the side of she was in Nebraska, and the deer just came running down the side of the mountain and ran smack up into the side of her. Like to see that purple thing she had. But
They put that mesh stuff on the side of the hills, where the rocks and stuff don't fall.
mhm.
That makes that's like a track for those deer. They get such good grip on that, and they can haul butt
Launch
up.
themselves, yes.
Well, I noticed in the last 2 or 3 years that we've been traveling a lot more in those areas. They've actually made them into kind of fencing and so unless they jump it, they're not
Mm-hmm.
able to just run smack down the hill. But this when we went to Arizona, Greg got up a little bit earlier than usual, and it was not quite light when he decided to go ahead and go. And a deer just ran right smack into Betty and knocked her headlights all sidewise, and he had to get out and do emergency repairs to keep it from rubbing on the tire and all the stuff. And we didn't have any windshield washer for the rest of the trip, and the car was kind of pulling a little bit, and the light was all hinky. So we were trying to be careful not to drive too much in the nighttime, because the light was shining weird. And so, of course, when we came home, we had to put her in the shop again for the same right side that someone had run into earlier. So I told him he couldn't go off like that by himself in my car. He was very abusive in my car. He does not treat her well. So those deer are really something, and the ones over in that area, they're big. They're healthy.
Yeah.
We were staying at a resort, and our room was way down to the very end, very isolated. And it just was nothing but a big field on the one side of us, all that you could see, and you couldn't really see the road from where we were. And a whole family just lived in there, and they would come up and come right up to me where I was at the railing on the porch, and all the little fawns and the deer playing, and they were so precious. So,
I love that.
Yeah.
A friend of ours in Maine had a moose run into him and knock his truck down an embankment and down onto a service road. And he said he sat there for a few minutes thinking, I need to call for help. And then he's like, oh, hell no. And he started his truck up and he drove that thing. And that thing, it was like bent in the middle. It was bad. It was the weirdest looking pretzel-shaped truck I'd ever seen in my life.
It looked cockeyed going down the road.
Yeah.
Big time. But he drove it home anyway. He pulled up in the driveway and everybody was like, oh, you've been drinking and driving again. He goes, no, it was a dadgum moose. Nobody believed him.
Those things are big, too. Well,
They are. They're humongous.
Greg is, of course, a master technician, so he had all the tools, all the things.
Mm-hmm.
He put it all together with zip ties. I don't know how, but he did. And we managed to get through the rest of the vacation.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
100%.
He's very smart.
I'm just gonna take a second and say that I very much appreciate the conversations tonight, but it's 2:00 my time, and I'm gonna head to bed.
Well, we love you, Bugsy, and we hope you can visit us again.
I will definitely. I just social media is very toxic, and
it
I
can
have
be.
worked on a lot. Not a lot within me, but there's a lot going on. So I needed to take space before a lot of stuff's gonna happen.
Well, you gave everybody a lot of really good advice, and you made connections with Suzanne, which I'm very grateful for.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm grateful that you guys had me up.
I
am
a lot of wisdom.
Really enjoyed getting to know you tonight, Bugsy.
Yeah, I really enjoyed talking to you.
It was a joy to have you here.
I appreciate all of you. I'm very, very grateful, and I'll definitely be back.
I missed hearing your mouth, your speaking and your wisdom.
Well,
It
we
was here in
actually
your mouth.
we had
I run it a lot, so it makes sense.
we had some good people that came in that do not normally come in, who needed to hear what you were saying. Honestly.
Yeah.
I'm
And
happy.
that was Aphrodite playing when she said mouth. She's like, hey, to hit her mouth. And I'm like, oh no.
Well, we
I'm like,
had a lot
behave
of
yourself.
fun. We had a lot of fun playing with all your different guides and personalities, dear.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. And I just loved Brim. I do.
Yeah.
I love you guys very much. Have a beautiful night.
Good night, Bugsy.
You too.
Sweet dreams, hon.
Thank you again.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I gotta go to bed too, you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, Suzanne. Love you. Have a good night. Sweet
Probably a
dreams,
good
darling.
thing, you know. It's
Love
all
you
pretty
guys,
late.
too. Good night.
All right.
Love you guys.
Thank you,
Very
Brad.
Love you
good
too,
night.
Hopi. Love you all.
Love you all.
Make a beautiful life, everyone.
It was.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
But now
Thank you,
I
Brad.
can't listen to my meditations at night. I'm sad. Oh, what am I gonna do? I go to bed with Stevie Joe every night because he does those beautiful sleep meditations.
Yeah.
I wear my headband headphones and I go to sleep listening to him relax me, and then he does affirmations in my head for 3-4 hours while I'm sleeping.
Wow. Who does that?
His name is Stevie Joe Harris.
Mm-hmm.
He's on YouTube.
I think I've listened to a few of his meditations.
And he does the most beautiful meditations ever. I mean, I listen to them while I'm awake, so I know what he's telling my subconscious.
What in the heck is going on over there?
That's Hopi.
Is it
I'm
Brent?
sorry.
Oh.
It's okay, honey.
It's okay, Hopi.
He has meditations for everything. Meditations to speak with your spirit guides, meditations for just sleep, people who have insomnia. And the way he relaxes you into a trance is the most beautiful thing. And he does spirit guides, past lives, pain. He has.
Is he one of the ones that does sleep hypnosis also?
That's what it is sleep hypnosis.
Okay, sleep hypnosis. I can't even get it to come out now.
He puts you,
Yeah.
he puts you
Yeah.
straight into a trance. And it doesn't, now the minute I hear his voice, it's like 5-10 minutes. He's got me out. The way he talks to relax you, starting with your legs, relaxing your muscles, doing your breathing, the whole, and then he goes into whatever the meditation is that you chose for that night. And my favorite one is Wonderful Dreaming. And he has the most beautiful dreams when I use that meditation. So I guess I'm going to have to stop doing that. And I like to listen to Encoded Frequencies with Katie, because she does light language and she does encoded frequencies that she has done herself. She creates her own music and encodes her energy into music.
And what's her name?
It's Encoded Frequencies with Katie.
With Katie?
Katie.
Okay, cool.
So I guess I'm gonna have to stop going to bed with these guys. It makes me
Why?
well, because I knew what Bugsy was saying. I've been knowing it. I've been knowing that it's not good for me to have my phone next to my bed with my headphones on all night.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
I needed that little push again to tell me stop it because
Well, you know, your
Well, she
headphones, you
said
can
you
take
could
that,
still. She said you could still with your headphones to put the phone away
put
from
the
you.
phone away. Yeah.
well, she said
Yeah.
not to use the headphones either. She said if you can listen to it on a speaker.
You
Now,
could put it,
The
you could put
headphones
a
are
piece of
okay.
foil between your head and the headphones, and that will take care of that problem.
I learned that the headphones are
You could cover
okay.
it with a piece
It's
of
the
cloth tape,
earbud.
cloth tape
mm,
to hold it in
Yeah, it's
place.
earbuds. Earbuds are the ones that are bad for you. Regular
Yeah.
headphones you can wear.
well, I like the headband ones
It's
because
got a battery pack. The headband one has a battery pack right up on your forehead.
yeah.
They have those things too. I'll get the
Mm-hmm.
name of them, but they're little
RF
discs.
blockers. Yeah, the little RF blockers or whatever they're called. Yeah.
Well, you
Put
can
them on
always
your phone.
find. You know what? You can always go to that video and get yourself a pair of.
I've
But
got
she
mine.
can't sleep with those.
Huh?
And she bought
Yeah,
several
you can.
pairs.
You can sleep with those. You can.
You can.
Mm-hmm.
With that big battery, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't.
No, it's not a battery in it. They snap out. They're little headphones that go around your ears. It's not.
They're
That's
on
not the
sale.
headphone set.
They're on sale
That's
right
the
now.
headphone.
They're on
Oh,
sale
I
for
thought it had a big battery in the back.
No,
No.
Oh, what did
they're
I
on
see
sale
that?
for $19.
Well, I got 5 pair coming.
Oh, and I can't hear. They're for
Oh,
$19.06, and if you have a coupon, you get it even cheaper. And I like them because they got the
the
bendable here.
flexible. Yeah.
They're flexible. They rest upon your ear, and I've had them on the whole time, and I've never had to charge them.
Yeah, but
Oh,
when you
wow.
lay down, doesn't the buttons get pushed if you sleep on your side?
No.
Well, not if you don't. I don't know. I've never noticed it.
I don't
Because
think
I
so.
mean,
I read the
my hair
information.
even will hit brush against the buttons on my headphones on my earphones, and cause them to change channels while I'm trying to talk to people on the phone.
Oh my, I've never had that. But I like the headbands because they're so comfortable and they're not in my ears. But you do have the little thing on the front top of your head that turns them on and off, and then the volume
Mm-hmm.
up and down.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll have to. Anyway, Mel, y'all send me whatever it is you're talking about the EF blocker,
Okay.
All right,
Will.
we'll do.
and I'll just put my phone. Our bedroom's big enough. If I put it in my bathroom, I
There
can
you
still
go.
hear it, but it's going to be at least 20 feet away.
Yeah, that'll work.
So, usually, I just lay it on the next to me.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I have my phone close by. Well, also because with my seizure disorder,
Yeah, I need it close.
yeah, I need the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Don't
forgot to
you
plug it.
don't you have an emergency button though that like you wear on your wrist or around your
I
neck?
used to, but the service lapsed, and I never did get it back because I never really used it. So I was thinking it was like a waste of money, but I think I'll probably get it back because I really do need to have that.
Community
Yeah.
Services provides that for free. Look into your community. Do you have a social worker?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, ask her for one. She'll get it for you, hook it up for you, and get you all squared away.
Okay, awesome. I will do that.
Yeah, they're free. So you shouldn't have to pay anything for that. And you
Right.
need one. And I think Suzanne needs one.
Yeah, Suzanne definitely needs one too.
I'm
With
pretty
her being mostly bedridden,
Well, she's not
not
bedridden.
now, but she was. Yeah.
She's by herself there, and she doesn't have like you have a caregiver coming and going. She really doesn't
Yeah, I
have
do.
anybody coming and going.
Plus, I live with two people, which basically that's like they're not really here for me. But yeah,
But they would help you if you needed it.
Yeah, if I was, I mean, if I was laying in here DEAD or unalived, they would call 911, or if I was unable to take care of myself, they'd call 911. But yeah,
So before we go, what kind of day did you have, Yaya?
I had a fantastic day.
awesome.
I had a beautiful day.
I watched
My
your videos again, the last couple of ones you did. I watched them again. And I
Mhm.
love the one you did that you sent to Suzanne. That was beautiful, where you were drumming and doing your light language, and
Oh.
you
Oh
mentioned
yeah.
you did Suzanne, you tagged Suzanne in it.
Yeah, I did. He was. I was. I was just humbled by all the gifts that was, and I wanted to be great. Show gratitude and I can't express that when those lives happen, the love that's created in that room, and
It's palpable.
it is. I did a video, and I go, I think the next one, I think they're going to get bigger. I was shown by spirit.
They are.
I might
Oh
have
yeah,
to
I would
do.
imagine they will be.
Now I'm gonna have to do RSVP bay leaves.
And I heard you say that on your video that you did, and you know what? That's not a bad idea.
I think you're absolutely correct, honey. I actually think I might do that this week. I'll look up the date of the new moon, and I'll start having ones DM me, because I think there was probably 30 new people in the room that I haven't had before.
Yes, and we had a total of like almost 70 people.
Wow.
I see to 88 at one time.
Oh, did you? That's pretty good. Pretty dang good.
And
I was so sad that I missed it. I couldn't find you on TikTok for some reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been having that trouble with a lot of people that I follow, that I'm friends with, and I'll be like, and they'll be like, "Why weren't you? We were live. Why weren't you on here?" And I was like, "Well, I didn't see you were on, so I didn't know. I looked for you, but I didn't find you."
I have that same problem.
Trouble with that, and I sometimes go around a back door. Like if I have a hard time finding Brim, I know Honey or Hope has shared it with me. And so I'll go to her messages and find him on live, and tap that way.
Yeah, enter through the invite.
Yeah, enter through the invite.
Yeah.
So
That works. Yeah.
I'll make sure that maybe we get Honey to
where
share
it tells me all information when you come on live, so it'll tell me, hopefully.
Well,
Can't bargain on that though.
I'll share it out, Mel. I'll make sure you're on my list to share.
All
it
right,
out.
sweetheart. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that.
But I love you all. I love you, Hopi.
It's nice to
I
end
love
my
you, honey bunny. I love you, Yaya. I love you, Belle. I love you,
Love
Prim.
you too, honey. Love you too,
I
Hope.
love you, everybody.
Love you too, Yaya.
Well, I'm
Love
gonna
you, Brim.
I'm gonna be looking for my Bigfoot and my fairies. I've been promised now.
Oh, awesome.
So,
Awesome.
I had some messages tonight, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
have you seen any fruition of your bay leaf manifestation?
Well, actually, my manifestation this time was for others, and they were more general. It was abundance and banishment of fear and anxiety. And I did put a few personal people that I wanted on my list. That a couple weren't there, but I put them on there anyway. So right now, things are just so good with me.
Awesome.
I couldn't think of anything that I wanted specifically other than, communication um, with my spirit people. And
Yeah.
so actually I'm like you. I'm kind of in a bubble.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
Even today I was walking around going, okay, Spirit, I'm enjoying the ride you told me. No, I don't want no surprise punches now. Let's keep it in this. Let's keep it here for a while.
well, last
Yeah.
night it was so beautiful last night, and I had on my tie-dye long dress that I was going to sleep in, and I was walking around out here barefoot with the stars. They were so gorgeous, and I could hear the pond running really strongly, and the lights over there by the pond were twinkling, and the sky was full of stars, and I saw my protector ship blinking and flitting around and showing off for me. And I'm playing 60s and 70s music on my phone for the Bigfoot and the fairies, and I was dancing in this
Awesome.
patio area, acting like a fool because I was thinking I was by myself, but evidently I was not by myself. I was caught out by spirit tonight that they saw me.
I love that.
So yeah. Anyway, it was just beautiful. I can't remember now what some of the songs, the ones about love and peace and loving your brother, and all those early 70s, late 60s, early 70s ones about loving everybody. Those were the songs I was playing. So, and I know all the words too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that my Bigfoots were probably saying, "Oh, sister, go to bed." All that, but it's okay. I'm
They're
sure.
probably enjoying you being out there. I think they enjoy spending time with some people, and I think you're one of those people.
Well, I do.
I truly do believe.
I enjoy spending time with them, and I have some patio furniture over that way too, and I have a rocking chair over there, and I sit just underneath the tree where I can see into the tree and check out their faces, and they've been kind of trying to show me. I think
It's going to happen to where you're going to go, oh my God, was that what I saw?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I cannot believe I just
Did
saw
I see
that.
what I think I saw?
well, earlier this week, I asked them to move a certain area inside the leaves. They were inside, not the edges, and they did it.
There you go.
And there was no wind.
Yeah.
And I know they did it. And oh my God, I got so excited. I was like, oh, this is wonderful.
I find it so funny when there is no wind.
Mm-hmm.
And then you notice these leaves just flapping like crazy.
Yes. Yes.
Trying to get your, like, I'm over here. Look. And my husband.
Or like, we're so happy to see you. Thank you for
It was-
coming. We're so happy.
And then I found that huge mushroom that has the monkey grass growing out of it and the leaves all incorporated into it. And that was not there on Thursday or Friday when I was working in the yard. I just saw it Saturday.
That's wild.
And it's as big as like a plate-sized pancake.
Wow.
Take it.
Yeah, it's on my page. Yeah.
I'm going to have to go look now when we get through here.
It's just the coolest looking thing ever. And so I left my Cocoa Puffs out, but they didn't take them again. So I'll have to figure out what they want. Maybe they'll tell me. Yeah. But I can't leave a whole lot of stuff out here because I got too many critters in my yard that get in.
Yeah, you don't want to end up attracting skunks into your yard.
Well, they come in and out. The skunks come in and out. They don't bother anything. They
Oh well,
just,
you don't have a dog to have to worry about. My dogs. Oh my gosh, one of my dogs, my daughter's red heeler. He got a pair of skunks up on our porch, our enclosed porch, and they both sprayed over and over. And I think they sprayed until they couldn't spray anymore. And it was right outside our air conditioner, and all of that came right in our trailer. It was disgusting. We were
well, we have a young bobcat that was somehow or another lost from its mother, and the neighbors and I have been taking care of it. And then we have a few young foxes that run around in our yard too. That he feeds them, I feed them, and and then the cats, the that live here. But no, I don't have a dog anymore outside. It's just me and Rudy and all the strays.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we've got 4. I've got 3 of my own, and my daughter has hers, and then her cat, and then multitudes of stray cats in the neighborhood.
I've loved dogs, and we had a lab that I absolutely adored, and we ended up with a rescue Doberman that I did not want because of my kids, but it was a puppy, and it had been abandoned and was starved, and my mother tricked us into taking it, my mother.
I used to raise Dobermans.
That was one of the best dogs we ever had. She loved our kids too.
They're good dogs. They're really good kid dogs if they're raised around kids and they're raised right.
And she and the lab were best friends. They were the same age. And then we had a little. His name was Toker because we got him when we were in our 20s, and he was a little long-haired dachshund. Pekingese mix, and so he looked like he was smiling all the time. And he and Tara were best friends. They grew up together. And then we had a spaniel that wouldn't stay out of the pool. He swam from like every minute of his life. The dog swam. And
He's like, I'm not a dog, I'm a fish.
he evidently, yeah. But he wasn't. He was crate raised because he was inbred, I guess you'd say. How he ended up in the town was because he had seizures, and he didn't. He was never taught to control himself and be potty trained. So he'd just be walking along and just pooping as he's going, and just wherever.
Oh my gosh!
And he was a high maintenance dog for sure, with his hair in the pool, but the kids loved him, and he was cute. And he was probably 18 by the time he went. So,
well, my husband, when he was in the Army, we lived in this little bitty 2-bedroom, what you'd call a shotgun house. Is like, it was an apartment. It's just one long room that was divided, is all it was, basically. And he decided to adopt a Newfoundland in that little small apartment.
My goodness.
And I was like, dude, this is not going to work. And he was all like, oh, it's because it's my dog and all this. Well, funny thing is that dog decided he did not like my husband. And so every time he got a chance, he would poop in my husband's boots.
Uh-oh.
He would literally squat over the boots and poop inside the boots. He also peed on his uniforms. So my disliking having such a large dog in such a small place turned out to be not my problem, but my husband's problem. So I didn't have to do anything to find a home for the dog. My husband did.
When we moved over here, our yard changed from being like a regular yard to being this big, massive place out here that has, pavement and flower bed, manicured flower beds and whatever's, and then the pond. And the dogs were getting older, and they weren't controlling the pests. because our house had been vacant for over a year, and we were right by the creek, so we had a lot of humongous mice and some rats. And those dogs didn't care; they just let them, So we got them
Invite them over for dinner and stuff.
Right. So we went and got them a little barn kitty. As soon as it was weaned, we brought it home, and they carried him around in their mouths everywhere. And he rode on their backs, and he'd sleep in one house one night, one house the other night. He took turns. And they raised that kitty out there, and he took care of the mouse issues, and they didn't have to worry about it. So, and then I've always had a cat inside. Always.
Yeah, my mom was a big cat person. If my mom didn't have a cat that she got, they would adopt her and show up at our house and not leave.
Yes, the cat universe is that way.
Yes.
But I had a big gray smoky cat. He was beautiful. He was blue. And he did not like my husband. He was very jealous. And he would get between us, and he would put his paw on my leg and then growl at Greg.
He's like,
or
touch it.
he would
I dare
sit.
you.
He would sit right in front of us on the sofa, and do his flick his nails. Flick them, and stare straight at my husband. Made him very uncomfortable.
That cat's gonna attack me. I just know.
He was, and after he got sick from some chemicals we had that we were building a fence, they had treated him with chemicals, and he left them in the garage, and that's where Smokey went. He was an indoor-outdoor until we moved to a busier street, and he wanted to use the garage. He didn't want one in the house. So he would go to the door, announce, and I'd let him out and let him back in. He and I both got really sick. I was pregnant.
Oh, my.
And I ended up with asthma, and then he did too. And so then he ended up with feline leukemia, and our vet did a experimental treatment on him and wrote a paper on him. So he did it for free, so he could write the paper, and he cured him of his leukemia. And but the treated wood made his asthma horrendous, and he ended up passing. But that cat came to me every single night until I got a new cat, probably 6-7 years later. I couldn't bring myself to get another cat until then. I mean, I just mourned for a long time.
Right.
And that cat would be on my bed. I sleep on my side, and he would sleep in the crook of my legs, and he was there every single night, even after we moved, until I got the new cat, and then he didn't come anymore. But I had Willow for almost 20 years. So,
Oh wow! I was blessed by the universe with it. You all know this probably with the wildcat. I was just sitting here in my yacht, and I felt eyes staring at me, and it was almost like, do I even want to look? And these big, beautiful, golden eyes. And within 3 days, that cat was in my lap. And
wow.
Isn't that great?
That is.
The most beautiful grayish blue color. But what's interesting, I mean, now it's been about a month and a half. He's in the house. He rules. He teases dogs.
Well, when I got Willow, he was a white Siamese. He stayed exclusively in the house for 20 years. But before, when he started really getting sick, is when I had a cat show up, a baby that wasn't even weaned. A little white kitty showed up on the patio, and I took him in. And I think that the universe brought me Frankie so I wouldn't be so sad about Willow. And then Frankie got run over, and I was devastated all over again. So the universe brings me Rudy, and he was a feral, and he just walked right up to me, got in my lap, got in my face, and started talking to me. So
Isn't that the coolest thing?
he's my baby, and then
And they
the
have
other.
an interesting language. I mean, I think when a cat is very connected with you, I mean, mine likes to bite at my fingers and headbutt me between my eyes, and they just do interesting things.
He Rudy takes his paw and turns my face if I'm not looking at him. He'll put his paw up there and turn my face over to be looking.
He's like, "Hello, look at me. I'm trying to communicate with you."
And then the two other ones that are feral, they're very friendly and lovey. But Lucy's the one. She's the devil cat.
Hey, we've had a few of those.
I mean, if I don't get the food out of the can fast enough, she's swatting me. And so we've had multiple discussions. But I've had her about 10 years too.
What my grandma called it, I go to Jesus meetings.
She's a mess, that cat. But
If you don't behave yourself, you're going to go to Jesus.
we have a whole neighborhood full of cats, though. Everybody takes care of them. All my neighbors put out food, and then the guy next door, he has his Ring camera that he does videos of the possums and the raccoons and the bobcat and the foxes and all the cats, and he sends them to his grandkids.
That's cool.
So he's always begging me, "Can I borrow your raccoons? I need some videos."
Can I borrow your raccoons?
Here's my bag of cat food. Have them. You can have them.
Can I borrow your raccoons? I love it. That's funny as shit.
The whole neighborhood is invested, and we
had a cat like that.
The ones we had altered, they notched their ear. So we know, but I haven't taken.
Right.
I can't catch Theo. She'll let me pet her and touch her and love her, but she's not going in a carrier.
She's like, oh heck no.
Mickey is almost there, and he's going to get altered as soon as I can get him in the carrier.
And we had a cat in our neighborhood. When my daughter moved in the house, she was already a full-grown cat, and we've been living here for 16 years now. And she was the neighborhood cat, and her name was Kilala, and she was a Persian, and she hated indoors. We tried bringing her indoors, and she did not like being indoors. She was totally freaked out the whole time she was in the house. She ran through the house, pooping through the whole house because she was so scared. And we were like, this is not, we're just going to have to let her be who she is and, not bring her, try to domesticate her, try to bring her in the house. But if we went and sat outside, she'd come and sit in our lap and love on us. And she'd come in the garage when I was out in the garage and come and love on me. But as far as her wanting to be an indoor cat, oh, no. We thought bad weather, we'd bring her in.
Well, Rudy has gotten very spoiled. He's an in and out cat. But especially since the last time we were gone so long, it's now he's like terrified of leaving the house. He's afraid we're going to leave him or something.
Aww.
And because the kids let him out while we were gone, and he got stuck outside for 3 days. And he's so needy he can't. So I got him one of those. He is actually using the litter box some now. So I got him one of those big wooden cabinet things to put his litter box in. He doesn't want anybody looking at him when he's in there.
Yeah, our cat Darwin was like that. Didn't like anybody. If you were in the bathroom, and if he was in the bathroom and you went in there, he would get like attitude and like meow and leave out of the bathroom and then go poop somewhere in the house.
Oh.
Yeah. So So don't disturb the cat while he's in the bathroom, please.
Rudy has his own corner. He's got his big, his tower, his cabinet toilet, and all his water fountain and his automatic food. dispenser with his treat dispenser.
Well, there you go.
You know, that cat has a
Mhm.
life. He's got
Life
a
is
life.
Living the life of Riley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Grim looks exhausted.
he
And
did a
he's
lot
ready
of
for us to
channeling
shut the heck up
tonight.
and go to bed. He did.
You did a
He
lot
sure
of
did.
channeling, brother. That was
Yeah.
something to be seen and heard.
It was
I missed
excellent.
A lot of
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
We had a lot of good traffic in and out, I thought.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did.
A lot of people
And
that
a
I've
lot
been
of
trying to
positivity,
encourage.
which was wonderful.
Well, I've been trying to encourage some people that I see on other lives that need some positivity, definitely.
Yeah.
And I've been steering them this way gently, trying to get them out of that spiral that they're in, the fear.
Well,
Right.
A lot of people are in
it'll
that
happen.
period. I've been trying to get them out of it.
We all are, Grim. We all are.
And y'all are being very successful so far.
We.
We.
There's no
Okay,
y'all
we are
now.
being very
We're
successful.
all
Yes,
The
we
being
are.
monkey kid
successful.
is, she blew the roof off.
Absolutely. That
I
girl's
was
something else,
I
man.
was surprised. I was actually surprised when she came in. I'm like, yo, hello. As
Hmm.
soon as I was like, because I was sitting here, I'm like, I felt something coming. Something's coming. I know something's coming tonight. I gotta get on the line. The next thing I know, that happened. Because I wasn't gonna do it tonight, and then earlier today, I'm like, something's gonna happen tonight. I need to get up on there.
Hmm. Well, and I love Sonia and I love Callie. They're so quiet. And
Mm-hmm.
Red One will come up here and sit and won't say a word all night.
I know.
But I love her. She'll
Yeah.
in the comments. She's
Now,
a
who is
beautiful woman. You know,
Yep.
we've got some good energies, but there's a couple of lives that I'm trying to draw some people over this way because they need to hear a different message than what
Right.
they're doing on a nightly basis.
Speaking
Yeah.
of somebody, I got a message for somebody that was over there while we were over here. Somebody was over there, and the message was, she went on the ship and she was told to shush.
Really?
That's
Mm.
what.
About what?
Hold on.
They told her she was telling too much?
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Well, I sent y'all all a live that I accidentally landed on last night where this girl was talking about being a commander and she was scaring the heck out of me.
She was told to shush, and she went up on the ship and I told her to shush.
What does that mean?
That's the rumor I heard, so I don't know.
Well, I
And
know that they gave her a message the other night about being so weepy and negative, where she comes on and weeps and talks about how awful everything is. And I've talked to her several times about she's manifesting that for herself.
Yeah, she's pulling all that energy into herself.
Because she has a magical place there with so many different amazing beings. And then she comes on the live and cries about her life.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. It's hard for people to listen to. And a lot of the people that come there don't have anything.
They don't. They're all waiting for. Well, we all know what they're waiting for.
Right.
And
Mm-hmm.
Be saved. And then they feel horrible because they can't contribute,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
And I feel bad. I don't know what to do.
I had a vision given to me about her, and that was just here this last week.
Mm-hmm. And what
And
was it?
It was that she was going to have an awakening, but she was going to try to manipulate it in a way and work it in with her show.
Oh.
Mm.
And I'm waiting. I asked her, and I said, I need a little bit more information
Mm-hmm.
on that. And I can actually kind of see her doing that. But how is she going to? The spirit won't allow you to manipulate your situation. They'll allow you to speak your truth and say out loud to everyone what's been going on. But I'm afraid the ones that are in there, I wanted to tell you what I was shown. And I may speak up if I see that. And I was like, am I going to see that? Are you going to put me in a spot that I have to be
the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed that the last 2 weeks she's been focusing on doing spiritual readings, like talking with relatives and talking about where they came from and what specific cities they're going to be going to when it comes time, and what placement they're going to have within the hierarchy. And I don't like that.
know that.
That part, I don't care if she talks to deceased loved ones. I don't care about any of that. I mean, if she has those gifts, more power. And
No.
it makes
Right.
people feel better to be connected,
Well,
you know.
If she does, it's not with the right. It's with the lower vibrational.
Right.
That worries
Who
me.
would you say is in control of the ships?
What's that, Brim?
And I already said who was in control of those ships up there.
Right. Well, the live I was on last night for a short while really gave me the icks. I mean, really gave me the icks. She was saying she's a commander with the Galactic Federation, and that she was describing the crystal ships and how people were going to be just lined up under, stacked in the bottom like bunk beds. And then, yeah.
I missed her.
Well, it was.
Well, maybe on her ship, but that ain't going to be my reality.
I had never seen her before in my life, and it just popped up.
Is
And
that the one that was in Commander's Live? And she said that she was a fraud. She was a fraud.
No, this was a different one. A completely different one. You're talking about Kai. Kai.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, she's the one that said that April was a fraud. And this girl.
I heard people say that she was a fraud.
Oh, that Kai is a fraud?
Yeah.
I've heard that too. But she actually said that she was not the fraud. April was the fraud.
Yeah.
And they're all throwing accusations at one another. And
Grim.
Kai has a lot of lives. She draws in a lot of people. But this girl was in her car. She's blonde. She's real pretty. Real pretty blonde hair, kind of blue eyes. And she was speaking with a lot of full chest authority. I'm a commander. This is what I do, and this is what they're showing me. And I go places with them and do these things. And she doesn't really offer up healings or anything like that. She does talk about her gifts. But I don't know. It was very bizarre, and I stayed in long enough to get some information, but I couldn't stay because I just felt so icky and restless. I got to get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I've seen, and I know what's going to happen. So if they want to stack each other on there like sandwiches, and you go ahead and do that. You want to go with the shove your stuff in the meat locker and wait until you're ready for processing? Hey, go do that. I know exactly what's going on, but hey, You want to go in the meat locker? Hey, cool, cool. You know, you want to second something up? Hey, cool. But
Well, I kind of want them to get away from the idea that everybody is the same, that we're all star people, space people,
Yeah.
and we have bodies, beautiful, perfect bodies in stasis, just waiting for us to reanimate them.
well, and see, that's the thing too. That not everybody is from there, though.
I know.
Right.
I'm not. I
everybody
don't
is
think
from
I
space.
am. I'm not.
Not everybody is from space. A lot of, yes, Earth was seeded, but a lot of souls were formed here on Earth too.
Mm. Well, I feel like I'm an Earth spirit. I don't feel.
I know I am.
I don't feel that big of an affiliation with
I
the
don't either.
stars. I do know that I am being watched. I feel it. I see it. I see the ship. I haven't had any communication, but then the Bigfoot and the fairies started showing themselves. But I think they've been here for a long time.
They have.
Yeah.
They don't need
The
anybody to
being on
introduce
the
them.
oldest being on this planet was the jinn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then it was the dragons.
Mhm.
Then it was Bigfoot. Then it was Neanderthals. Then it was humans.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, and I know the history reading, just reading different
And I
people's
just, I really can't
stories.
get over the one where, I'm working for this, and and all the people on that ship are humanoid, but you're from that one planet, but there's no humanoids on that planet. So how does that coincide with each other? Because if you're on that planet, there's not a humanoid on that planet. You have something that looks like a gecko. You have an Iggy, which looks like a small gray with it's orange with dots, and you have something that looks like a robotish kind of looking one, and and that's on that one planet. So how do you go from being a little Iggy being on Mars to being in a golden ship with humanoids and saying that's your daddy? I'm trying to get over that one. I'm seriously trying to get over that one.
Well, I had a guy last night. I was on Commander's Live, and I go on there periodically just to try to encourage people and write, because he's so narrow-minded. I try to expand, and I try to bring up Christ consciousness, Christ unity, that this is where our focus should be, not on just the space people.
Yeah.
Our
Right.
connection with Christ consciousness is where we need to be focused. And I just try to help people. And then the people that are coming in and saying, I want to be cured. I have this illness. I have this disease. I have that disease. The girl that was on here room tonight that was asking about her cancer, she was with April, I think yesterday, and she was talking all about her her current diagnosis. She's had it 3 times. This is her 4th diagnosis, and she asked her, am I going to have chemo? And April told her, yes, you are. And so I started texting her about, I had it too. I had esophageal Barrett's. Cured it easily with medicines. I mean, it wasn't easily. I won't say it was easy, but it was not
easier than some. Yeah.
It wasn't like a big horrific. But then April kind of went deeper and deeper into, how she was going to kind of suffer through her treatment. And I was like, no. And then you heard me and you came in because I was very
put that in
anguished.
somebody's mind.
I was very anguished. And so I was calling you and you showed up and started helping me go through the comments and try to encourage people and not be so focused on all this negativity. And then they're talking all this stuff about politics and the government and how they're all oppressing us and they're trying to keep us from our natural rights. And, they're stealing all the money from the hurricane people and so much disinformation. I got an account warning for a thing I posted that was talking about how what they're saying is not true. That FEMA is responding. They are boots on the ground. There's helicopters everywhere. They're handing out money. They've got tents set up to
Well,
be
anything to do with the government is always hurry up and wait.
Well, these people, this is the best. I mean, literally, there is literally evidence that this is the best, fastest response we've had in years. They have tents set up where they're writing people checks, and they're getting them food and they're getting them these and they're cleaning up, and helicopters are flying all over the place, and they're still
it's such a large area.
rescuing people out of the wilderness and stuff. And they're just telling tall tales. And I had reposted someone's post.
No, I don't.
They tell you, they take your video down and tell you you've got a warning for disinformation. And I appealed it, and I said, how do I know? I can't even see the video, you said.
Well, seeing you seeing you four here, I have a question. And, I don't believe in coincidences and I see patterns. But, I had these UFO things going on out in front of my house. I took the pictures and videos. I go on a certain live. And ever since I've went on that live, I've had government issues since then. I've gotten weird ass calls. I've got slashed in the finger. I've got to deal with a court thing now from seven years ago. And then I have to deal with something else that's been for 40 years now. None of this is ever a problem before. And all of a sudden, all this is happening. It's too.
It's not a coincidence.
No.
Right.
And it's like, there's a word, but I'm not using it because once it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have weird people sending me videos about how the government is trying to steal land, and they're trying to take over people's houses, and they're using martial law, which they always do.
You gotta edit some of that. There it goes. I knew it was gonna happen.
Did we get a warning?
What?
Yeah, I did.
Oh no.
Well, I was just telling people, don't believe all the rumors. There's people on the ground saying they are getting help, and they're not being, mishandled or mistreated. That they are getting food.
Well,
they're
it's such a
water.
large area that they're having to deal with too. It's not just like a small area. It's a large area with lots of people that are needing help.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got a bunch of videos sent to me, and I just deleted them. And then right after that, I got an account warning. So I wondered if I got reported by that person.
Possibly.
In Panama City were leveled, along with how that whole coast was leveled.
Mm-hmm. Well, I listen to some of these political lives, and they say all sorts of things, and they don't get in trouble.
Yeah, really.
That's what
That's because these people they take a disliking to something you say, and they and their friends all report you. So it makes it sound like you were doing something wrong when you were just talking about the same thing they were.
Yeah, like when I was doing my live that night, I mentioned one comment that I heard that it's been all over the internet by now. That it came from a spiritualist too.
Right.
And yet, I got in trouble for that, but yet people said far way worse than they said. Oh, conspiracy. You know how many times I come up on here and I hear conspiracy? I see conspiracy across the freaking screen, and people saying outlandish things, and even to the point of this is happening here, and the blood, the juice is here, and the juice is there, and the KI going here,
Mm-hmm.
KI going here, the MR here, the MR here, and I'm like, what in the hell does that
How
have?
are they still on here? Yeah.
And
They're
then
Because I
got,
think they're
got women
they're
revealing
paid.
certain parts of their bodies, but yet
Mm-hmm.
I post a video, I read something that was on the internet from a spiritualist, I get in trouble. But yet they can do all that jazz there.
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense to me.
Nope.
No, I think some of them are deliberately put
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
and they're protected by certain hierarchies,
Yep.
Entities.
agencies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and unfortunately, even those some of those that they have a lot of influence, and they're using it in a way to attack the smaller accounts and
Yeah.
just get them taken down, and it's like they swarm.
Mm-hmm.
And these are people who have a lot of influence, and they shouldn't. Just because someone thinks a different way than they do doesn't mean
Yeah.
that they should run up in there and get their lives all shut down or get their videos taken down.
Right.
I've
Yep.
been. I don't even know if I want to say this out loud. I've been very fortunate because I was half-ass expecting it. Doing a fire ceremony,
Yeah.
drumming,
Mm-hmm.
and everything about it is very
Well,
witchy.
you have to. You have a lot of people though that have a lot of respect for you, and if anybody found out somebody was doing that to you, they'd be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I don't think of it though. I don't think
They
of
couldn't
that.
afford to. They would lose a lot of followers, and these type of people are very concerned with their account and their influence,
Absolutely.
and they don't
Yep.
want to lose that. So
Yeah.
they're not going to mess with you because all your followers would be outraged.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm so simple. I don't even think of it like that.
Well,
I mean, I think
that's
simple like
that's
that.
true. I mean, it's absolutely true. So the smaller accounts and people that don't have as many followers that are so protective,
Right.
they're the ones who end up really.
That's kind
And
of
these are
sad.
small accounts. They don't really. It's not like they have a humongous influence, and they're going to be damaging the world because they're espousing a different spirituality thought.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it made me mad today because I get this warning on these two videos, and they've taken them down. They show them to you, but they're teeny tiny, and they've got a big white thing across them. You can't read them. I
What the
don't know
heck?
what.
Why are you
Huh?
protecting me from a video I posted?
Well, they're telling me that I was spreading disinformation by reposting these two videos that I reposted.
Interesting.
And I can't even
Mm-hmm.
I can't see the video. I don't know which ones these two are. And that's
Right.
what I typed in there was, I can't even see them. I don't know which ones you're talking about. And they were reposted. So how
Yeah,
is
I
it
mean, how
not?
did you post it from somebody else that already posted it if it was so objectionable? Why was it even on for it to be posted?
You see that right there?
For you to see it.
Lately, when I'm making a video, that's what I get.
Oh wow.
What the heck?
Post the damn thing.
Wow.
And then they
Well,
What on
and
earth?
I told it. I don't know because it told me if I get one more restriction, I'm banned.
No, honey.
That's what it said today. There were
What
two
the heck?
restrictions, and it said I was in danger of being banned.
Oh no.
So I appealed them both and wrote on there both that these were reposted. I couldn't even see what they were. So how could I know what they're accusing me of? Because
Right?
I can't read them, and it was back in the 1st of August. So how the hell am I supposed to know?
They went all the way back to the 1st of August to jack you up now. That's weird.
Yeah, one was at the 1st of August, and one was in the middle of August, and now
Wow.
here we are
It
in
sounds like
October.
somebody is going back through your videos and reporting old videos that you've posted to get you in trouble.
Yeah.
Something that they don't agree with.
Yeah,
Yes.
you tick a person off.
That happened to somebody else too. She lost her account 3 times, and she's still making an account. They keep offing her too.
I noticed someone was coming back on TikTok, and it made me a little nervous seeing her coming back.
Mm.
Her
You'll have
name's
to.
Elira. Elira? Yeah, Elira.
Well, I know Dragon Spirit was very spiteful there for a while. She was really reporting a lot of different people because people disagreed with her type
the
of
dragon one?
spirituality.
Yeah, that dragon one. Yeah, I had a run in with her too. She
Yeah.
and Peter Pan.
Well, and I had some nice interactions with her, and then all of a sudden she got mad at me, and
Yeah.
she reported me for something, and thank goodness it didn't.
Was
I
that
would-
the one around Peter Pan?
I would go in her lives and she was talking about dragons, and I was firing off galaxies for her and all this, and then one day I go in the live, she goes totally woohoo,
Wow.
and then
Yeah. She
then
kind of went off the deep end.
yeah, and I'm like, you know what? Peace out. I don't need it.
Yeah.
Well, I grew up with my mom. My mom was bipolar and manic depressive. So she would have like really, really good high days where she was like loving everybody and everything. And then she would have really bad days where she like was basically just hated everybody and everything. And that sounds very much like the way that person is.
Yeah, she had. Can I ask a question about
Sure.
what are the golden ships?
It depends on which golden ships.
I have a golden ship that's been here for now about 6 or 7 months.
Does it have? Does it look like a floating city, or does it look like an oval?
Like an oval.
Then that's the Ashtar ones.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
I don't like it. Can I ask him to leave?
You can.
Well, you remember, Loretta, though? She told us that we had been assigned protectorships because I have one.
Is that what that was?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah,
do we have
mine has it has lights on it, red and green and gold, and kind of they
Almost like Christmas colors.
yeah, they kind of flash around, and it jumps around, it moves around in the sky, and does little dances.
Have anything to do with them?
I don't see any colors on it. I just noticed golden.
I was told to not have anything to do with that group, so.
See, I don't think any of them are being malicious. I don't think they're going to harm us. I just think they want to use us for their own agenda.
That's what I was thinking. The whole thing about her live is it's not everything you think it is. And I was trying to contemplate that, and maybe on, am I going, maybe I can just DM her personally and tell her that I'm surrendering my spot.
Mm. Is that what you want to do?
Well, you know, I don't know who she's dealing with, and I don't. That is going to sound. You guys are going to laugh at me. I don't want her showing up here in a rip and showing up here in my place.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. And I've been talking to my people here about, is that really what's going to happen? Because honestly, Loretta, I don't think it is. And that's why I say there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be very disappointed because the things that she's telling them are going to happen aren't going to happen.
Well, that I mean, I'm contradicting my own thoughts. But I also know that people can not. Well, I'm not thinking it out really good.
I don't know, but I know what mine told me. They said there's going to be there's going to be groups. There's going to be groups of 3 and 7. And they're coming down, and that's what they're taking up there. And, you know, the Cedar ships are already on Earth, and they're pulling them up. And that whole Cedar thing that she's talking about, I have no idea, really idea what that's going on. The only thing I know is what I was told. Don't go on the ship because of this and this and that. And then I asked what those were, and they told me what they were. So yeah,
that's what I'm. It's not that I don't. I more or less was wondering about what she's dealing with, and what, because it's malicious. She doesn't have nice beings showing up at. I mean, she's talking love and light and all this stuff, but in the meantime, there's these weird things hanging out on her telephone poles, watching her.
Right.
And I'm thinking, how can that happen?
I'm going to send you a video.
You're going to what?
I'm going to send Yaya a video.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Grim.
You might get an understanding.
Okay.
Well, actually,
did you send it to me?
No, hold on. What?
Have you already sent it to me?
Is
it one of the ones that you sent that I'm thinking about?
The one where I talked on the live?
Yeah.
I think I might have already.
I think you sent it to me.
There's 3 different ones to that. Oh, here we go. 4. Alright,
Thank you, Brim, for sending it.
I'm gonna send it there. There. What? Mel.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I'm gonna ship you on here somewhere. Are you the one I'm gonna have something for? Probably.
I don't believe in any of her intentions and what she's saying, but it's her surroundings that I become a little question with.
Well, it makes you wonder, why are these others? Is it because of the other work she's doing? They're trying to block that, or they're watching her. But they shouldn't be able to interfere with her like they do.
Yeah, and since that golden ship showed up, I've been, and I'm wondering why did I get that vision of of her having an awakening and being manipulative about it. And I'm like, I've come to a conclusion already. And then why would I get this vision now? And I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do with that? I've already forgiven her.
Right.
I've already, I've thought I worked through it, but then, and maybe that's just it. Maybe it's just spirit giving me a warning. Hey, this is what she's doing. Don't fall for it again. Yeah. We know it takes you a while to get around the mulberry bush. For Pete's sakes, we're going to smack you with it this time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I would like to think but it's not all unicorn poop and lollipops. Not all galactics have the highest
video.
They
Okay.
don't. They have their own agenda. They want to be the ones that are given credit, and there's millions of others who are just watching.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they're interested in us. They love us. The Pleiadians, they want the best for us,
And we're entertaining.
well, we are. We are.
Yeah.
Oh. Is a fictitious command. Oh, written.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what you were reading us that night that you got in trouble and got banned for 3 days, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You sent that to me?
Yeah.
Cool.
And I got that off of,
I thought I remembered the words.
For a while. I knew that for a while. And I brought it up here because I found it I was looking at different people that were talking about it, and it's funny because right when I said that, 2 days later, this other woman said it, and then a day later somebody else said it, and it went around.
Wow.
Yeah. And they got that from somebody else got it from there. I'm like, what the hell?
The audacity. Wow.
And they're all saying the same thing.
But yet you get in trouble for it.
Yeah.
You did.
And I also went on YouTube, and a lot of the YouTubers are now posting stuff like that.
A lot of the YouTubers, yeah.
They're all saying the same thing, and I didn't know that until somebody brought that name up, and I'm like, oh my Lord, I just said that 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
We don't mean to confuse anyone, Starblazer. We're working it out ourselves. We're still trying to figure things out.
But yeah, don't take it with a great discernment.
I didn't even
not-
realize there's anybody in here but
I
us.
didn't either. I apologize, but
We're sorry,
it is
Starblazer.
absolutely nothing to contemplate or even think about. It's more or less women having a little bit of a quandary.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's women.
Yep.
Yes.
The hens.
Come on, Aphrodite. You were here a little while
The
ago.
hens in the hen house are cackling, but it's just that I want authenticity. I want
Yeah.
and I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And trust me, if they show up here in a rift, I'm not going anywhere until they answer all my questions.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not just going to be star-eyed and say, "Take me." I'm going to be they're going to be answering a lot of questions because I just don't think that actual Yeshua would be involved in a hierarchy of that type.
You know where he is? I know where he is. I know exactly where he is. I haven't said anything, but I know exactly where he is.
Can you share?
Please. He's in the divine council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The divine
And so
order.
is it possible that they're using a shard of some type
Mm-hmm.
of him to portray where he is in this council?
Well,
Because I don't think he would place himself at the head of a council.
no. Let's say that shenanigans are going on, and that's why I was told not to go on the ship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't trust that he would be in a hierarchy, and I don't believe that he is merely a spaceman, nothing else. Jesus Christ, yes, whatever you want to call him. You know, I don't like to call him Jesus because there's connotations for me.
Yeah, I know. I have the same problem with calling him Jesus. I call him Yeshua.
But the thing is that he's everywhere. And
Yep.
I don't believe that he would place himself in a place of authority because that is
No.
not his teaching.
That's right.
That wasn't his purpose. That wasn't his personality.
He even said, even in the Bible, and he said, people who they will claim they are me.
Yep. Yep,
Oh,
he
yeah.
did.
And there'll be false prophets and false teachers.
Yes.
Right.
And I know, and somebody else brought it up to me too, that I know what he looks like. I know how he speaks.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to him. I've worked with him. I was on there were a freaking tree in a sunflower field with Jesus. I know exactly how he acts. I know exactly
Yep.
how he speaks. And the way I heard it, I was not happy with it.
Well, when he comes to me, we're just walking in a field of flowers.
Yes. That's exactly my experience with him. It's a
It's
field
like
of flowers.
I'm going for a walk with a good friend. And
Yes.
Exactly. It's like walking with your
your bestie.
yeah.
And he's not in a Space Command uniform. He's not
Nope.
any of that military speak.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
He's just my friend, and we're holding hands and walking.
Yep.
Not wearing those kind of. He wasn't wearing that kind of clothes. He's wearing a robe, and that's what he wore.
Yes, a robe.
Well, sometimes I see him in other clothes, but sometimes
I've
I
seen
see him
him
in a robe.
when I seen him. He was wearing a white robe with a red sash with gold trimming.
Mm.
Well, he has appeared to me clothed like my grandfather. My grandfather used to wear in the garden. He'd wear his khaki shirt and his khaki pants, and that was his garden clothes.
He had sandals on with the sandals that, you know, the sandals that had like it looks like there's rope on the top of them or something.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Well, there's
I
times
don't remember what his
when
footwear was, but yeah.
there's times when he appears as he was in biblical times in robes.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's times when he appears as just a Joe Blow guy. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a kind of just a casual appearance like everybody else. And talk
Right.
like everybody else.
Like a flannel shirt and blue jeans.
Yeah.
Or a t-shirt and jeans, you know, kind of thing.
But I'm not.
Yeah, like
seeing,
I said, my grandfather's old khaki shirt. I say khaki, but it was like, you know, it was real thin cotton, but it was
I've never
tan
seen him in a
color.
military outfit.
But I do believe that
No, definitely not
all
military.
that, you know, the ascended masters, the spirit guides,
Mhm.
Yeshua, those guys, they appear to you in a way to make you as comfortable as
Comfortable.
possible.
Correct.
Right.
And
Right.
so if I want to see him in a robe, that's where I see him. But if I
Right.
want to see him in, you know, jeans and a t-shirt, that's how he appears. And it's
All I'm gonna say about that individual is watch the patterns. When certain things
Mhm.
happen, the person exits out real fast.
yeah.
That's all I can say.
I didn't hear that.
He's pretty naive as far as, you know, some of the more advanced spiritual things.
Yeah.
Is very gifted, and she has been all her life, but she's been rather naive, I believe, and she's never really known for sure exactly how her gifts work for her. She's not worked all that out yet, and I think she was taken advantage of, and she was dazzled. They brought her in and said, "You're a very important person. You're the mother. You're all the things," and she is. You have all these protectors. You're only one of 7 people who has a watcher, which I know is not true. And because the watchers are just the watchers,
They watch everything.
yeah, they just watch. That's why they call them the watchers. Is they're just there to be. Yes, they're not interfering. They're not going one way or the other way. They're just. But if she has these protectors, then what the hell are all these nasty things doing showing up? And I don't know. I worry about her a lot. She's kind of right now. She's kind of scattered. She'll get in her car and just go and not have enough gas to get to where she's going.
Oh my gosh.
And then she'll just stop on the side of the road until people give her enough money to get further down the road. And I can understand knowing that you need to have faith that everything will be provided for you as you need it. I understand that.
Yeah, but there's a thing also called self-preservation.
Well, common sense.
Yes.
Asking.
Common
I don't
sense.
like the
Yes.
fact of the guilt tripping either.
You don't what?
I like the fact of the guilt tripping.
Well, yeah.
Guilt tripping.
Yeah. Why are all these bad things happening to me? Why is my adult granddaughter so sick? Why did I lose my job? Why can't I get my money? Why can't I get my compensation?
Why me?
And that's the thing that brings me to the point of why just those 5 people in the same group, in the same live, on the same social media site? Why ain't there 5 different people from everywhere else?
Right.
There's
It's my understanding that there's groups all over the world.
I'm not downplaying abilities, but there is people that are far more advanced. Why wouldn't they have gotten those?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that completely because they do need someone who is more down to earth and relatable to people who aren't sophisticated.
I'm talking about within that group.
Oh, yeah.
In that group, in the same area, same group.
Yeah, that's a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a little. Yeah, that's a little. You know who's been really quiet is Chenzo.
Yes, he has. He changed his name to Peniel, and they haven't acknowledged that. And they don't say his name right, for one thing, which is annoying. But he's been awfully quiet. And then poor Johnny. Johnny is so tired, and he's got so many responsibilities, and he's been sick.
I'm gonna take care of Johnny and talk to him because he emails me almost every day.
Good. He does some to me. I'll get messages from him probably every other day. But I worry about him. He's taking on a lot of responsibilities. And he's tired. He's sick.
Also, I think he knows something's up because he's branching off to other lives.
He's been coming in here.
And he's been going into Bitsy's lives.
Oh, good.
The whole Kit Kat thing, that's bothering me.
Huh?
Kit Kat thing.
I seen her here tonight.
You did?
And she follows me. She even comes to the Yayas.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. And she is very loyal to April, and I understand that too. I feel loyal and protective of April as well. I feel very protective.
is the
I
feeling.
think too, a lot of them are coming up to a realization.
Yeah, it's coming to the wire, and things aren't happening quite the way that it's been portrayed. And
And I think too, these energies that are being sent into the earth now, these solar flares, and that's kind of, I think that's kind of helping it too.
I see that whole thing passing in the beginning of next year.
Next year,
yeah,
I kind of see the group changing again.
yeah. Well, Brim talked about it some tonight, about how it's going to be sooner than later, because he was saying 25 and 26, whereas other places are saying 30, 35. But I listen to a lot of different channels, and they all have kind of their own, but encoded frequencies with Katie. She did a reading with another very strong energy worker, and they talked about the 3 main timelines, and 2 of them were just devastating, and then the other one was more in alignment with what I'm thinking. And of course, Katie is talking about how we're being given a choice. We're given a choice. So
I just don't understand why they always just can't work together and achieve the one common goal.
I don't know. I don't want to hurt her. I do not want to hurt her. I do not want to malign her character in any manner. I want to only discern the truth and figure out what we can do to help, because there are going to be people hurt in this.
I think by what we're doing and going within ourselves, sticking to our spirit team, our guides, I think we're going to be lovingly guided. I think we'll get our answers in the most. I mean, my guides have done me beautifully so far. They've got me this far with no harm to anybody. And I think we all can, I think between all of us, I think we can, who knows, it may be a diamond in the rough that may not even include us. That
Yeah,
could
absolutely.
Pop up, and there's stuff going on around the world that even I haven't heard of yet. And I make the rounds on the YouTubes and some of the other channels, trying to discern.
Mm-hmm.
But many of those channels are all saying the exact same thing, and it does not include being rescued on ships and held for periods of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
I am so sorry, Starblazer. It feels so bad. He's totally lost. He's like, I'm going to go keep an open mind and find the answers within myself. Well, that's all
There you go.
That's all we can all do. That's all we all do.
That's
Of
the
course,
best
we do
thing
seek
I've
we
heard.
do seek out wisdom from others, but the best way to advance ourselves is by seeking the answers within ourselves, because we have the answers. If we're asking a question, we already have the answer in ourselves. We don't need to ask the question. The question has already been answered with the asking of the question of ourselves.
Right.
Well, and it's going to be different for every one of us, because we all come with our own discernment. We come with our own experiences, and we come with our own guides and purpose. And
Yeah, and what's true for me is not necessarily true for anyone else.
That's right. And that's what you said earlier about different realities. Maybe in that one reality, that's gonna happen, but in the reality I'm in, that's not gonna happen.
Right.
That's not the reality I'm going.
We manifest our own realities. What y'all been saying all night long.
And I believe in that.
But I have made up my mind that if there is an open shift, rift, whatever, portal opens up, they're going to be answering a lot of questions before I go anywhere with anybody.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I know that she is she struggles with knowing what questions to ask, and she's very trusting with the answers that she gets, which are very non-committal.
Yeah.
They're not specific enough for me.
Too generalized. Yeah.
They're vague and they don't make sense. Some of them, and I think that I need more clarification. So, but all we can do is establish our channels with our guides and with the ascended masters that we are in touch with, and
Right.
figure it out. Because Mikey L has taken care of me all my life, and I trust him more than anything else, and he's not steered me wrong. And I have a lot of protectors. I have giants, I have bears that are with me always and have been with me all my life. And the giants clear my way in front and the bears clear my back. So
You know who I trust the most?
Can I say something? Because I haven't said nothing all night.
Yes.
But I just was sitting here listening, and I gotta say, tonight I was earlier in her life, and she said something that kind of really turned me away even more, because she made a comment such as, one of the beings told her that she was special when she was a little girl, and she was more special than the rest, just a little bit more special than the rest, and just a little bit more special than the rest. Nobody is just a little bit more special.
No.
That turned me away. That really hurt my heart, because I was like, I'm really trying to want to accept it, and because I love her and I think she's a good person, But at the same time, when she keeps making comments that I keep hearing things happening, I'm like,
Yeah.
Well, it's like the old saying goes, road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
well, I don't want anything to happen to her. I don't want her to be devastated and confused. I want her to have clarity. And
You have the best intentions
I want
for
her
her,
to get
yes.
out of this lack and repression mentality that she's in.
I've often thought that, maybe certain people are manipulated by certain beings to believe a certain thing.
Well, they appeal to your ego. They stroke your ego and tell you you're special. Tell
Oh,
you
they
you
do.
come from a special bloodline.
They can come down like a ton of bricks. I got the
Yeah.
wrong one to stroke my. I wish I had them stroking my ego. I tell you,
Oh, poor Brim.
man, they come in. I live in a apartment. Oh hell, that's some bull crap.
And it's almost gotten to be a competition between Commander and her. Where
Yeah, that I did see that.
he comes into the lives and he tells her what he thinks her life should be talking about, and then he'll always announce himself and kind of make a big deal about he's here. And then there's his followers that say, why aren't you leaving your life to go to his life? He's more important.
Yeah.
And I noticed last night there were 4 different comments that said he should be the one that's being contacted, not her.
That's exactly what I said to him. I said that to him multi times, and I just got tired of it.
Why does
Well, I
he have
hate to
do
say
that?
this because before all this, she did go in his all the time.
Yeah.
She
She
was in
did.
his room every single night, and now she don't bother at all. So I understand his opinion on that, and the people are seeing that she's totally, turned her back basically on him.
It's
Well, she's
And
Well, he says some weird things, though. He says
yeah, but so does she. So I mean, they're both. You know what I mean?
I actually think that they both will end up disassembling the whole thing between the actions of both of them.
Yeah.
It's just
Well,
Yeah. That's what I feel too. That's what I feel.
like
he
I said,
started out very, very humble and
Yeah.
saying, we're all part of the team, we're all very important. But the last few weeks, she's been re-emphasizing her importance as the commander, and she
Yeah.
mentions the pecking order quite
Yeah.
often, which irritates me.
Yes, and that's what tonight when I ever heard her say that being told her you're just a little more special than the rest. No, sweetheart, you're not. I'm sorry because we're all special and we're all important. Everybody
you know-
and everybody.
That should be such a siren, a
Yep.
big siren to everyone in that room, that if she is the matriarch, the only one with the highest honor in the whole room, that automatically puts everybody in that room and under her a lesser worthy, a lesser being,
you know what I would say to that? Abandoned ship.
abandoned ship.
Yeah, but some people don't
Absolutely.
catch the wording or they don't pay attention to it. You
Or
know?
some
They're
just
taking
don't hear it.
sides. They're taking sides. They're saying he should be the one in charge, and then there's the ones that defend her and say she's the one who should be in charge. He's the commander, or she's
And
the
what's
commander. He's just the communications advisor.
what
And
is what's so truly, truly sad about the whole thing is that the derailment of the spiritual journey.
yeah,
There is no spiritual journey in there. There's no Christ-like consciousness. There's no love for one or love for the other. It's all either this or it's either that, and all these poor individuals that are in there that are so new to their
yeah.
spiritual journey, that's where
They're being
it gets us
told that
caught.
they're going to be saved.
Yeah.
They all bring up the med beds. We want to save our bodies here. We don't want to go through the process of a human life. We want to be restored to our youth. We can't wait to be 20 again. We can't wait to get rid of our illnesses. And, she did bring up the fact, which I had talked to her about, please stop telling them that they're going to be rejuvenated by technology, because
Yeah.
they are more spiritual. They want us to take care of our bodies. They want us to be more natural, more, they want us to clean up our own bodies, start that process before they just throw you in a med bed,
Right.
That's exactly what I've been saying, and like I've been saying that the entire 2 years that I've been on here, that look within yourself, get rid of the fear. You don't have to rely on some supernatural being to help you. Don't let the med beds are cool, yeah, and the little cryogenic chambers are cool, but you really ain't gonna need them. You don't need a spacesuit in space. I never used one, so
Robin doesn't either. Robin's been up to the ships multiple times, and he's never spoken about being put in a spaceship, in a spacesuit.
They took me up naked.
Yeah.
I ask him. I always.
And guys, a lot of people, it's not just me, in my opinion, is that filter she does that's a false flag right there too.
Yeah.
Okay,
it
because
is.
that filter is bullshit. I'm sorry.
Well,
That bothers me.
I did use that filter though, and I did see things around me that I couldn't see without it.
I saw that video you posted, honey.
I
And it
have
was
to
wicked.
look.
They were
Yeah.
right there behind me. I saw them because
Are
I
you sure
could
it's not
see the
your own
figure, like,
image?
you could-
You sure it's not
No.
your own image
No, it was
reflecting
totally different
back?
than her shape. Yeah, it was totally different.
No, they were right there behind me, and you could make out their shapes, and I
bending.
felt them so strongly that night that's the reason I turned that filter on to see what I could see. They were right there. They were right.
I don't know. Maybe for you, but I don't believe it every time she uses it. It's just too often, too much.
Not every time. Now, here's the thing. And I've seen this when I was up there and sometimes when I'm down here. What it is they have a technology that, kind of like the Predator, okay? Think of the Predator. When you use certain kinds of light, it reflects and refracts against it. Thus, that's why you're able to see things. Certain light and certain points of light actually let you see an object that's close, like the floating cities, that people say, or like, oh, I can see a ghost or this and that. It's different frequencies of that is what you're seeing, and it's the same thing with light. Certain kinds of light, you see certain kinds of things. And if you're using that cloaking, you're definitely going to see it with the cloaking. That's why when people why you think we see the government uses the infrared to see the heat signal, kind of the same aspect, the kind of way of thinking. If that makes any sense to you, but
Yep,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
most of the time, that thing makes sense.
Yep.
And
Well, I just
Always
feel like I'm
wondered if it
muddling
was-
through.
and
You're doing fine.
on these words on that one, use your own discernment.
Absolutely.
And I feel like my discernment is getting stronger again. I felt like it was kind of waning for a little bit, and I think it was because I was distracted by wanting to believe so badly.
Well, I was going to say what it is you guys have such beautiful hearts. Your hearts are so kind and loving that you want to trust and believe in people. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So sometimes because of our loving hearts, our discernment gets the better of us.
Yes. Absolutely.
You know, one night when I was watching her with the filters, I had I had Spirit tell me that it was she had family dancing behind her, and I was like, really? So I took a bunch of pictures, and I'll find them and I'll share them with you guys, and it showed like an eye, but I don't know why Spirit told me that, but she was using her family to cause movement like that in the room. And I don't know if you can do that with those filters. I don't know.
Well, my spirit showed me to watch her carefully to the side. And as she was moving and making movements, that thing was making movements behind her.
Yeah,
That's why
exactly.
I say I think it's layered somehow.
Do
I'm
you
not
remember,
saying every time, not every time, but
do you remember the one where
sometimes.
she had the video like this, right? She had the camera up here and it showed the side view. Remember that one? She's doing
Yeah.
like, and then if you looked, you can see the image behind her. It was holding a phone. I swear it was looking like it was holding a phone.
Yeah, you're
Well,
probably
I
right.
know that I
There.
have seen Nick very clearly, very
I,
clearly.
I've seen something there. It looks like
And
a.
I saw the command. I saw one of the guards that came in the other night too. He was very
I'm not
clear.
saying she's completely false. The
No,
problem
no.
is that she's getting. It's not all of it is truthful, and she's got an ego kicking in.
She's embellishing it.
It's very much like another person that we know on here that's very gifted that is using their gifts wrong
Yes.
for personal
Oh,
advancement.
does it start with the letter A?
Yes, it does start with the letter A.
Yeah.
You see, this is because of him. Is why I am the skeptic I am now. You
Yes,
know.
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That is
Yeah.
exactly the truth. I am very skeptic. It's going to take me a while to get past that.
Once
But I
burnt,
was
twice
so
shy.
easily
And
fooled.
I want to say this, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings because I usually keep my mouth closed. But Yaya and Honey, you guys are like the sweetest, loving people,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys have helped her a lot. And I know you do it out of the kindness of your heart. And I'm glad you guys are seeing above this now. But what my thing was, did you ever notice the special treatment she shows you to because of, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
And,
that
and
is.
she treats you like that special because you are the ones that were financially helping her.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah. I caught on to that a little while ago. I didn't
Yeah, I
tell
know you
Honey
guys would
this.
catch on. You're smart. You're too smart for all that. I know you. I knew you
No,
would anyways. I knew you'd catch on yourselves.
it
But I'm
was.
saying, everybody was seeing through that, and
You know what
you know
got
what I
me,
mean?
Hope? You know what got me is when she was doing a live and I was listening to her stomach growl. I I don't care who you are. I hated to know somebody was hungry,
Mm-hmm.
and that her stomach was growling,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, well, you know what? It could be a bum on the street who was a horrible father, and that unconditional love, and uh, I so I went and looked beyond it, and I helped
Oh
because
no! But you know what? You helped out of love because you have a beautiful heart. Yeah. There's nothing
yes,
wrong with that. I would help too if I could. If somebody was hungry. But I
but the
also have an
hardest
answer to
part,
that. Why is she
the
not
hard
getting food stamps? Why is she not getting food stamps?
well, the hardest part was to step away from it and I know she was going to be hungry.
Well, she may
And
be getting food stamps,
there was
but
nothing I could do
my
anymore.
daughter gets food stamps and she only gets $17 a month because they say she makes too much money,
When I spoke
but
about
she
the
doesn't.
patterns, when you watch somebody get a CA and a pay, shortly after they disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I've noticed that a couple times.
well,
And you know,
I get so frustrated because I have given her so much of my knowledge of how the system works
yeah,
and how
yeah, you
there's
have,
so much availability there. If she
and
could
she
just
don't
get
take
it
it.
together and do it.
She don't
I'm
do it.
so frustrated that she does not do any of the things that people recommend that she do.
Well,
And
you
Well,
know,
I've
I
seen
got,
comments in her thing telling her we've given you
yeah,
lots of advice, but it
yeah.
seems the only thing you want to hear is the ching ching in your cash app.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I
Okay.
said it's going to start coming to a head for her.
There's a lot of people on here that are like that too, and that they're not really anything what they represent themselves to be They're here for
Oh,
what they
there's
can
a
get out of
new
people.
one. Not to get off the point, but have you seen that new? Oh my gosh, I can't believe he gets a or she. Oh well, I don't know, but
Well, if
they
you
get
go
a.
to Galaxy, I'll give you a star reading.
There's a new character on TikTok, and he says that I came across him the other day, and I'm going, "Am I seeing this? Anybody got a dollar? You got a dollar?" And people were sending him her. Well, I don't know, but she's pregnant. But she is. Oh, I don't know. I get confused with all that crap, but she's a transgender, but she's pregnant
Yeah, I've seen that one.
and homeless.
Weird.
Huh? It is weird.
It is.
And oh my gosh. And I'm like, and there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? There's
don't-
no shame. There's no shame. There's no nothing. And I'm like, oh my God.
She don't even have it. She, he, them, that, whatever. Doesn't even have an energy at this point. It felt
None.
a NPC.
It does. I get weirded out by. I was just totally I went, okay, Spirit, what are you showing me this for? Because I can't even make out if it's a he or a she. And I love her no matter what, but it is a weird. It's weird.
It is. I don't even know what to make of it. I just sit there and go, "What in the world am I watching?"
Anybody got a dollar? You got a dollar?
I think I hopped onto that live one night and left really quickly because I was like, I don't know what this is, but I'm
Anybody
gone.
got a dollar?
Breastfeeding on live.
Oh,
How do they not get banned? How do they not get blocked
how
by
do
that?
they not get in trouble for that?
Right. I mean, a friend of mine got in trouble because she was wearing a blouse that was just a little bit low cut. Just a little bit. It wasn't like, it wasn't like almost nip exposure or anything like that. It was just showing cleavage. And she got banned for 3 days for it.
Well, then I was flipping through TikTok looking, and I watched yeah. Honey. Oh, what in the world is this? I'm like, what in the world am I seeing? I was like, oh, there's yeah, hold on, honey, yeah.
You're silly. Stop
And then
it.
I go down, there's a woman there, and you can see the Kiki.
Yeah, what's even sadder is there's another girl on here. She's an addict, and she tells the people straight out what she's asking them for, what she wants. Or she acts like she needs a ride or to get to rehab or whatever else. And they were supporting her, and there was a whole big thing about her. And all these people were like, don't help her anymore. And you're just enabling her, And she would go on every day crying how she had no food in her house and her son was hungry and she was hungry and people felt bad for her, And she wasn't using the money on the food bill,
The worst one I seen, and this was gross. I didn't go on the Friends one. I went on the other one, and I was flipping through. There was a lady. I don't even know where she was from. She was messing with her.
Oh, don't say it.
Yes, and there was there was over 2,000 people tossing her money.
Oh my God.
They were sending her all this stuff, and she was messing with her.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, yippee-yay.
Oh.
Wow. On and on. People are whipping gifts at her left and right, and I'm like, am I seeing? and there was like 3,000 people in the room, and the thing just kept climbing. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh my
How is
goodness.
this even allowed?
It's just odd what some people get away with and others don't, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Well, I had a dear friend of mine post a Facebook reel of himself when you could see his whole thing. I mean, the whole kebab.
Who was that?
A friend of mine, a guy I knew when I was a teenager, that I actually
Oh.
dated his brother, and I'm friends with him on Facebook. And he put it on reel, and we were like, I was like, did I see what I thought I saw? And another friend messaged me and goes, hey, did you see what I saw? Like, I saw.
The only thing I can say is, did you see the size of that chicken?
Did you see the size of that chicken? Actually, his chicken wasn't all that big, but okay.
I would like to see us do more collective healings. I would like to see us do more collective meditations to send positive vibes to the areas
Absolutely.
that need to have that uplifting. You know, we can keep the politics out of it. We can just work on the spirituality. We can work on helping people lift themselves as they lift others, and just focus on, you know, what we can do within our own selves and help guide them. I sent Brenda some affirmations because she does have a low self-esteem, and she needs
she does.
to work on that. And that's why I was talking about, they're kind of cheesy, but they work.
Yeah.
Once
Whatever it takes.
Once you can get in the mirror, look yourself in the eyeball every day and say, I love you exactly who and how you are, and I'm going to fulfill that before I spread out and begin to try to help others.
Right.
Absolutely.
You got to know where you're coming from before you can start giving advice to other people, I think.
I agree.
And I have an absolute and total love for myself. I'm going to say it right out there. You can call me a narcissist or whatever you want to call me, but I know I love myself, and I'm
Narcissists don't belong in that comment when you love yourself, honey.
Well,
Not at all.
you know, there's people who view things differently, you know that, but
I know it.
I
Bingo.
love myself. Then that radiates into my family and my people.
Absolutely.
And I only want it. We can expand our energy fields over blocks and blocks and blocks.
Yes,
if
we can.
choose.
Yes,
And,
we can.
you know, we can also know enough of discernment to avoid certain energies that have a tendency to bring us into a negative way of thinking. And I get a little frustrated when people start talking about how we're victims of the system, and we're not. We're just not. We are victims of ourselves, and once we get out of that way of thinking, that we can manifest anything within our lives that we choose to manifest.
Absolutely.
If we work from within. And I don't want people to think they have to sit in a mudra for 30 minutes every day, doing nothing but just humming and numbing and whatever. You can meditate
Who the heck
whatever
has that
way
much?
makes you. I mean, if you're not comfortable sitting in those positions, if you're not connecting when you're doing that type of directive meditation, then it's not going to do you a bit of good.
Yeah, it can feel unnatural.
Well, and it's a chore. Meditation should never be a chore.
Right. Spirit showed me how to meditate. Spirit told me to learn how to meditate in a chaotic spot.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Are you kidding? What do you mean?" You know, he go, "What he? I shouldn't say he. Emmanuel, Yeshua said, if you can meditate sitting in the middle of a restaurant, or sitting in a lobby, or sitting in an airport where your kids screaming, whatever, if you can get that technique down, and it may only take you 5 to 7, 10 minutes, then you can meditate anywhere.
Right.
Anywhere. You can vacuum, you can do your dishes, you can pull the weeds. It's all, meditating is doing whatever makes your heart tick, you know. But
I'm an expert, man, with my house. Let me tell you, I can sit anywhere and do it now. I've really gotten that accomplishment accomplished.
I was going to say something when you were talking, honey, about you looking at yourself in the mirror. I walked by a mirror once and winked at myself.
Oh, good job. Good job.
Lord, no, Spirit thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I mean, they giggled, but Spirit likes to giggle at us. They like us to giggle, and they like having fun with us, and it's
Well, I don't care to be elevated either. And when she brings up that she sees our future selves as our beautiful little younger people, teaching and leading, and I mean, yes, we're going to be leaders, guiders. We're going to be guidance.
Yeah.
We're not going to be in charge of anything. We're going to be there to have people come to us, and we can set them into a different frame of thinking.
Hold their hand and show them the way.
Show them the love. Show them how, it's done with love.
Yeah.
With, the love of self and the love of others that naturally occurs from that love of self.
Yeah.
I don't like to be, that was the thing with the carnival barker. I didn't want to be set up in a throne in a place where people came and knelt at my feet, and I bestowed upon them certain.
Oh, you scared me. Sorry.
I got the image.
Sorry, guys.
Of me sitting in a throne chair and people coming to me, like Solomon, where I solved their issues and problems, which I didn't like. I don't like that. I don't want to be elevated. I want to be in the trenches with everybody else.
Yep.
I want to be there to say, we can do this. We can all do this together.
Absolutely.
So, I don't want my ego to get involved in any of this. I don't want to start feeling like I'm a special person, bestowed with only certain gifts. And that was the other thing that Commander irritated the tar out of me. That poor shaman guy, he got up there, poured his heart out, talked about all the work he'd done on himself, how he healed himself through shamanism and going back into the old ways and using natural medicines and natural therapies in order to cure himself. And the commander said, "You didn't cure yourself. You don't have that power. You were cured by someone else. You were given that healing. You did not heal yourself." And the guy was so patient and kind, and he kept redirecting, and he just dismissed him altogether.
Oh.
So he finally just gave it up, bless his heart. But you could tell that one had been through a lot, and he had done a lot of self work. And
We don't need a magical sky daddy. We don't need a channeler. Like I've always said, we need a magic sky daddy. We don't need a commander. Or we don't need this, we don't need that. What we need is to look within ourselves, because we can heal ourselves. And if we see those beings out there like I see them,
Yes.
I see them all the time. I see them walk around my house. I see them outside. Why? Well, because I'm in a different city. Am I no better? I am no better than anybody else. The only thing different from me, from them, is I worked with my abilities. They didn't. We're all equals. We just work on our abilities differently. I've been in Atlantis. I've been in UFOs all the time. I've had premonitions all the time. Every day's a freaking experience for me. It's either I do this, something that, something spiritual. It just never stops. Every day, like, I could have a premonition one day. Later that day, I could go up on the spaceship. I mean, they took me naked. I was sitting in a bathtub. Now, this is the funniest story. I have got to say, this is the funniest story. I don't know if you guys heard this one, but my son was here, and my roommate was there. I decided one day, because nobody was on TikTok, so I went into the bathroom. I got dressed. I got in the bath because I needed to unwind, and I wanted to do some meditation in there because the water is good with the dragon soul that I have. It calmed me. So I'm laying in there, and next thing I know, I'm like, la 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 la. Whoosh! It feels like somebody yanked me up out of my body. Like, yanked my body completely up. And I was standing on the ship completely freaking naked. I'm like, really?
Hey, dude.
Really?
Some privacy, please.
So I'm walking around the ship stark naked, and I would. They didn't give me no clothes. What I had was kind of like a little force field around me. It was like maybe about this thin, about like that thin. And I'm like, really? I am stuck. And they looked at me like, hey, how you doing?
Didn't bother them in the least.
You know? And I'm like, dude, I'm a naked human here. This is embarrassing. They're walking around like it's all casual, and I'm like, what's it, Casual Friday or something? So I go up there and I'm talking to the line commander there of that ship, and I had talked to Effie and Area and all of them, and I was talking to them. I'm walking around the ship, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm naked. I cannot deal with this. I cannot deal with this. First of all, there was a commander of the Divine Order. He came over and he's like talking to me, and I'm like, and the woman was beside him, and I'm trying to look all, what I did. And they're talking to me, and I'm like, I'm trying to be like, yeah, definitely. I'm trying to be all serious.
I'm dying.
And all I could think of is, I feel so humiliated. I feel so humiliated. And then I come back here after, it was all embarrassing, but it was funny but embarrassing. So when I come back here, my son goes, I come out of the bathroom, my roommate goes, where were you? I said, he's like, I looked in and you weren't in there. I'm like, dude, I was in the bathroom. My son goes, Daddy, you gonna cook supper? I went for supper. I was gonna ask you to cook supper, but I didn't see you. Were you in your room? I was like, no, I was in the bathroom. And they did not see me in the bathroom. There was nowhere in this house. And I'm like, ain't that some shit? I thought they took me freaking astral projection or something. No, they took me up there completely butt naked. And I'm thinking, oh my God.
That is so cool, Brim.
Well,
But, I mean, not naked, but next time grab a towel.
I didn't get a chance to do anything like this. Going like this or like this. And next thing I know,
Oh, goodness.
what is going on?
Lord.
What were they wearing?
Oh, they were fully dressed.
Up to their neck.
Yeah, Area, she had like the dark blue outfit with glitters. She had like a golden thing going around here. I'm like, oh wow. And then I look over at Napi, she's completely in white, and she looks like she's a tall white, and she's got like the gold here, and she's wearing
Oh
the
wow.
white with the gold around her shoulders, and this and that. And I'm like, well, looks like you're all completely dressed. I'm thinking,
I'm feeling completely, totally underdressed. Were you?
They're going, it looks like you're having a human condition.
and the lady that it was the funniest part was one of the ladies I was talking to that was the lead commander from the Divine Order. She goes, "Oh, you're human. That's right. I forgot. You guys are all about your nakedness."
And maybe they were trying to. Maybe they were trying to teach you to manifest yourself clothes in their own weird way.
And the guy the guy that was in charge of the other ship, he just looks at me and goes, "What you worried about?"
The dimples on my cheek.
I'm walking over, my hand's almost down here blocking that. I didn't know what
They're going, what are you covering up, dude? My
There's no big deal.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my word.
Well, I'm wearing a bathing suit in the bathtub.
Indeed. No, I don't think.
That was supposed to
I just no.
You know.
Now it's a new fear. No.
You know, I didn't mind being taken up, but at that moment, no, why didn't you just leave me there until
right?
Out of the bathroom? I didn't
at least give me a heads up first so I can grab something in the robe or something.
How long
Grim, can I ask you a question? A serious question.
Yeah.
Why do you think, like, you've worked on yourself, right? Mm-hmm. And I've worked on myself. Commander's worked on himself. Mm-hmm. Why do you think only certain ones are being taken? And then, like, the other one that we were talking about, she hardly did any work. And she's been, like, up 100 times. You know what I mean? So why do you think it's like that? You know what I mean?
Well, I honestly don't have an answer for that, but they told me what was going to happen. They must have different rules and different regulations. Like, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that one, but I know what mine told me, and I listened to them. You know, I'm not sure on why it's like that, because you know they told me 3 people were going to be going up, 3 and 7 band parties from all over the world, and certain areas in certain states it's either 3 or 7, and that's what it's going to be. And I don't know, maybe that person's on the right vibration. I don't know. Who knows why they do anything they do? Why do they take people up on the ship naked?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I guess so, right?
Yeah, we don't know too that she's been up, I don't know, how is it, 70 times now? We don't, she could be just elaborating on 2 times. You know.
All I can share is what I've experienced and where I've been. And you know, I do know this is where I got in trouble. I do know, and that the first time I went in with porting on ships, teleporting with my human self on different ships. I got in trouble for it, and they said don't do it again. Well, the second time I did it was purely by accident, and when I appeared on that ship, she was standing there.
Oh wow.
She was standing there. I seen her talking to two people. I know what I seen. I've also seen the commander up there once. That was the first time when I poured it over. I seen him on there. I was like, oh,
They
interesting.
could be taking him in astral too, you know.
But maybe because I can tell the difference between the Astro. I think the commander was an Astro because the way he looked, it looked like him, but it's almost like he was transparent. When I seen her, it didn't look transparent.
Full body
I'm
apparition.
trying to confirm anything. I'm just sharing my experience of what I
Well,
see.
I don't think she's completely lying. I don't, but I think she's over exaggerating at this point. That's what I'm saying.
I know I see
More than likely.
her. She was talking to a man and a woman. They wore kind of a whitish outfit, and there was an A on the chest. I remember the A. It went like this, it went down, and then it went back up.
Mm.
I looked at the patch on the chest right here. It went boom, boom, boom. It almost looked like a half of a star. I know what I seen. She was talking to them. She was there, and she was wearing a white outfit. That white outfit was kind of like white and silver. It's in between that. It's kind of a, you know what I'm saying? That's what I seen. I don't know, but yes, and she was short. She was really short, and the beings were really tall. She was talking to a man and a woman. The woman had long white hair, and it didn't look like a tall white, and it didn't look like a Palladian. It kind of looked like I don't even know. It kind of looked like a human, but with like a white face, kind of looked like a Gaia doll face. What, you know the color of the face on the Gaia doll?
Yeah, they're very
White. It was really
pale.
and she had like long white hair. The man was a little bit taller, and he had like blondish hair. It kind of went up like this and went back. And I seen her talking to them, so. And as for the ship, I got yelled at for going on the ship. They told me never go on that ship, so.
Did they give you a reason?
Whoops, wrong ship.
Back up.
I did the queue. I did the.
They didn't tell you a reason why you shouldn't go on that one?
They said not to go on those ships because there's problems.
There's problems with what?
There's problems on the ships. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
But again, I know what I seen, so I can't deny it. I see. And there was also the other time too. The other time I seen her, it wasn't on a ship. I was down in Atlantis, and I did see her there. No, not Atlantis. The other one.
Almeria.
No, not where the Council of 12 is.
Oh,
In and
oh. Thank you.
I went down, I did see her there. I seen her there too. She was wearing the same outfit. She was there. And she was walking. She was walking on this side because I was like, oh, there's a lot of different kind of species here. And I looked over, I was like, oh, I thought I was the only human hair, and I seen her walk by at the corner. I'm like, interesting. Other than that, that's the only 2 times I've seen her. So, one on the ship and one in her. And I've been to Atlantis, and I've been to those places, and yeah, I don't know, but that's what I'm seeing. That's where I've been. And I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, it's like, I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't. I'm not gonna lie and say I did. I'm just gonna tell what I've seen. And
Yeah, so maybe that ship, because they didn't want you on it, maybe it's a trickster ship or something, you know?
well, there's another thing that the other 3 know that I sent them, but that's why they told me not to go on that ship.
Okay, when can you message me it so I know?
Well, and I honestly think that, like any group of beings, there's good and evil in there. And I honestly think that, there's, I don't know why, but I feel there's a split in that group.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think it's more of a trickster ship, as they call it, you know what I mean?
Well, if you look at the video, you'll see what I'm talking about. But I think that I think there's good and bad in each race, but on certain ships, they got certain beings that are doing certain things.
Mm-hmm.
I would elaborate, but I'm not getting in trouble this time. But did I feel negative energy? Yeah, I felt negative energy on it. Did I feel positive energy? Yes, I felt positive energy. It was a mixture of both. I was just
Mm-hmm.
put my butt on that ship again, or I'm going to get in trouble.
Stay away from that one, then.
Stay away.
Yeah, she read my ass off for that. Didn't I tell you not to get on? And I felt like I was listening to a 3-day lecture.
Mm.
So yeah, I'm not about to do all that now.
Well, you guys, this beautiful older gal is about to get tired.
Same here. I'm ready for bed.
All right, we all need
It's
to
been
go to bed.
lovely.
All right, us bunch of older ladies need to get our rest now, I guess.
Yes, need my
Yeah.
beauty sleep. We all need our beauty sleep.
Yeah.
All right, again, love y'all.
Love you
Love y'all
too,
too.
sweetie.
Good night.
Honey,
Good
are you
night.
still there?
Thanks, Brim.
Blessed be.
Blessed be, Buttercup.
Buttercup.
Honey. Woohoo. I think she fell asleep.
I think so too.
Blessed be.
Well,
Yeah,